When Wang Tietqiang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. The voice sounded very much like the maid named Huang Ying. However, it was quite odd for there to be ice floating in the river during flood season, not to mention the day's warm weather. He couldn't help but take a look above up at the sky and make sure that the sun was blazing in the middle of the sky. He felt on the verge of sweating even as he wore his thin clothes. Could it be there was someone on the ice? Despite the many years spent in the world of Jianghu, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He then reached behind him to grab the two short iron short spears. He kept on his back before walking over to the source of the commotion with silent steps. When he arrived at the side of the boat, he saw 7 men and women gathered there, consisting of maids, servants, and boatmen. They were all talking and pointing at something in the river. He glanced over and saw something about 15 meters away. There was a sparkling white object floating on the surface of the river. He focused his gaze on it and found that it was a sparkling crystal block of ice containing someone inside. Wang Tietqiang wore an expression of surprise and couldn't help but mutter, "How strange. Could it be that someone had fallen in the river and is now trapped in a block of ice?" He heard footsteps from behind him and a hoarse voice asked, "Brother Wang, what's the matter? Brother Gao, you've come." Without turning his head, Wang Tietqiang already knew that the owner of the voice was his partner of many years, Gao Dafeng. He cultivated a body-hardening technique for many years and was somewhat famous for his boxing techniques. The large man with a full beard casually walked to Wang Tietqiang's side and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Oh, there really is someone in the ice. How rare." Wang Tietqiang coldly laughed and said, "It is only a single dead person. No matter how odd the circumstances, there isn't much to say about it." Gao Dafeng stroked his beard and chuckled. "Definitely. At the very least, the corpse hasn't come to rob us." A middle-aged man in Confucian robes walked towards them with a sullen expression and scolded the servants. "What are you making an uproar about? Didn't you know the mistress had just gone to sleep?" This person was Master Zhou, the person who was reportedly the trusted confidant of an important government official. He was currently employing Wang Tietqiang and his partner to guard the said official's family. "Master, in the river?" The young maid named Huang Ying shyly extended her finger and pointed in the river. When Master Zhou saw Wang Tietqiang and Gao Dafeng, he felt somewhat baffled. Then when the young maid said something, he unconsciously glanced where she was pointing to find a block of ice with a person inside of it. He wore an odd expression on his face before he frowned and said, "It is only a dead person. There is no point in looking at it any further. Go back to your duties. Could it be that you want me to call over Steward Wang?" The man's final words were spoken with a harsh tone. When the servants heard the name Steward Wang, their expressions immediately changed and they immediately scattered. The 3 boatmen also made a discreet departure. Wang Tietqiang and Gao Dafeng exchanged a glance and were about to leave as well, feeling that it would be unwise to remain there any longer. But after Gao Dafeng took a few steps, he glanced at the river and shouted out in alarm, "How is this possible? That person is still alive." Wang Tietqiang and Master Zhou were both alarmed when they heard this, and they looked at the block of ice to find that it remained completely still. Master Zhou glared at the large man, but Gao Dafeng stood firm and said, "I am not mistaken. I saw the person in the water move his eyes. Brother Gao wouldn't fool us. It seems he is still alive." Wang Tietqiang spoke with complete trust in his partner. Master Zhou still felt a bit of doubt after he heard this, but after some thought, he shook his head and said, "It doesn't concern us if that person is alive or dead. There is no need to attract any trouble to the mistress and her daughter. And since other boats haven't done anything with the ice, there is no need for us to meddle with it either." When Wang Tietqiang heard this, he didn't feel any anger or injustice over the matter. It was odd for there to be someone inside the ice, but that didn't give him any intention of allowing him on the boat. After all, as one who had tread in Jianghu for many years, he found these odd situations to be more difficult to guard against than ordinary people. However, a trace of hesitation had appeared on Gao Dafeng's face. "Master Zhou, please wait." A sweet voice suddenly sounded from across the boat. "The act of saving a life is greater than any mountain, and my mother has a merciful heart as well. Since this person is still alive, can we save him? Then a young woman in embroidered robes soon approached them, followed by the maid Huang Ying, who was walking with a dropped head. It appears that she was the one who told the young lady about the matter. When Master Zhou saw this woman, he respectfully saluted her and hesitantly said, "Young miss, this isn't very wise. Having a stranger on the boat. What's unwise about it? Since he has survived catastrophe and encountered us, it will be considered a display of our clan's virtue to save him. We even had an empty room on the boat. Could it be with so many of us that we have something to fear from a dying man?" The young woman spoke with a soft voice, but her expression clearly displayed that she wouldn't change her mind. After a moment of thought, he could only agree with a salute. "Very well. Since the young miss had given the command, I will send out men to rescue this person." The young woman responded with a smile and then walked back with her maid in tow. Master Zhou tightly frowned as he glanced in the direction of the ship's hold, and then he wryly smiled, saying, "You heard her. Since this person must be saved and is trapped in a huge chunk of ice, I fear I will have to trouble you two to go make the trip." "It's no problem. We have little else to do and have the strength to break this person out," Gao Dafeng said with a casual tone. Wang Tietjiang then examined the huge block of ice and slowly nodded, raising no objections. After spending an unknown amount of time in the darkness, Han Li woke up to a splitting headache. Before he even opened his eyes, he heard a young woman's voice sounding out, "Old scholar, when will this person awaken? It's already been 2 days. Has nothing truly happened to him? The young miss is waiting for my reply." A snort sounded out and an old man's voice sullenly said, "What does a servant like you know? I only have a cursory understanding of the medicinal arts. How can I know when he will awaken? However, this person's disease is truly strange. His complexion is clearly pale and he shows signs of great loss in blood and qi. However, his blood vessels and meridians appear to be far stronger than an ordinary person. This is truly beyond my understanding." The woman chuckled and teasingly said, "It seems the old scholar most likely read the blood vessels wrong." "Nonsense. Have I ever been wrong when I was looking after you all when you were sick? Perhaps this person encountered a strange sickness that hadn't been seen before. Since I am no great doctor, I am baffled by this." The old man seemed embarrassed, but he spoke boldly nonetheless. As Han Li heard this, he realized that he was lying down on a very comfortable bed. There was a smooth blanket on top of him and a thick mattress beneath him. Han Li felt somewhat at ease when he heard the two speaking in the language of the Great Gene. It seems not only had mortals rescued him, but that he was also inside the borders of the Great Gene. However, his current situation was far from good. In the instant he awoke, he used his spiritual sense to look deep into his body. As a result, he felt his blood run cold. After he escaped from the endless Sky Saintess pursuit and put thousands of kilometers between them, the Solok seal had gone back into effect. At the time, he had fallen into the river and used the technique for feigning death that Monarch Soul Divergence had taught him, sealing himself in a block of ice and allowing him to escape pursuit from the soaring tribes as he floated down the river current. However, his body's present conditions were as worse as could be. The excessive use of the blood shadow evasion had caused a massive loss of blood essence and immensely weakened his body. Additionally, his severe loss of true essence had caused his cultivation to violently drop to qi condensation stage. Under such circumstances, he would need to properly recover for 5 to 6 years if he had any chance to recovering his original cultivation. Han Li gloomily sighed in his heart and suddenly thought of something before examining the flying swords inside of his body. He then found the primal soul of a greatly weakened and unconscious Silvermoon, much to his relief. However, he felt quite a headache over the fact that his second nascent soul had yet to return. Although he was too far away to know its true location, he was still able to feel an extremely faint connection to it, affirming that his second nascent soul had exceeded his expectations and managed to survive. If he couldn't call back the nascent soul after a certain amount of time, it would not only become independent but it would likely attempt to dominate him. The only good point was once he restored his original cultivation, his second nascent soul wouldn't stand a chance against him. it wouldn't be difficult for him to retrieve it at that point. With that thought, he spoke through his spiritual sense to the bamboo container he was carrying. Senior, how long was I unconscious since I've arrived at the Great Gene? Are there any great gene cultivators nearby? Oh, you're finally awake. You've been floating in the river for a year already. Once your magic power ran out, the block of ice began to flow on the surface of the water. But I must say, youngster Han, your current situation is far from good. Monarch Soul Divergence responded with a lazy tone. Han Li smiled and contently said, how could I not know how terrible my body's condition is in? However, my fortunate survival could be said to be a great escape from calamity. There isn't much to complain about. After all, few could have escaped from the hands of several late-nascent soul cultivators in that situation. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and gloomily said, well, aren't you carefree? However, I must ask you why you've never mentioned your divine spirit treasure to me. It was no wonder why you placed me outside your room while you were in seclusion. I've always wanted to personally investigate a divine spirit treasure. Forget the excuses. When you are able to take out the cauldron again, hand it over to me for examination. Of course, I have no objections in letting Senior examine the Heaven Void cauldron once I recover. Han Li calmly replied. Good. Monarch Soul Divergence said with a relaxed tone. Since you've agreed, the matter is done. As for any nearby cultivators, there is only one on board this ship, a girl at the third layer of chi condensation. You don't need to pay her much mind. The third layer of chi condensation? Han Li felt somewhat surprised, and then he opened his eyes. Han Li looked to the side of the bed and saw a girl of only 15 years of age. When she saw Han Li open his eyes, she joyfully shouted out, Old scholar, he's awake. The girl was quite adorable with wide bright eyes and fair skin. Yes, I can clearly see. Sitting in a chair at the girl's side sat a gray-robed old man. He appeared around the age of 60 and had a kind face. He was examining Han Li with a calm expression. Old scholar, look after him. I will go and inform the young miss. Before Han Li could say anything, the girl quickly chattered to the old man and quickly ran off. Han Li was stunned by the sight of this, but the old man simply chuckled as he shook his head. He kindly smiled at Han Li and said, I hope you don't take offense at the girl's temperament. Han Li returned the smile and sat up, slowly saying, I don't dare to. Are you the two who saved me? Where is this place? We're on a boat in the Mystic River. While your life laid uncertain inside the river, my clan's second young miss gave the order to save you. As for me, I am he one, a scholar that the clan's mistress hired. Han Li cupped his fist and said, so it was like that. My surname is Han, and I will have to thank this young miss for saving my life. With a smile on his face, the old man curiously asked, our young miss certainly does have a compassionate heart, but it is hard to say whether or not she will see you. Will Mr. Han say how he was sealed inside a block of ice and still lived? I am quite curious. This? Han Li hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't wish to deceive you, sir, but it is inconvenient for me to say. That's fine. Everyone has their own difficulties. The old man waved his hand in a kindly manner and let the matter go. At that moment, the girl rushed back with a spring in her step and said, Scholar, the young miss will have this man rest for the time being. She'll leave the rest for later. The girl then curiously examined Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he smiled at her. As a result, the girl slightly blushed and lowered her head, thinking, this person is a bit unremarkable. He is a bit lesser than the young miss past friends. Why is she treating him with such consideration? Since it's the young miss command, how about Sir Han rest for now? I'll be taking my leave. The old man stood up and then walked out of the room. Han Li naturally uttered another word of thanks before the old man left the room with the girl. Now that Han Li was alone, he looked up to the ceiling for a short while before letting out a sigh. In the following 2 days, no one had disturbed him apart from a maid bringing 3 meals a day. This was to Han Li's satisfaction as it gave him more time to take medicine pills and meditate. As for the girl at the third layer of chi condensation that Monarch Soul Divergence had mentioned, Han Li had examined her a bit with his spiritual sense. The girl was beautiful and behaved in a humble manner. She was the second young miss that gave the order to save him. She should have seen through his identity as a cultivator. And from the idle chats of the others on board, Han Li found the general circumstances on the boat. The people on the boat belonged to the clan of a military officer surnamed Chao of the Liao province. He was rushed to be mobilized in order to replace his predecessor, and his clan slowly followed after him. There were only a few members of his clan: his original wife, 2 concubines, and 3 children. The second young miss was born from the original wife and was said to have a weak and sickly body when she was young. She was fostered by another woman during her childhood and had only recently returned to the clan. The other 2 children were born from the concubines. The eldest daughter was already married away to a suitable clan. As for the son, he was the youngest of the children at 12 years old. The other noteworthy individuals included scholar He, Master Zhou, and an icy-eyed steward Wang who was in charge of the other servants. There were also 2 guards on board, Wang Tietqiang and Gao Dashan. When Han Li paid close attention to these individuals, Han Li felt a strong circulation of true qi from the body of steward Wang, far deeper than the superficial martial arts of the 2 guards. Although Han Li found this somewhat odd, he withdrew his spiritual sense once he figured out the circumstances on the boat and focused his attention on cultivation. 2 days later, the second young miss sent a young maid to invite Han Li over. Of course, Han Li didn't refuse, and he was led to one of the larger rooms on the boat. When the second young miss saw Han Li, she sent away the others in the room and smiled at him. "Brother Han must also be someone from a Taoist sect. My name is Chao Mingrong, a disciple of the profound Jade sect. Might I know which sect Brother Han is from?" The girl spoke with a polite tone. It seemed she concluded that Han Li originated from a Taoist sect, since she wasn't able to detect any devilish qi, Buddhist light, or the strict qi of Confucian sections. The profound Jade sect? Han Li frowned. He hadn't heard of this name before, but it didn't come as a surprise. There were innumerable smaller sects in the Great Jin. When Chao Mingrong saw that Han Li was hesitant, she smiled and said, "My sect is merely a small obscure sect in the Liao province. It is natural for you to not know of it. Fellow Taoist Chao is quite modest. I am but an unaffiliated cultivator. I've only recently entered the cultivation world of the Great Jin, and I am not familiar with the sects here. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself." Han Li cupped his fist and assumed an embarrassed appearance. So it turned out Brother Han had recently come back to society. Chao Mingrong sweetly smiled with bright eyes and said, "I've also only left my apprenticeship recently, but my sect is truly a small one. However, Brother Han is so young and possesses a particularly profound cultivation. This is truly worthy of congratulations." "It's nothing much," Han Li casually replied. "I've only managed to reach this stage through luck." When she saw that Han Li didn't go into detail, she wore an understanding smile and dropped the matter. She instead changed the subject, asking, "Why was Brother Han floating in the river inside a block of ice? Could it be that you were attacked?" "That is mostly the case, and I must thank you for saving me." Han Li bitterly laughed, unwilling to go further into detail. With a firm expression, the woman said, "It was only a trivial affair. In truth, I saw that Brother Han would have escaped from the ice sooner or later, with or without my help. However, it is quite startling to the mortals for you to float in the river like that, so I decided to meddle. In addition, it is only natural for unaffiliated cultivators and small sect cultivators to assist one another." When Han Li heard this, he felt somewhat surprised and gave the girl an appraising glance. He then silently nodded his head and said nothing more. "Ah yes, how is Brother Han recovering? If fellow Taoist would like, you may stay on the boat for a few more days. I also hope you'd be willing to provide me with some cultivation guidance." Han Li pondered for a moment before answering, "I don't have more important matters on hand, so I may as well stay for a few more days. However, providing you guidance will be out of the question, but we can exchange our cultivation experiences." Chao Mingrong was overjoyed to hear this. She had left her apprenticeship earlier because of her limited aptitude. As a result, She hadn't learned any deep magic techniques. Having a superior cultivator such as Han Li to provide some guidance was exactly what she had wanted. After setting up a time for the occasion, Han Li chatted with the girl for a moment before he respectfully took his leave. Once Han Li returned to his room, Monarch Soul Divergence asked, "Youngster Han, why did you agree to remain behind? Don't you wish to find a spirit vein to help restore your magic power?" "Naturally, I will be looking for a spirit vein, but they will certainly be occupied by the various sects of the Great Gene. Furthermore, there seems to be more cultivators in the Great Gene than I expected. If I rush out at my current cultivation, it will prove dangerous. I don't wish to carelessly walk into death while I don't have the power to protect myself." "Oh, so you plan on—" "I have enough medicine pills on hand and several spirit well objects," Han Li slowly said. "A year will be enough for me to recover my foundation establishment cultivation and will still give me plenty of time to find a method to dissolve my baleful qi. As for the girl, she seems quite shrewd, but her cultivation is shallow and she holds no malicious intent. I'll have her make a few things clear about the Great Gene cultivation world before I head on my way. And since I've only just arrived at the Great Gene, I can afford to wait a year." "Do as you wish, but I don't have much time left," Monarch Soul Divergence worriedly said. "After a few more years passes, I fear that it will be too late for me. After all, it will take you quite some time to collect the materials for my puppet body." "Senior, don't worry," Han Li explained. "As I look for the method to dissolve my baleful qi, I will also look for the materials. However, the best method would be to acquire the assistance of a sect. This way, we can cut down on the time needed." "Acquire their assistance? This isn't the heavenly south where we can draw on your fame and title. It won't be so easy. The larger sects won't pay attention to you and the smaller sects don't have the capability. After all, the materials that I want are rarely ever seen in this world. The specifics have yet to be determined, so let's take this a step at a time. Perhaps I won't even need to find them and they'll just come knocking on my door," Han Li jokingly replied. Afterwards, he ceased talking to Monarch Soul Divergence and took out a set of formation flags from his storage pouch. Then, he placed down a simple restriction around him before taking a medicine pill and meditating on the bed. In the Liao Province's Wuyuan Prefecture, there was a small town in the west known as Sinan. Nearby, there were two slender women dressed in azure Taoist robes that were heading towards a small remote mountain. As their feet shined with white light, they stood on their toes before effortlessly floating a foot off the ground. Then, their gowns lengthened and they gracefully flew through the air at a low altitude. The younger woman of the two appeared to be 18 years old and gloomily spoke to the somewhat older woman at her side. "Senior Martial Sister Lu, will Master truly not assist us? Even if we were to add on Junior Martial Sister Chao, I fear we won't be able to deal with the sharp spirit sex Wu Xiaoyu. He is at the 8th layer of qi condensation, and it is said that the sharp spirit sect master holds him in high esteem. We are only a pair of 6th and 7th layer cultivators. With our combined strength, we won't stand a chance even if we had help. And if we lose, Junior Martial Sister Chao will have no choice but to allow Wu Xiaoyu to rescue that heavy criminal, which I fear will bring disaster to her father. There is nothing we can do about it." The older of the two martial sisters sighed. "Cultivator sects have always left matters of the mortal government alone. And Junior Martial Sister Chao is only an in-name disciple of our profound Jade sect and was only imparted a few shallow magic techniques by the master. That's why nothing had been said to her. After all, the government holds a few low-grade loose cultivators in order to have them deal with a few matters of the cultivation world. However, Wu Xiaoyu has a deep relationship with the person he wishes to save and knows that Junior Martial Sister Chao has a relationship with our sect. When he personally came to knock on our door, we couldn't continue to turn a blind eye to this affair. Nevertheless, Master had used her status as an in-name disciple to avoid having to punish her, instead sending off that person to handle it instead. After he left, Master immediately called us over to inform us that this person most likely will be challenging Junior Martial Sister Chao in order to force her to retreat. Master knows that our relationship with her is quite deep and sent us to warn her. It's clear that she wants us to lend her some strength. Otherwise, she would have simply used a spirit bird to deliver the message instead of us. Although senior martial sister Yu has a deep cultivation, she doesn't have a strong relationship with junior martial sister Chao and will not risk offending the Sharp Spirit sect over the matter. And Master has her hands tied since the Sharp Spirit sect has friendly relations with our own sect. As a member of the senior generation, she finds it awkward to interfere. The younger of the two couldn't help but say, I recall that when junior martial sister Chao's father, country officer Chao, was stationed near our temple, he appeared quite strong and was very respectful towards the master. If he is truly implicated because of this matter, it would be a disaster. If that is true, there is nothing that can be done over it. But even if he were to lose a criminal, he would only lose his position as a country officer at most. He won't die. But since junior martial sister Chao appeared so calm, could it be that she already has a plan? The younger woman smiled and said, There is no need for senior martial sister to trouble herself over the matter. Everything will be clear once we get to the mountaintop. Junior martial sister is right. The older woman nodded. The two quickly hurried on their way, and after the time it took to finish a meal, they arrived at the mountaintop and yelped with surprise when saw an unexpected straw cottage 300 meters away. In front of the straw cottage, there was a simple stone pavilion with a young man and a girl sitting at a stone table and chatting. The man's appearance was rather ordinary, but he had a pale complexion. The girl had a dainty appearance and was attentively listening to him. When the two women arrived on the mountaintop, the man immediately sensed them and stopped talking. He turned to the girl he was talking to and said, Fellow Taoist Chao, your guests have arrived. The man then smiled and stood up. The girl glanced over and stood up with a smile, saying, Senior martial sisters have arrived. It's good to see you. The older of the two senior martial sisters beamed when she saw Chao Mengrong and said, Junior martial sister, you appear to be doing well. Your cultivation has risen by an entire level. Congratulations. I've only managed to make a breakthrough in the past few days. I am still quite lacking compared to you too. Chao Mengrong smiled and spoke with an excited tone. The younger senior martial sister curiously examined the Confucian-robed man and asked, Junior martial sister Chao, which sect is this fellow Taoist from? His cultivation is quite high, at what seems to be the 10th layer. The man calmly answered, I am Han Li, a loose cultivator. I am Lady Chao's guest. The older senior martial sister smiled and said, So it was like that. I was wondering why junior martial sister was so calm. It appears that an expert like fellow Taoist Han was her guest. When Wu Xiaoyu gives the challenge, he will only make a fool of himself. Senior martial sisters, please sit and let us talk, Chao Mengrong happily said. Although Brother Han is a loose cultivator, he is very experienced in the path of cultivation. I was able to break through in such a short time only because of the guidance that Brother Han had provided me. Oh, then we'll want to talk with fellow Taoist Han. Just as the older of the two was about to sit down, she suddenly heard a series of deep shrieks from below the mountain. He's arrived. How did he know of this place? He's arrived so quickly. The two senior martial sisters stood up in alarm and turned to look. Senior martial sisters, please don't be alarmed, Chao Mengrong explained with a calm tone. I was the one who invited Wu Xiaoyu over. Fellow Taoist Wu had sought me out several days ago, and with Brother Han's agreement, I invited him over for this meeting. So it was like that. Although we were making haste, it seems we were still too slow. The younger senior martial sister quickly calmed down. After all, they had a 10th layer cultivator to deal with the 8th layer Wu Xiaoyu. At that moment, a ball of white light arrived on the top of the mountain, revealing the silhouette of two people within it. A flying magic tool. And he has another person escorting him. The younger senior martial sister cried out in alarm. Chao Mengrong and the other woman exchanged a glance before revealing a trace of worry. After all, flying magic tools were rarely ever seen. Even the low-grade ones were far beyond the price of other mid-grade magic tools. Low-grade cultivators such as themselves couldn't afford to buy them, let alone mid-grade magic tools. Any magic tools they had were gifted to them by the sect. If they didn't advance in their cultivation, it was likely they would only possess one magic tool throughout their lifetime. Additionally, the cultivators that were bestowed flying magic tools most likely had backers behind them. This is particularly true for small sects such as theirs. When the new arrivals appeared at the mountaintop, Han Li glanced at them and revealed no change of expression. As of current, it had already been 9 months since Chao Mengrong had rescued him. Perhaps because his injuries weren't as severe as he thought or his pills were more effective than anticipated, he was able to recover a portion of his strength during his time as Chao Mengrong's guest, allowing him to recover his foundation establishment cultivation. Although his vitality was still injured and he still had yet to recover most of his blood essence, he now had the power to defend himself in the cultivation world. Of course, Chao Mengrong didn't have the cultivation to see through this astonishing change, and she would often ask him a few questions about problems she had on her cultivation. As a mid-nascent soul cultivator, Han Li was overqualified to give this qi condensation cultivator some guidance and managed to clear the girl's doubts with just a few words. With much joy, Chao Mengrong began to treat Han Li with greater respect. Han Li's pointers had allowed her to ascend to the 4th layer of qi condensation, bringing her closer to becoming an official disciple. While this happened, he was already preparing himself to depart in a month. After all, the girl had already given him an explanation of the general circumstances of the great gene cultivation world. And while he did have some medicine pills for qi condensation cultivators, they weren't so trivial that he could give them to others. After all, there were countless opportunists and robbers in the cultivation world, even more in the great gene than the heavenly south. But unexpectedly, Chao Mengrong received a letter of warning from her master, and in the girl's alarm, she sought out Han Li. When Han Li heard that there was an 8th layer qi condensation cultivator looking to fight her, Han Li indifferently agreed to duel the opponent on her behalf. Afterwards, he would make use of this opportunity to leave. Although the 2 new arrivals were surrounded by the brilliant glow of their magic tools, he was able to clearly see them. They were cultivators at the 8th and 11th layer of qi condensation. They were below his notice. As the 3 women were all lost in shock, Han Li slowly walked out from the stone pavilion and raised his head to look at them, saying, "I will be fighting on fellow Taoist Chao's behalf. Do you plan on having a match, or do you wish for this to be an all-out battle?" The ball of white light descended on the ground, and in a flash of white light, 2 people were revealed. A middle-aged man with slender eyes and a wood-board magic tool in hand snorted and said, "It was fortunate that I've come, or Junior Martial Brother Wu would have suffered a loss. Your face is quite unfamiliar, but your cultivation is high. I will be your opponent. Let us fight now and save the words for later." The other man was tall and appeared over 30 years of age. From the way he coldly stared at Han Li and the others, he appeared to be Wuxia. The older senior martial sister wore an expression of shock and asked, "Ma Yulin, how could it be you? You are an enforcer of the Sharp Spirit sect. How are you able to easily take part in the affairs of others?" The middle-aged man spoke with a harsh tone. "It seems that Fairy Lu doesn't know that I am not an outsider. Junior Martial Brother Wu and I have mutual family. Assisting him is no problem." The younger senior martial sister revealed an expression of apprehension when she heard this. Chao Mengrong's expression wavered, and she found herself at a loss of what to say. Han Li then took another glance at the middle-aged man and mysteriously smiled, saying, "Then let us quickly start. When we are done, I have some urgent business to attend to." When the middle-aged man heard him, he coldly smiled and put away the wood-board magic tool in his hand before taking out a small yellow pitchfork from his storage pouch. When the 3 girls saw that Han Li and the middle-aged man named Ma Yulin were about to fight, they all unconsciously took a step back and held their breaths. In their point of view, a battle between 2 high-layer qi condensation cultivators was something rarely ever seen. But to Han Li, dealing with a qi condensation cultivator was hardly worth any interest. He simply stood in place with his hands behind his back as he waited for his opponent to attack. Ma Yulin grew furious upon seeing Han Li's careless attitude and raised the small pitchfork in his hand, muttering an incantation and forming a hand gesture with his free hand. Then after a moment, the small pitchfork trembled several times before releasing a flash of light as it shot towards Han Li in a yellow streak. Han Li's expression remained calm and showed no intention of using a magic tool. Instead, He raised his hand and released a dozen talismans, each of them combusting into a fist-sized fireball as they charged towards the yellow streak. When Ma Yulin saw this, he inwardly sneered. The yellow wind fork was a mid-grade magic tool that his master had personally given him. A few fireballs weren't going to be able to block it. Despite these thoughts, he wasn't willing to meet the attack head-on and potentially damage his magic tool. He promptly formed an incantation gesture and had the yellow streak made a sudden turn and avoid the fireballs in an arc before streaking back to attack Han Li. Han Li smiled and pointed at the fireballs. Suddenly, the fireballs came to a stop and condensed together to form a cloud of flame the size of a wheel. It promptly turned into a 3-meter-long fire snake and shot towards the flying pitchfork, coiling around it and completely restraining it. Ma Yulin was greatly shocked and hastily poured the entirety of his magic power into the magic tool in an attempt to break it free, but as a result, the pitchfork simply glowed with brilliant yellow light and became further tangled with the fire snake. As the struggle continued, the magic tool suddenly dimmed and released a series of hums, a clear omen of its destruction. The middle-aged man saw that things were turning for the worse. Unwilling to have his magic tool destroyed, he quickly shouted out, "Stop! Fellow Taoists' magic power is outstanding. I concede defeat." When Han Li heard this, he smiled and pointed at the fire snake, having it relax its grip before disappearing into embers of flame. Han Li's effortless battle against an opponent of seemingly higher cultivation came as a delightful surprise to the 3 women in the pavilion. Wuxia wore an unsightly expression when he saw this and hesitantly muttered, "Senior Martial Brother Ma. This..." "Enough, Junior Martial Brother Wu," Ma Yulin quickly interrupted. "You've clearly seen that I am no match against him even with my yellow wind fork. The life of your nephew has been decided." He retrieved his magic tool and felt relieved after finding that it wasn't damaged. However, he now had a newfound fear towards Han Li's abilities and was unwilling to meddle with him any further. Wu Xiaoyu was brimming with resentment upon hearing this, but if his 10th layer Qi condensation senior martial brother didn't prove to be Han Li's match, then he wouldn't either. Afterwards, there was nothing to say, and the 2 sharp spirit sect disciples flew off the mountain with anger in their hearts. As for the other 3 women, they had gathered around Han Li and were asking him about the magic techniques that he used. He gave them a practiced excuse, explaining a bit about the small tricks he used to control the low-grade magic techniques. Then, the 2 senior martial sisters sincerely requested Han Li to answer a few questions about their cultivation problems, to which he casually agreed. As time slowly passed by and the day turned to night, the 3 found it awkward to stay and reluctantly departed. When the 3 women returned together on the next day, they found that Han Li had disappeared, only to leave behind a letter of farewell. After Chao Mengrong read the letter, she blankly stood in place. For some unknown reason, Han Li's sudden departure had caused her to feel an indescribable pain. When her 2 senior martial sisters saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Over 100 kilometers away, Han Li was slowly flying through the air on a flying magic tool and was chatting with Monarch Soul Divergence with his spiritual sense. "Youngster Han, have you truly decided to first head to the Guaning Prefecture and open the Feng clan's secret cave?" "Of course," Han Li replied. "I don't know when the Pestilence Demon Soul Lock Seal will stop being effective. Naturally, I will first need to find a Buddhist technique to dispel my baleful qi, or else the matter will always be lingering on the back on my mind and I won't be able to focus on restoring my magic power. I urge you to not put too much hope into this." Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, "I don't fully believe that a trifling small clan of Buddhist cultivators could possibly possess a high-grade technique to dissolve baleful qi." Han Li frowned and replied, "I know, but the Feng clan's secret cave is the easiest way. It would be for the best if I happen to find it there. Otherwise, I'll have to head to a famous Buddhist sect, and with my current cultivation, it will be quite difficult to resolve the matter there." Monarch Soul Divergence snorted several times in succession and said, "After your cultivation dropped, these many simple matters have become far more complicated. If you still had your mid-nascent soul stage cultivation, you could have found a Buddhist sect and have them sell you such a technique on behalf of your status as a nascent soul cultivator." When Han Li heard this, He could only shake his head with a bitter smile. It was said that Buddhist sects are prejudiced against outsiders. Even if he was still a mid-nascent soul cultivator, how could the sect easily allow their high-grade techniques to leave the sect? If it truly couldn't happen, he could only infiltrate a Buddhist sect and see whether or not he would be able to steal the technique he needed. However, when he thought of the oaths and shaved head he needed to enter a Buddhist sect, he felt somewhat gloomy. Perhaps it would be easier to find a method to dissolve the baleful qi in a Confucian sect, he sullenly thought. The Liao province's Wuyuan prefecture was on the west border of the Guaning prefecture. As a result, it only took Han Li a couple of weeks before crossing into the Guaning prefecture. Along the way, he hadn't encountered any high-grade cultivators. He only saw a few qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators flying from a distance. He didn't have any reason to call out to them, so he kept his distance and focused on his journey. After flying for a few days, the mortals became less frequently sighted and the land became wild and overgrown as though uninhabited. But 2 days later, Han Li arrived at Falcon Cloud Village and descended from his flying magic tool before slowly entering on foot. The village was far more crudely constructed than the other villages he had seen on his way. Not only was it smaller but also only had 4 roads crossing one another. The buildings were also all constructed from yellow mud and scorched wood. He frowned and glanced around him as he walked on the road. As of that moment, the weather was exceptionally chilly, but he simply strode in with his neat Confucian robes. The mortals didn't appear particularly surprised when they saw this. Han Li wore a pensive expression, and just as he felt that something was odd, his expression stirred as a pair of white-robed men approached him, one tall and one short. They were both around the age of 20, but their bodies possessed spiritual qi fluctuations, displaying cultivation at the 8th and 7th layers of qi condensation. When the two saw Han Li, their expressions revealed a trace of alarm and approached him until they were 10 meters away. The tall, skinny youth respectfully saluted him and asked, "Might I know Senior's esteemed name?" Surely he must have come to participate in the Grand Assembly. Han Li was stunned for a moment before speaking with obvious surprise. "The Grand Assembly? I'm not aware of it. I'm only in the area in search of spiritual herbs." "Didn't I say?" the taller white-robed youth said to his shorter companion. The assembly had started yesterday. If Senior wished to take part in it, he would already be at Snowmound Mountain. It seems he was only passing by. "That doesn't matter," the shorter youth said. "Senior still has the time to enter the Grand Assembly. This assembly is being jointly conducted by the 3 great clans of the Guaning prefecture. Not only are there many common spiritual herbs on sale, but also many that are several of hundreds of years old, and there is even a 1,000-year-old wild monarch ginseng on sale. The gathering should be about halfway through and the final auctions are about to begin. Surely this will be much better than trying to find herbs on a barren mountain. There are also many loose cultivators and a few small sects trading medicine herbs and materials as well. Our 3 clans doesn't place taxes on any of the revenue. Due to Han Li's many storage pouches at his waist and his foundation establishment cultivation, the 2 white-robed youths didn't dare to slight him. Han Li's eyes flickered and he asked with surprise, "The 3 great clans? Could they be the Kong, Zhao, and Dong clans?" "That's right," the taller youth said with a smile. "We are disciples of the Kong clan. We are here to receive any cultivators that were rushing over. Originally, we didn't think that there would be more guests and were thinking of participating in the gathering ourselves. But it turned out Senior just happened to arrive on time." Instead of agreeing, Han Li glanced around and asked, "This village is already under the direct supervision of the Kong clan? These mortals seem rather accustomed having cultivators nearby. This is quite rare." The taller youth explained, "Senior is quite intelligent. 6 years ago, the village entered the ownership of our 3 clans and was filled with our clan's mortal descendants. As a result, they don't hold much fear towards cultivators like us. So it's like that. This will be troublesome," Han Li muttered, revealing an unsightly expression. The shorter youth's expression stirred and he eagerly asked, "What? Does Senior have some other affairs? Could he tell us? Perhaps we can be of assistance." Han pondered to himself for a moment before calmly saying, "It's nothing. It won't be too late to mention it in the future. Since there is an extensive gathering here, I'll take a look at there first." After the two white-robed youths glanced at one another, the shorter youth smiled and said, "That's good. Let us lead the way, senior." Soon after, each of them took out a disc magic tool and tossed them into the air before leaping onto them. When Han saw this, he tossed a sparkling flying sword and appeared on top of it in a blur. Having seen the sword, the shorter youth revealed an expression of admiration and said, "Senior's magic tool is a high-grade flying sword. You must be an inner disciple of a large sect, right? There is no way a master or sect would give a magic tool of that quality to a low-grade disciple." Han chuckled and answered, "My sect has a rule where we're not allowed to reveal the identity of our affiliation while we're on a journey. I hope you two fellow Taoists will refrain from asking these questions." The two youths felt somewhat embarrassed, but now they felt even more certain that Han was a disciple from a large sect, and their expressions grew even more respectful. The three cultivators then headed south of the village on their magic tools. The snow-mound mountain wasn't very far away from the village. As they flew towards it, they could faintly see a line of black mountaintops in the distance. It was more appropriate to call it a mountain range than a mountain. The mountain range spanned over 500 kilometers and was one of the several great mountain ranges in the Liao province. Additionally, it was reportedly said that there were demons and ghosts lurking deep into the mountain. Let alone mortals, even lower-grade cultivators would occasionally disappear in the mountains. The friends and sect of the cultivators who disappeared formed search parties and scour through half the mountain range only to find no sign of them. After this, more cultivators would disappear regardless. Fortunately, disappearances only rarely happened, and most of those that disappeared were low-grade cultivators native to the Liao province. As a result of these repeated incidents, few cultivators ever tread too deeply into the mountains, and the disappearances slowly stopped as well. Of course, the grand assembly that was hosted by the three great clans of Guaning wasn't being held deep into the mountain range. It was located at a town on the top of a lofty mountain at its edge. When they eventually arrived, Han saw beautiful towering buildings erected on top of this mountain. His eyes flickered, and he was able to see that the mountain was newly constructed. He couldn't help but wear a pensive expression at the sight. "Senior, we've arrived." The taller youth pointed at the town down below and said, "All of the Foundation establishment cultivators that arrive are given their own room. As for the seniors at core formation stage and above, they are given their own building. This way, all seniors are given a proper place to rest." Han nodded and remained silent, only releasing his spiritual sense to carefully look at the town below them. He unconsciously frowned and sensed that there was a nascent soul cultivator in the town. It was unknown whether he was a cultivator joining in the gathering, or if he was the eccentric Kong that Feng Yu had mentioned before he died. The noble clans of the Great Jin were not to be underestimated, as rumor had indicated. In the Heavenly South, cultivation clans had late core formation cultivators within their ranks at most and weren't capable of producing a nascent soul cultivator. But to his surprise, the nascent soul cultivator he sensed on the mountain faintly emitted the aura of a corpse. Although it was very faint and well concealed, Han was able to clearly see through it with his overwhelming spiritual sense. No matter how well it was hidden, it would have been detectable with some careful observation. Could it be this person cultivated a devilish Tao or a wicked heretical technique? If he remembered correctly, the Kong clan hailed from the famous Confucian sect known as the Heavenly Sage sect, and the clan still received the sect's backing. Regardless of whether or not this nascent soul cultivator was the Kong clan ancestor, it would be inappropriate for a sect of their standing to either practice this technique or have a guest of this nature. As he pondered this, they descended to the village gates and were immediately welcomed by 4 blue-robed cultivators. At nearly the same time, in a secret room over 70 meters deep underground, the lid of a pitch-black coffin suddenly moved and a pure white hand suddenly emerged from the gap. Then it pushed the lid of the coffin completely off to reveal a yellow-robed man wearing a king's crown. He appeared in his 30s and wore an odd expression of bewilderment. "What's going on?" I suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Could it be that someone was spying on me? The man muttered to himself. After some hesitation, he carefully released his spiritual sense and swept past the entire mountain, particularly focusing his attention on the many cultivators in the village above. After a long while, he found no trace of any other nascent soul cultivators and tightly knitted his brow. Perhaps it was just an old fart that journeyed nearby and swept his spiritual sense. The black jade coffin should have concealed my corpse chi, so it shouldn't attract any attention. The crowned man muttered to himself before returning into the coffin. The lid then slid back in place of its own accord and sealed the coffin, causing silence to fill the room once more. Back on the surface, the blue-robed cultivators recommended Han Li to go to the huge plaza at the center, which was sprawling with 1,000 variously dressed cultivators. However, these cultivators were divided into several groups and each gathered into clearly different areas of the village. There were some that were talking and others that were selling items. The plaza was also covered in variously sized vendor booths, with some that have set up tables and others that had their items arranged the ground. It made for quite a lively scene. Han Li smiled and recalled the first time he entered the cultivation world at the Great South meeting. He felt a bit emotional over the memory, but to his surprise, there was a huge tent that was erected at the center of the plaza. It was sparkling with white light, revealing itself to be a magic tool, and it spanned over 300 meters wide. There were many people walking in and out of its openings. His eyes stirred and he looked at the rest of the plaza. There were stone buildings that were flickering with light, with people occasionally flowing through them, but they received far less traffic than the tent at the center. There were even a few cultivators that were pacing back and forth around the buildings or were chatting with their companions. Apart from the few chi condensation cultivators from the 3 clans, there were only cultivators at foundation establishment stage and above. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were over a dozen core formation cultivators present. Even without the nascent soul cultivator, the cultivators present were beyond in number of what large clans in the Heavenly South could produce. And this was only a trade fair that a few of the local noble clans in the Great Gene were hosting. When Han Li thought this, he couldn't help but sigh. As he was informed by the disciples that had welcomed him, he knew that morning was the time for free trade and the afternoon was when the auction would start. If he had rare materials, magic tools, or other items, he would be welcome to exchange them before the auction. Additionally, the trade fair was planned to only span 3 days, and on the last day, the 1,000-year-old monarch ginseng would be auctioned. It was likely that the core formation cultivators had come solely for this item. After glancing around for a while, he began to stroll around the plaza. Han Li was currently a foundation establishment cultivator that had joined the trade fair on its second day. Although his face was unfamiliar, no one took notice of him. He was just another ordinary cultivator in the crowd. The items around the vendor booths were all common as expected and were of little interest to Han Li. There were items that would prove to be attractive to foundation establishment and core formation cultivators, but he already had countless precious materials in his possession. The only vendor booths to catch his attention were selling particularly odd magic tools and materials. But after some careful observation, he easily recognized them. Past that point, there was no further value in investigating them. After spending quite some time roaming around, he didn't end up purchasing anything. And just as he thought to enter the tent at the middle of the plaza and see what was being sold there, his expression suddenly changed and he vigilantly turned around. He saw an old man with pointed ears and thin cheeks looking at him with amazement. He possessed cultivation at early foundation establishment stage. With an icy glint in his eye, Han Li coldly said, "Fellow Taoist, you've been following me for quite a while. Could it be that you recognize me? Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist." The old man wore an embarrassed smile and calmly explained, "My name is Jin Yuan and I don't mean any harm to you. I was simply curious. This is the first time we've met, but you seem to have a great understanding of many of these tools and materials. I hold you in quite some admiration." "Oh, I didn't know fellow Taoist was so observant," Han Li calmly said. "But since you've been following me for so long, surely you have more business with me than just a chat. Hee. It seems you're quite sharp. In truth, I actually have something to request of you. Please go ahead and state it." Han Li crossed his arms and wore an indifferent expression. The old man examined the storage pouches at Han Li's waist and chuckled with narrowed eyes, saying, I have a strange treasure here, and I've been unable to make any sense of its uses and origins. I was hoping fellow Taoist could appraise it. Of course, if fellow Taoist is able to read through it, I may as well sell it to you. With your background, you will certainly be able to purchase it. A strange treasure? Han Li's brow stirred and his gaze wandered around the old man for a while. He eventually nodded and pointed to a room at the side. Fine. Since fellow Taoist has been following me for a while, it seems you hold good intentions. I may as well take a look. Let's go to that hidden room and have a chat. I also have a few things I wish to have explained as well. A hidden room? You have to pay a spirit stone for that. That's quite luxurious. The old man hesitantly said. Han Li mysteriously smiled and said, That's fine. I will pay the spirit stone. I simply hope that your strange treasure isn't to my disappointment. The old man Jin Yuan chuckled and said, Relax, fellow Taoist. I went through quite some danger to obtain it. It is definitely unordinary. Han Li nodded and said nothing else as he led Jin Yuan to a building at the side. After entering the building, they arrived at a huge hall that was over 100 meters wide. It was empty apart from a middle-aged foundation establishment woman sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. When she saw Han Li and Jin Yuan enter, she immediately opened her eyes and stood up. Since fellow Taoists have arrived, it seems you either wish to look at some of the hall's collection of magic techniques, or perhaps you require a hidden room to exchange cultivation experiences with one another. A hidden room is what we want, Han Li calmly said. He didn't have the slightest interest in looking at the records there. After all, techniques that foreign cultivators were allowed to see were likely all ordinary. That will be 1 spirit stone. In addition, you will lose your room when you leave the hall, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. She then reached for her waist and took out several inch-sized miniature rooms into her hand. Han Li was momentarily stunned when he saw this and casually took out a spirit stone and traded it for a miniature room. He then curiously examined it. When the middle-aged woman saw his curious expression, she keenly asked, Is this the first time that fellow Taoist saw a hidden fortune room? That's right. Is this a magic tool? Han Li weighed the item in his hand and felt that it was light as a feather. The hidden fortune room can be considered both a magic tool and not a magic tool, the woman explained, but it is very simple to use. You only need to pour in enough spiritual qi to use it. Of course, a low-grade hidden fortune room is only able to expand to a certain degree and doesn't have much other uses. It is difficult to call it a true magic tool. However, higher-grade hidden fortune rooms can have spell formations and restrictions placed within them and could even be considered to be on the level of magic treasures. Of course, the one I gave you is a more common type, but there should be no problem in stopping others from eavesdropping on your conversation. When Han Li heard this, he felt a wave of shock. Although he was told that there would be hidden rooms being rented here, he didn't think they were actually these strange items. Such an item didn't exist in the heavenly south. Many thanks for the explanation, fellow Taoist. Han Li then walked to the side chamber the woman had pointed out. Jin Yuan closely followed behind him, and after a short moment, he couldn't help but say, It truly came as a surprise that this is the first time fellow Taoists saw a hidden fortune room. But this isn't too much of a shock considering that they are normally only sold to loose cultivators and high-grade cultivators that travel often. Given your young age and current cultivation, it seems you are a meticulously nurtured disciple of a sect and would have had little need for something like this. Furthermore, they are actually quite expensive. The spirit stones would better be used for magic tools and medicines. Oh? Then what's the price of an ordinary hidden fortune room? Han Li casually asked. When Jin Yuan saw his interest, he explained what he knew, saying, A low-grade room would cost a little over 100 spirit stones. And while a high-grade room would have spell formations and restrictions, they cost much more than magic tools of the same grade. With that being said, there's a large variety of hidden fortune rooms ranging from pagodas, pavilions, and courtyards. It is said that the greatest of hidden fortune rooms are small-scale cave residences. A small-scale cave residence? When Han Li heard this, he was shocked. When the Jin Yuan heard him, he chuckled and said, Brother Han, don't jump to conclusions. The simplest hidden fortune room on the scale of a cave residence will cost you several tens of thousands of spirit stones. They aren't something that cultivators like us can dream of. Han Li nodded, his expression returning to normal. At that moment, they had already arrived at the side chamber. There were 6 stone rooms that sparkled with white light scattered around the place. They appeared to be enlarged versions of the miniature stone room Han Li held in his hand. Han Li's heart stirred, and he casually probed one of the rooms with his spiritual sense. As expected, there was a restriction that prevented his spiritual sense from contacting it. This was a rather simple restriction and could be easily broken, but the master of the room would immediately detect this and realize that they were being eavesdropped on. This was a rather secure way of preventing others from spying on you. With that thought, Han Li tossed the miniature room into the air, and his hands sparkled with azure light. After pouring spiritual power into it, the room grew hot and trembled. Then, in a flash of white light, a muffled bang sounded out, followed by the appearance of a 10-meter-wide stone room. He glanced at the stone room and then politely said, "Brother Jean, please enter. Then I'll be heading in first. But I must say that although I've seen hidden fortune rooms before, I haven't had the opportunity to enter many." Jin Yuan stroked his chin and chuckled before going in. Han Li smiled and followed him inside before swinging the door shut. The room wasn't large but was well decorated. At the center there was a stone table and stone chairs, and even a stone couch nearby. Jin Yuan had already taken a seat in one of the chairs. Han Li pressed his hand against the wall and activated the restrictions before joining Jin Yuan by taking a seat across from him. With a stiff expression, Jin Yuan spoke first, asking, "I heard you mention before that you had a few things you wanted to be explained. What did you want to know?" "It's not much," Han Li calmly answered. "I just wanted to prepare for a short stay in the Guaning prefecture. However, I wasn't able to find out much about the local noble clans. From your tone, it seemed that you are a native and would be able to tell me about them." Jin Yuan's expression relaxed and he said, "So it was like that. That will be no problem. I don't mean to boast, but I know much about not only the Guaning prefecture but the entirety of the Liao province. What would fellow Taoists like to know about it?" With a content tone, Han Li asked, "Since the masters of Guaning prefecture are the 3 noble clans, how about you give me an introduction on them and tell me any great events that have happened in the past few years? Where should I start on the noble clans of the Guaning prefecture? This land could be considered to be under the rule of Confucian sects as many noble clans hail from them. But the great 4 clans of this prefecture came from different origins with the exception of the Kong clan." Han Li curled his lips and casually asked, "The 4 great noble clans? Didn't the Guaning prefecture have 3 great noble clans?" "Hee. It turned into 3 noble clans only recently. 10 years ago there were still 4. However, the Feng clan had committed an unknown offense against the other 3 clans and as a result, they overthrew them in a single night, exterminating all of the direct disciples. At the time, I heard the Feng clan was discussing something of great importance and had gathered together all of their direct disciples." Jin Yuan then continued with the rest of the story. Han Li sat down and calmly listened to what had happened to the Feng clan. When he compared it to what Feng Yu had told him, there were a few parts that were rather strange. Following that, Jin Yuan began to introduce the various clans in the Guaning prefecture. He was clearly well-traveled and knew about the many prefectures in the province with great detail. Han Li was satisfied by what he heard and now had some understanding of the cultivation world of the Liao province. This was far more detailed than what Chao Mengrong was able to tell him. Jin Yu spoke in a flurry without stopping, only occasionally pausing to state his own take on the matter. About half an hour later, he eventually said all that he wanted and Han Li smiled, saying, "Thank you for the trouble of telling me all of this. But now let's move on to the topic of your strange treasure. Could you take it out and allow me to broaden my experiences?" "The treasure? Of course. I still wish for fellow Taoists to help me inspect it," Jin Yuan replied with a satisfied tone. Then, under Han Li's gaze, he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and placed it on the table. Han Li swept his gaze past the box and wrapped his spiritual sense around it. Soon he felt his heart stop. The item in the box released a strange power that repulsed his spiritual sense, in turn greatly captured his interest. Jin Yuan carefully opened the box and revealed a fist-sized ball of dazzling golden light with hazy surface. He pushed the box towards Han Li and eagerly said, "Fellow Taoist, please take a careful look and see if you can recognize it." Han Li raised his brow and brought the box to his eyes before taking a careful look. It appeared like a bubble with a transparent center and a surface that sparkled with golden light. However, it didn't possess the slightest spiritual qi, as though it were an ordinary object. After examining it for a long while, he extended his finger and wrapped it in a layer of azure light. Then he poked the object with it, finding it to be soft and flexible as though it were truly a bubble. Han Li revealed an expression of shock, and after a moment of thought, he attempted to wrap his spiritual sense around it, but it was repelled to the side as the bubble flickered with light. He then unconsciously responded by increasing the intensity of his spiritual sense, attempting to force threads of spiritual sense into it. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred. Golden light repeatedly flickered on the surface of the bubble, and it began to expand one moment and contract in another, resembling the beating of a vigorous heart. Han Li tightly frowned for a long while before sending a voice transmission to Monarch Soul Divergence. "Senior, have you seen this before? Do you truly believe that there is nothing that I haven't experienced and nothing I don't know?" Monarch Soul Divergence bluntly asked. "No, I don't know what it is, but since it is able to block your spiritual sense, it could be considered a rare treasure. Ask him in detail where he acquired this item. Then you can decide whether or not you'll take it." Han Li inwardly chuckled when he heard this. Then, with a flicker of his eyes, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the bubble and put the box back on the table. "How was it? Did fellow Taoist recognize it?" Jin Yuan quickly asked. "Apologies, my experience is still too lacking. I couldn't recognize it," Han Li said with a sorrowful expression. "Even fellow Taoist wasn't able to recognize it," Jin Yuan dejectedly said. "But from the way the item reacted, I had believed fellow Taoist found out how to use it." Han Li smiled and casually said, "That strange reaction was something that I was only able to produce when wrapping a large amount of spiritual sense around it. Although I don't know what it is, it does qualify as a rare treasure." "Oh, so it was like that." Jin Yuan appeared skeptical, and then his gaze focused on the golden bubble on the table before he released his spiritual sense. Han Li calmly observed Jin Yuan's actions, and after a moment, golden light began to flash from the bubble and faintly pulse. The old man then let out a long sigh and wore a tired expression as he withdrew his spiritual sense. "It seems I've made a fool of myself. Fellow Taoist's spiritual sense is far stronger than mine." He spoke with a tone of admiration. He originally believed that Han Li possessed cultivation on par with his own. However, his greatest efforts were barely enough to stir the bubble at all, while Han Li's minor efforts were able to induce a powerful reaction. This solidified his assumptions that Han Li was a heavily nurtured sect disciple that possessed countless prospects. Han Li simply smiled and didn't refuse his claims. "Brother Jin, where did you acquire this item? From its peculiar nature, does it come from a particular origins?" Of course, if Brother Jin finds it difficult to say, you don't have to answer, Han Li said with an indifferent tone. Jin Yuan initially appeared hesitant before wearing a bitter smile and saying, "It is no secret where this item came from, but I fear you wouldn't believe me if I told you. The matter is rather incredulous. If you don't say it, how am I supposed to believe it? If you tell me where it came from, I might be able to recognize this item. Perhaps I'll be reminded of similar items of this nature," Han Li said with a grin. From Jin Yuan's tone, it seemed he had quite the story. Jin Yuan sighed and said, "It isn't anything worth hiding. But in order to acquire this item, many of my good friends had died, and I didn't want to have the memory fresh in mind." Han Li was stunned when he heard this, but when he saw that Jin Yuan wore a pensive expression, he knew that Jin Yuan was thinking about what to say. "Fellow Taoist might have guessed, but I am a loose cultivator, one who cultivates an earth attribute cultivation art. My other abilities may be unremarkable, but it just so happened I was given an earth spirit constitution and am obviously talented in earth movement techniques. If it weren't for my poor spiritual roots, Many large sects would have competed to take me in as a disciple. Once that was said, he wore a regretful expression before continuing. When my cultivation reached a certain point, I became fond of looking for ancient cultivator ruins or other curiosities in the wilderness in hopes of finding some good fortune. However, ancient cultivator residences and items weren't so easy to find. Although it could be said I made some gains, my efforts also took up a great amount of time. That is, until 3 years ago. Jin Yuan suddenly paused for a moment before his tone turned sullen. 3 years ago, I was given an invitation by a good friend of mine, saying that he discovered the huge tomb of an ancient cultivator. He planned on drawing the support of my earth movement techniques to probe into it and see if there was any treasure that could be acquired. Naturally, he would give me a portion of the treasures. I was elated to hear this and promptly agreed. As a result, we went together with a few of our other close friends. By then, I realized that the ancient tomb was greatly unordinary. It was only after we entered that we discovered. At that moment, his voice began to tremble. We discovered that the tomb actually belonged to an illustrious mortal monarch during ancient times. He was widely known as the Glorious Blaze Monarch while he was alive and was said to be a legendary character. When we saw this, we were greatly disappointed, fearing that our trip was in vain. After all, no matter how grand a mortal may be, their treasures are of little value to cultivators like us. But who could have known that we would have discovered many magic tools and precious cultivator materials buried with the king in his grave room? We were overjoyed by our newfound gains, but the decayed husks in the room suddenly began to come to life and became invulnerable soldiers. No matter the magic tools or techniques we used to attack them, they were of no use. Most of my companions were unable to protect themselves and were torn apart by the undead soldiers. And then, a strange sound came from the monarch's coffin, as if the glorious Blaze monarch himself was about to come to life. Fortunately, I was able to flee with my earth movement techniques when things turned for the worst, or else I would have perished there. The others didn't have such luck. Jin Yuan's complexion turned pale when he was done talking as he recalled the frightening scene. Feeling somewhat moved by the story, Han Li pointed to the box and said, "Then that item is?" "It was one of the offerings on top of the monarch's coffin. I took it just as I left. I originally thought since the item was peculiar, it would be a great treasure, but when I brought it to various market cities, none were able to identify it. Although they all knew it was an unordinary item, none were willing to purchase it at a high enough price, so it had remained in my possession ever since." Jin Yuan answered bluntly and wore a clear, gloomy expression. With an odd look on his face, Han Li said, "Since it was an item buried with an ancient monarch, it isn't strange that no one can recognize it. After all, there are countless items during ancient times that are now lost to the cultivation world. However, there are questions to be had if a mortal monarch possessed cultivator items and turned into a walking corpse. Didn't you have anyone else to explore the tomb?" "Of course I did. I even brought a large group of high-grade cultivators with me. But who could have known that the ancient tomb would miraculously disappear when I arrived, only to be replaced by wilderness? Even more unbelievable was that the secret mark I placed at the entrance of the tomb was still clearly present." With that said, Jin Yuan's expression became particularly sullen. Han Li frowned. If this was all true, then Jin Yuan was the sole survivor of the group and he wasn't able to later find the place. Needless to say, his life afterwards can't have been good. After a moment of thought, Han Li calmly said, "Fellow Taoist, could you tell me where the ancient tomb was?" Jin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "If it was still there, it'd be deep into the Snowmound mountain range." A glint flickered from Han Li's eyes and he slowly asked, "The Snowmound mountain range? If I remember correctly, you stated that cultivators often disappeared in the mountain range. Could this have anything to do with it?" After some hesitation, Jin Yuan answered, "It's possible. If fellow Taoist is interested, I can give you the location of the tomb. Perhaps you can discover something there." Afterwards, he took out a jade slip and imprinted something onto it before handing it over to Han Li. After a moment of silence, Han Li took the jade slip and calmly said, "Good. If I have the time, I'll be sure to take a look." Jin Yuan chuckled with a beaming smile and said, It seems we've become quick friends, and it has been a long time since I've been able to talk about my bitter experiences with someone else. How about this? Since you seem so interested in it, how about I sell it to fellow Taoist? It will only cost you 100 spirit stones. How about it? 100 spirit stones? That is quite cheap, but I can't have Brother Jean suffer a loss. How about I give you 200 spirit stones instead? Han Li said, wearing an embarrassed smile. Afterwards, he touched the storage pouch at his waist and handed 2 mid-grade spirit stones over to the old man. When Jin Yuan saw the spirit stones, he couldn't help but smile. Then, after uttering a polite word of thanks, he took the spirit stones and handed over the jade box containing the golden bubble. Han Li received it and promptly placed it into his storage pouch, completing the transaction, much to Jin Yuan's satisfaction, as if in fear that Han Li would change his mind. But at that moment, a spirit beast pouch at Han Li's waist began to stir and release a strange cry. This is... Jin Yuan looked at Han Li's spirit beast pouch in shock. Han Li took a glance at his spirit beast pouch and calmly said, "It's only a few low-grade spirit beasts that I nurtured. They must have thought the box was a treat and were excited." Jin Yuan was doubtful when he heard Han Li's explanation, but he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he chatted a bit more with him before taking his leave. After Jin Yuan walked out of the room, Han Li's smile slowly faded away to reveal a gloomy expression. Shortly after, he took the jade box out and silently looked at it. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly asked, "What? Do you plan on truly taking a look at that ancient tomb?" "Of course not," Han Li sneered. "Although I don't know if his words were true, I'm not about to brave this danger like some novice. However, I am quite curious about this monarch's tomb. After I restore my cultivation, I might delve to take a look." However, it is clear that he didn't tell me this out of the kindness of his heart. Saying that we've become quick friends. Does he believe me to be a child? How could an old man like him easily tell others of this secret matter, let alone a stranger he just met? Given how eager he was, it is certain to be a trap. That's right. But if it were those young fellows that have just left the sect, they will certainly be tricked by such people with ease. He believed that he managed to gain your trust and would have likely betrayed you in the future. Reminds of when I... Monarch Soul Divergence then sighed and his voice came to a sudden stop. "Oh? Was Senior deceived by such a trick in the past?" Han Li asked with a chuckle. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted several times out of embarrassment. "I was young once too. It isn't so strange. It's all right. This junior won't ask Senior about his past shames. However, it seems the Weeping Soul Beast is interested in this item. It does seem quite strange." Han Li's face blanked and he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a streak of black light. It landed on the table and revealed itself to be a miniature foot-tall monkey covered in jet-black fur. As soon as the monkey appeared, it began to sniff the air and began to stare at the golden bubble with a hesitant expression. Baffled, Han Li joined his spiritual sense with the Weeping Soul Beast. From its response, it seemed the monkey simultaneously felt somewhat fearful and excited of the golden bubble. What's going on? Before Han Li realized what was happening, Black Yin Chi suddenly covered the Weeping Soul Beast's body, and it charged into the golden bubble headfirst. Soon after it entered, the golden bubble brilliantly shined with light and produced a wisp of gray flame that wrapped around the beast's body. The Weeping Soul Beast wore an expression of pain and remained still as it continued to release a pitch-black chi around its body to counter the gray flame. Han Li's brow tightly frowned when he saw this. Although he didn't know what was happening, it appeared that the Weeping Soul Beast wouldn't be emerging from the bubble anytime soon and was drawing on support from the gray flame to cultivate something. But what baffled him the most was how the golden bubble was suddenly overflowing with astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations out of seemingly nowhere with the gray flame's appearance. Monarch Soul Divergence yelped in surprise and said, Wait! I've seen something like this before. Has Senior recalled something?" Han Li asked in surprise. "Let me think," Monarch Soul Divergence replied with a solemn voice. It was a very long time ago. When Han Li heard this, he remained silent and turned his gaze to the Weeping Soul Beast in the bubble, pondering about what was happening. A long while later, Monarch's soul divergence finally broke his silence with a tone of astonishment. I remember now. When I was journeying around, I saw something similar on a 10,000-year-old corpse monarch that was once a senior monk of a Buddhist sect. After he became a corpse monarch, he refined his crystal relic into an incredibly powerful protective treasure. It would render him invulnerable for a short period of time after it was released from his body. I've suffered quite a bit at the mercy of its might. However, this was something from a long time ago and the protective barrier was silver. Furthermore, this type of treasure should be hidden within the corpse monarch's body. How did a foundation establishment cultivator like Jin Yuan get his hands on it? You were at its mercy. Since it is so powerful, it could be considered an extremely precious treasure. Han Li then asked with a tone of worry, but leaving aside how it was acquired, do you think it poses any danger to the Weeping Soul Beast? Monarch's Soul Divergence muttered, you still haven't realized it? Your spirit beast is currently absorbing the corpse flames contained in the relic. Not only are you an abnormality, but all of your spirit beasts are marvels as well, with this one specialized in restraining ghosts and spirits. In the many years I've been alive, I've never heard of a beast like this. Absorbing the corpse flame? Han Li examined it for a moment and found that the Weeping Soul Beast's yin qi was slowly consuming the gray flames, much to his relief. After recalling Monarch's Soul Divergence's words, he couldn't help but wryly smile and say, to tell the truth, this beast has greatly deviated from its original cultivation method and had evolved several times already. It's hard to say if it is still a Weeping Soul Beast. Oh, so it's a spirit beast variant? I was wondering why there was the design of a demon ghost on its back. And given the light gray color of the flames, they are certain to be pure corpse flames that are over 10,000 years old. Common cultivators and spirit beasts would perish upon contact, but this beast dares to consume it. Tsh, how truly unordinary. However, it appears that the treasure isn't still completely refined and doesn't have a master, or it would have been tracked down by the corpse monarch that created the treasure, no matter the distance. This in itself is quite odd. After a moment of silence, Han Li smiled and said, it still hasn't recognized a master? In that case, after the Weeping Soul Beast is done consuming the corpse flames, I will have acquired a treasure for free. Tch, I didn't think that I'd acquire a precious Buddhist treasure before being able to acquire a Buddhist technique. I truly wish to see the power of the relic's barrier form. Monarch's Soul Divergence sighed and explained, I must also mention that this isn't a mere crystal relic, but a Vajra relic. A vast majority of crystal relics are white, with a few being other colors. Only golden relics receive the name of a Vajra relic, and there are rarely ever seen. Normally, Buddhist cultivators that refine a Vajra relic are all given the role of a Vajra protector of the sect. It is a position most comparable to the title of enforcement elder in other sections. Han Li's eyes flickered and he asked, then you mean to say that this relic should be even more formidable than the one you encountered in the past? After some hesitation, Monarch's Soul Divergence replied with a somewhat uncertain tone. That should be the case given the illustrious reputation of Vajra relics in other sects, but I've never had the chance to test them, so it is hard to say. Han Li smiled and thought to ask something else when the golden bubble suddenly trembled and a grain-sized speck of green light suddenly shot out from it. Alarmed, he concentrated his spiritual sense onto it. Suddenly, the green light seemed to knock into something and began to bounce around in the air. This was caused by the concealed spiritual sense that Han Li surrounded it in. Then, the Weeping Soul Beast snorted and released a mist of light from its nose, dragging the green light back into the bubble and into its stomach. Han Li tightly frowned when he saw this and stared at the golden bubble before faintly guessing something. In a grave room over 1,000 kilometers away, there were 3 stone coffins arranged next to one another. The room was remarkably large, spanning over 300 meters wide with walls engraved with ancient murals, and was faintly illuminated by huge copper jars standing at each corner, all of them brimming with raging green flames. At the moment that the green ball of light was consumed by the Weeping Soul Beast, a pained yell sounded from one of the coffins and a large bang rumbled, followed by the heavy lid of the coffin shooting 10 meters in the air before falling onto the floor. Black chi gathered from the coffin, and a tall silhouette suddenly rose up from within it. My royal son, what happened? Why are you angry? The voice of a middle-aged man sounded from the coffin in the middle of the room. It was calm, deep, and resounding. The tall silhouette wrapped in black chi roared several times before managing to collect itself to utter some words. My thread of spiritual sense is gone. Your thread of spiritual sense is gone? A woman's smooth voice suddenly sounded out from the smaller coffin nearby. Perhaps someone saw the incarnation you sent out and dispatched it? It's no matter. It isn't some serious affair. So long as you continue to cultivate the underworld river corpse arts your Lord Father gave you, you'll be able to restore it soon enough. No need to fly into a rage. Are you still unable to control your temperament? The tall silhouette then beat his chest with his fists and groaned. But my Vajra barrier. Vajra barrier? You mean the barrier I refined from the monk I killed the last time I awakened? Didn't I already help you refine most of it before handing it over to you? Why haven't you already made it recognize you as its master? The middle-aged man's voice turned sullen and icy. The black silhouette grew flustered when he heard this, and for a time, he found himself at a loss of what to say. Great king, please don't blame the prince for this. I've already spoken of this matter with him. A groan sounded out from the smaller coffin and its lid slid open. A slender body sat upright from it, but it was difficult to clearly see the woman's appearance in the dim room. What's going on? The middle-aged voice asked with a softer tone. Beloved concubine, explain it to me. That Vajra barrier was an extremely precious treasure. I saw that my son's magic power was still shallow, so I had given it to him for his protection, or I would have used it for myself. The woman's voice lingered in hesitation before letting out a sigh and saying, Several years ago, while your majesty slept, the prince had sent his incarnation to the surface, intending on drawing the power of moonlight in order to refine the treasure. But just as he was about to conduct the master recognition ceremony, a group of mortals suddenly intruded from the outside. Because the prince was absorbing the power of moonlight, a majority of the palace's restrictions remained dormant. As a result, the cultivators went as far as to intruding upon the prince's main room. Helpless, the prince could only temporarily halt the ceremony and activate the corpse puppets to help dispose of the cultivators. However, one of them was rather clever and had seen through the prince's identity as a corpse monarch and immediately pleaded to be placed under any restriction in exchange for his life. The prince saw some potential in taking him in and placed him under the restriction. And what does this have to do with the Vajra relic? The middle-aged man's voice asked impatiently. Please calm yourself, your majesty, the woman hurriedly explained. The point is that the old man gave the prince an idea. The old man said that he would be able to easily collect the primal souls of cultivators from the outside world. There would be no need for us to go through the effort of looking for them ourselves. Oh? Tell me how he would do this, the middle-aged man's voice said with a curious tone. It's quite simple. That person mentioned that the prince should hand over a rare strange treasure over to him and hide a strand of spiritual sense inside of it. Afterwards, he would sell the item to lone vagrant cultivators and lure them to take the initiative to find the prince's tomb. Naturally, this would be leading them to their own demise, but in case they don't go to the tomb, the prince's thread of spiritual sense will find an opportunity to activate the hidden restrictions on the treasure, exterminating the person who is holding it and trapping their soul in the treasure before being brought back to the tomb. However, the treasure must be rarely ever seen, and we would have to completely conceal any trace of the prince's spiritual sense thread or the corpse flame it contains, or else it would be all for nothing. The middle-aged man coldly interrupted. There is no need to continue. Surely the prince handed over the Vajra relic over to this old man before the treasure was refined to recognize the prince as its master. It is only with the relic's Buddhist nature that the prince was able to conceal the corpse chi. That's right, it is truly as your majesty thinks. Because once the prince is recognized as its master, the Vajra relic would no longer be able to conceal the corpse chi, and given the large number of cultivator souls that the prince currently requires, he took the risk and handed it over. However, I intentionally instructed the old man to not provoke any cultivators above core formation stage and risk having others see through the act, and over the past few years, we've had many cultivators delivered to us without mishaps. But now it appears that person has disobeyed, causing the treasure to be seized and the prince's thread of spiritual sense to be destroyed. We'll later activate the restriction on this person's primal soul and properly interrogate him. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and said, "How many cultivator souls did you acquire in this minor scheme? I already have General Goose scheming something. Once he is done, we will have a steady supply of cultivator souls delivered to us. There will be no further need to lure those cultivators in." "Is that the reason why your majesty brought General Gu outside a few years ago and returned alone?" the woman said with shock. "Yes, General Gu is now impersonating someone, controlling a cultivator clan, and having them work for us. In order to conceal himself, General Gu even manipulated an alliance of clans to exterminate a clan of Buddhist origins. The Buddhist clan elders saw that something was amiss and wanted to inform a nearby Buddhist sect, but I personally exterminated their core formation cultivators. Then, General Gu led the other cultivator clans to massacre the rest of their members." The man's voice sinisterly chuckled with a trace of satisfaction. With a tone of shock, the woman said, "Then your majesty's plan is—" "Hee, this isn't anything complicated. You were bound to figure this out sooner or later. This was an idea that the Heaven-Wind monarch of Fangjian Mountain gave me when he last visited. He had done the same and had yet to be discovered. So long as we are careful, we'll have no worry for cultivator souls in the next 300 years. Even if things go awry, we can simply move the tomb and make ourselves scarce. Apart from a few old eccentrics in the Great Gene, who could possibly stop me? The Heaven-Wind monarch? He definitely isn't a simple character. Why would he tell such a secret to your majesty? Could it be he is scheming something?" The woman's voice now held a tone of worry. "A scheme? Of course, he was scheming something," the middle-aged man angrily said. "He took away 3 heartblood pills as payment for what he told me. Even so, I still feel ill at ease over the matter. There is nothing good to be said about Fangjian Mountain's devil pair. Perhaps he wants to lure your majesty away from the tomb. Since our 3 souls are fused together with the tomb, there are few that would be able to defeat us so long as we remain inside it," the woman said with a trace of worry. The middle-aged man's voice paused for a moment and then he solemnly said, "Beloved concubine, your words are reasonable and I'll take action to prevent this. Whenever I leave, I will fully activate the restrictions on the tomb and will be careful when I travel. Neither will I allow the devil pair to know when I leave the tomb. It will be fine so long as you are careful, your majesty." The woman's voice suddenly turned sweet. "In truth, there should be no reason for your majesty to personally take action. You can simply leave the matter over to me or your incarnations. After all, so long as your majesty is safe, I will be glad to encounter any formidable enemy. Hee. You might not know this, but for this plan to work, I require all the noble clans of the Guaning prefecture to be under my control," the middle-aged man patiently explained to the woman. "When I last left, I had to deal with that eccentric Kong without damaging his body. As such, I was lightly wounded and didn't continue to involve myself. And while the other 2 noble clans didn't have any nascent soul cultivators, they did come from unordinary backgrounds. They possess several rare treasures that are effective against heretics like ourselves. I reckon that the 2 clans had been established by their originating sects in an attempt to monitor me. But since I was dormant for over 1,000 years, they had forgotten about me and I am now able to take care of all of them in one go. When these sects discover me and take action, several years will have already passed and I will have broken through to the next realm with the aid of those cultivator souls, allowing me to refine a heavenly corpse body. Then I must congratulate your majesty ahead of time. After refining a heavenly corpse body, your majesty will no longer be confined to this tomb," the woman said with a happy tone. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "When the time comes, I will be able to cast a technique to free your soul and the princes from this tomb. Your majesty, you must also remember we still have to find that Vajra relic," the woman reminded. It is a valuable treasure that will be capable of turning you invulnerable for a short amount of time. Don't forget that old monk when released his crystal relic. It took your majesty 3 days of corpse fire before he could exhaust the relic's golden light and kill the monk within. Now that the relic has been turned into a Vajra barrier, I fear its might will be even greater. Beloved concubine, are you confused? The Vajra barrier is something that only corpse monarchs at the age of 10,000 years are able to refine. It isn't possible for human cultivators. And besides me, the only other 10,000-year-old corpse monarch is the myriad Demon Valley's primeval corpse Xiong. Human cultivators wouldn't dare to go there. So long as the myriad demon flag is present in the valley, I fear that none of the great righteous and devilish sects would dare to go near it. The middle-aged man sneered. That is true. However, that rare treasure is extremely suitable to us. After it is made clear who acquired this treasure, let's send men to reclaim it. The woman gloomily said, Yes, even if you didn't say it, I would have done it regardless. But since that person noticed the prince's thread of spiritual sense in the Vajra barrier, they must be unordinary. Once the whereabouts of the treasure are found, I will send 2 of my incarnations to fetch it. So long as he isn't a mid-nascent soul cultivator, there shouldn't be a problem. I also want to go. The tall silhouette wrapped in black chi suddenly broke his silence. How are you supposed to go out? The middle-aged man's voice turned sullen and he coldly rebuked him. You aren't able to withdraw the corpse chi in your body. Any cultivator will be able to see through your true nature. Speak less rubbish and quickly enter the coffin to cultivate. The large silhouette grew depressed after seeing this and simply waved his furry green arm into the distance before lying down. But his eyes then pierced through the black chi as they glowed crimson as if out of anger. The stone coffin lid then flew back from the ground and sealed the coffin once more. Over 1,000 kilometers away, Han Li couldn't have known that killing that meager thread of spiritual sense would provoke such a large problem. He was currently staring at the weeping soul beast inside of the golden bubble as his expression wavered. And at that same moment as Jin Yuan returned to his own room, his entire body was ablaze in gray flames and instantly blew away into the air as ash. His primal soul remained unharmed inside the flames, but it was clearly struck with terror. Soon, he felt as if he were dragged by something, and his primal soul was wrapped in a ball of gray flames before shooting through the half-open window in his room, only to completely disappear without a trace. After a long while inside the hidden fortune room, Han Li eventually decided to put the weeping soul beast inside his storage pouch while it was still inside the golden bubble. Then, he walked out and shrunk the hidden fortune room back to its original size. After he went back to the main hall, he returned the room to the middle-aged woman before heading out to the plaza. At that moment, it was already afternoon and there were nearly half as many cultivators as before. They were all heading in a peculiar stone building to participate in the auction. Without another thought, he moved to join them. A white-robed cultivator standing at the entrance of the auction saw Han Li and greeted him with a salute. Fellow Taoist, to prevent too many idle spectators, we are charging 3 spirit stones to participate in the auction. Han Li smiled and silently pressed his hand against his storage pouch before handing over 3 spirit stones to the white-robed cultivator. The cultivator smiled back and gave him a palm-sized jade plate, allowing him to enter. Han Li glanced at the jade plate as he walked through the entrance of the building and saw that it had engraved 243 in silver letters. Aside from that, there was nothing else remarkable. After walking through a 60-meter-long passageway, he came across 4 cultivators guarding a door that shined with white light. When they saw Han Li arrive, they all silently examined him with expressionless faces. Han Li ignored them and walked past them, opening the gate and entering the main hall. He then heard a loud man's voice saying, 500-year-old phoenix tail flower, 790 spirit stones. Is there anyone bidding any higher? No? Then the spirit herb goes to fellow Taoist 130. In a moment, please go to the back and pay the spirit stones for the medicine herb. Han Li clearly saw over 200 people sitting in the hall. Each of them was sitting in front of a table and had placed down their jade plate on top of it, clearly revealing the shining silver numbers on top of it. In front of the stone hall, there was a blue-robed, middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. As he was speaking, he was holding open a jade box with a bright purple flower inside of it. The one who purchased this medicine herb was a fat old man. When he saw the middle-aged man verify the winning bid, he stood up with a happy expression and walked over to the side door, as if he couldn't wait to acquire it. Han Li looked at the scene with indifference and walked over to a nearby empty seat. He sat down in a chair made of pure white stone. Its jade-like appearance and its warm sensation had aroused a bit of interest from Han Li. This is... Han Li pondered for a moment, recalling the stone materials in his memory only to find that he hadn't seen this material before. His lips faintly curled from his surprise. Fellow Taoist, is this your first time seeing warmstone? He suddenly heard a woman's voice with a faint giggle. Warmstone. He turned his head to the side and saw two young female cultivators who resembled each other so strongly they could be sisters. One of them was wearing yellow clothes and the other green clothes, but both of them were indisputably outstanding beauties. The one who spoke was the closer of the two and was wearing green. She found it silly how Han Li touched the table. Little sister, don't speak out of turn, the yellow-clothed woman quickly said. Fellow Taoist, please don't take offense. My younger cousin had just come out from the clan and her words are still rash. I hope you'll forgive her. Youngster cousin? They're not sisters by blood. Han Li thought with surprise. But for the two to reach foundation establishment stage at such a young age, they clearly had exceptional aptitudes. With that thought, he smiled and casually said, It's all right. I've only heard of warmstone before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Does fellow Taoist know about this item in detail? It can't be a common material or else I would have heard of it before, despite having cultivated in the wilderness all this time. Warmstone is completely different from the material known as warm jade. The yellow-clothed woman explained with a smile. It isn't strange for fellow Taoists to not know of it, as it is a material rarely found in other places. It is only present here because it is a specialty of the Snowmound Mountains. But apart from being warm to the touch and exceptionally white, there is nothing else notable about it. But of course, it is far more valuable than the common jade found in the mortal world. So it was like that. Many thanks for your explanation. Han Li nodded with understanding, and then his expression blanked as he turned to look at the middle-aged man auctioning a top-grade magic tool. His actions had caused the green-clothed woman to narrow her eyes and curl her lips, betraying a trace of disdain. Just as she was about to say something else, her older cousin shot her a stern glance, causing her to keep her mouth shut. Han Li completely ignored this and was calmly looking up at the magic tools and spirit herbs being auctioned. Although the auction was certain to be somewhat lacking considering that it was hosted by local clans, he paid particular attention to it as there was a vast difference in prices between the Great Gene and the Heavenly South. It would serve as preparation for when he would search for rare materials. After some calm observation, he came to the conclusion that regardless of whether they were spiritual herbs or magic tools, they were significantly more expensive than they were in the Heavenly South. The rarer items were particularly costly. After some thought, he came to realize that although the Great Gene was over 10 times larger than the Heavenly South, they attracted a far greater number of cultivators considering their complete legacies of cultivation. This caused a severe lack of magic tools and medicines in comparison to the Heavenly South. Conversely, it could also be said that the Great Gene was abundant with resources and would have many rare materials that would never be seen in the Heavenly South and even the scattered star seas. In this auction alone, there were a few medicines and tool materials that he didn't know of. This was much to Han Li's joy. It appeared that if he paid a visit to the many high-grade market cities in the Great Gene, there was the possibility of acquiring the few rare materials he needed. Just as Han Li thought this, the blue-robed middle-aged man on the stage called out to bring out the next item, a tray with 3 deep red gems on it. They shined with a flicking light similar to a blazing flame. It was rather eye-catching. 3 fire-smelt crystals, the middle-aged man announced with a smile, an ideal material for refining top-grade fire attribute magic tools. Fellow Taoists, the bid will now start at 500 spirit stones. Han Li took a casual glance at them and was about to turn his eyes away, but the crystals then caught his eye and he let out a yelp. Monarch Soul Divergence's voice lazily sounded out from the back of his mind. Youngster Han, from your reaction, it seems those gems have caught your eye. Gems? It seems there are times that even senior can be mistaken. Han Li sent out the voice transmission with a chuckle and announced a bid for 600 spirit stones. What? There isn't anything particular about these gems. Although my cultivation is gone, my spiritual sense remains. I don't believe I'm mistaken, Monarch Soul Divergence said with a doubtful tone. With a strange voice, Han Li replied, my experience may still be lacking, but I would dare to say there are few in this world that have more experience in demon beast cores than me. This has something to do with demon cores? Monarch Soul Divergence was stunned from hearing the confidence in Han Li's voice. Were it not for the many years he spent with Han Li, he would have believed Han Li to be confused. After a moment of silence, Monarch Soul Divergence continued, since you're certain, there must be some reasoning behind it, but I cannot bring myself to believe that there is something strange about those fires melt crystals before I have the evidence. Needless to say, I'm not the only one who didn't see anything strange about the gems. Even the auction appraisers couldn't find anything exceptional about them, and they are vastly experienced in dealing with rare items. After hearing Monarch Soul Divergence's words of doubt, Han Li smiled and declared a higher bid, forcing the competing bidders to back down. Happy that the gems were sold for a high price, the middle-aged man glanced at the number on Han Li's jade plate and loudly shouted, 800 spirit stones. The 3 fires melt crystals go to fellow Taoist 243. Please head to the back of the hall to pay for the item. When Han Li heard this, he took his jade plate and walked to the side hall. There was a white-robed chi condensation cultivator waiting for him there. When he saw Han Li arrive, he immediately led Han Li to a small waiting room in the rear hall. A short moment later, a servant girl brought him a cup of tea before departing. Han Li glanced at the cup of tea and left it alone as he calmly examined the room. Soon, a bald old Foundation establishment cultivator walked in with a beaming smile. I am truly ashamed we kept you waiting for so long. Please take a look and see if this is the item you bidded on. After he said this, he handed over a jade box over to Han Li. Han Li promptly opened the jade box and found 3 crystals blazing with red light. With a calm expression, he carefully examined them in his hands and remained silent for a long while. What? Is there a problem with the fires melt crystals? The old man asked with a friendly chuckle. There's nothing wrong. These were precisely what I bidded on. Han Li nodded and calmly replied. Then, he handed over the spirit stones, took the gems, and took his leave with a salute. As Han Li walked away, the old man took a glance at the empty jade box and frowned, his eyes revealing slight doubt. Soon, Han Li returned to his seat at the auction, and in a flash of light, a fires melt crystal appeared in his hand. Han Li looked at the gem with a smile and obvious satisfaction. The green-clothed woman next to Han Li saw his expression and said, fellow Taoist must be quite wealthy to spend 800 spirit stones on 3 fires melt crystals. After calmly looking at the woman, Han Li replied, that's right. I've been wanting to buy those crystals for a while. Being able to buy these made this trip quite worth it. When the green-robed woman saw the glint in Han Li's eye, her heart trembled and she suddenly became unable to say anything further. The yellow-robed woman at her side saw this and her expression changed as if she sensed something. She also said nothing. After acquiring this unexpected harvest, Han Li began to look forward to the rest of the auction. But at that moment, Monarch Soul Divergence couldn't help but ask, Youngster Han, what do those fires melt crystals have to do with demon cores? How about you give me an explanation? Senior should have already guessed it, Han Li calmly answered. One of the fires melt crystals is actually a grade 7 demon core, but after the passage of countless years, its body had turned to that of complete crystal. It now appears no different from a fires melt crystal. Even those with exceptionally powerful spiritual sense aren't able to see the difference. Grade 7 demon core? Since one can't tell the difference with spiritual sense or its exterior appearance, how were you able to see through it? Monarch Soul Divergence wasn't particularly shocked, but he still felt somewhat doubtful. Hee, this has something to do with the baleful chi on my body, Hanli calmly explained. In the past, I had personally slain thousands upon thousands of high-grade demon beasts, resulting in the dense baleful chi on my body. As a result, the baleful chi on my body began to stir when the grade 7 demon core was taken out. Since I handled a great number of demon cores in the past, I acquired a particular method of detecting them. So it was like that, the old man chuckled. If you truly killed so many demon beasts, then it makes sense to me why you have so much baleful chi on your body. However, I am quite interested in how you were able to kill so many demon beasts. It seems you have many old tales that haven't been revealed to me. It's nothing. I simply had an opportunity in the past. More importantly, I fear Senior doesn't know the use of a crystallized demon core. Not wanting to mention his years in the scattered star seas, Hanli changed the topic to capture Monarch Soul Divergence's attention. Oh, this is also the first time I've heard of a demon core turned to crystal, Monarch Soul Divergence said with interest. I do wonder what it can be used for. The crystallized demon core can no longer be considered a true demon core, Hanli said as he stroked his chin. If it were used during pill concoction, it will turn into a poison that would kill ordinary cultivators when taken. As a matter of fact, this material is an optimal material for refining flying needles. It is said that when a flying needle if crafted from it, the needle speed will be so fast it'll immediately strike the enemy as soon as it is released, and most fearsome of all is that a flying needle crafted from this material will be nearly invisible while in flight, allowing it to be an optimal weapon for sneak attacks. However, because it is extremely difficult for crystallized demon cores to be created and there are sparsely few cultivators that can recognize them, so they are seldom ever found. If it weren't for my baleful chi, I wouldn't have detected it myself. As it so happened, Hanli had once read through a jade slip that recorded the refinement method for a flying needle created from a demon core. When he killed Zenith Yin's master in the scattered star seas, he had taken a look at this jade slip out of interest and had only just remembered it after he acquired the crystallized demon core. I've never heard of this before. It seems there are countless bizarre things in the world. I fear there are no cultivators that have tread through all areas of the mortal world. According to what I know, there are at least 6 other cultivation worlds apart from our heavenly south. There are few that can be safely ventured and others that will be dangerous to enter. During my lifetime, I visited 2 other areas apart from the Great Gene. Due to my decreasing lifespan, I returned to the heavenly south and desperately researched techniques to extend my life. Monarch Soul Divergence's tone turned completely dim and listless. There is no need for Senior to be so dejected. The cycle of death is something all are equally subjected to. Even if you ascended to the spirit realm, you might not necessarily be freed from the shackles of your lifespan and only be entering a world full of immortals. But it is extremely difficult for mortals like us to ascend to the spirit realm. There are only a few people that had managed it since ancient times. Something seemed to stir in Hanli as he said this. Hee, I am still unwilling to give up. I've always believed that I am absolutely among the best in the world with regards to cultivation aptitude and intelligence. But at the very end, my soul became trapped in a puppet body and I only slowed down my death. If another opportunity is given to me, I will surely enter deity transformation stage without too much difficulty. Monarch Soul Divergence muttered with regret and his voice gradually became softer as he went on. When Hanli heard this, he felt a trace of sadness deep in his heart. In the past, he established a sect in the far west and none in the heavenly south posed to be his match. He was even more illustrious than Hanli and was peerless without a doubt, but he was never able to enter deity transformation stage. This pitiful end of his weighed heavily on Hanli's heart. Monarch Soul Divergence's current circumstances was a very likely possibility that Hanli could find himself in. With that thought, Hanli's expression turned gloomy and he didn't say anything further. The auction proceeded as usual and the items became even more precious as time went on. But there was nothing that caught Hanli's interest. When the auction was bidding the very last magic treasures and pills, Hanli lost his patience and promptly left the auction, attracting a strange gaze from the 2 women that sat at his side. After he left, He paid no further attention to the other booths and left the plaza, slowly wandering around several buildings absent-mindedly. When he passed by other foreign cultivators and a few disciples of the three noble clans, he paid little notice of them either. With slow and steady steps, he gradually made his way to a far more remote area. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li stopped and looked to the side. He was now in front of a building with a white-robed foundation establishment cultivator standing inside it. The cultivator was looking around as if he were waiting for someone. With an expressionless face, Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense around him and found that there were no other cultivators nearby, nor were there any powerful restrictions. The nearest cultivators were over 300 meters away and wouldn't pay any attention to this area. As a result, he approached the cultivator standing inside the building. The fierce-looking man was surprised by Han Li's appearance and asked, "Does fellow Taoist have any business here?" When Han Li approached him, he smiled and said, "Are you a Kong clan cultivator?" The large man sized Han Li up and saw that he had a variety of pouches at his waist. Since he didn't seem to be a vagrant cultivator, the large man politely replied, "That's right. I am the Kong clan's chief external affairs attendant. Does fellow Taoist? I have a few matters that I must talk about with your clan master. Do you think you could inform him?" Han Li asked in a friendly tone. "See the clan master? I'm afraid that isn't possible," the large man said with a frown. "Our clan master is currently handling important affairs. He cannot casually see a stranger. If it is important, you may as well tell me first." With a deliberate display of hesitation, Han Li then said, "Very well. Just as I left the auction hall, I discovered that there was an item with a problem. I wish to talk about with your clan master." "The auction hall? Something is wrong with your item." The large man's expression suddenly froze and he said, "If that's the case, you should bring up the matter with the fellow Taoists at the auction hall. It isn't something that the auction hall can resolve. You'll see once I show you the item." Han Li sighed and then he touched a pouch at his waist. When the large man saw Han Li's action, his many years of experience caused him to unconsciously place his palm at his waist. But when Han Li flipped his hand, he took out a shining red gem and handed it over to the large man. The large man's suspicions disappeared and his body relaxed. With a confused tone, he said, "Isn't this a fire-smelt gem? Why would you need to see the clan master over this?" Just as he spoke and reached out to take the gem, a wisp of blue flame suddenly shot out from the stone. At such a short distance, the large man couldn't dodge, and just as he was about to yell, his head froze and a chill ran down his body. In the next moment, his body was sealed in a layer of frost and he couldn't move in the slightest. Han Li swept up a wave of blue light from his sleeve, wrapping up the frozen man in it and bringing him deep into the building. He then entered the building with a blur. Han Li brought the large man to an unremarkable room in the building and laid him on the floor. His body was covered in blue frost, and his eyes were open wide and filled with terror. Han Li summoned a silver needle in between his fingers with a wave of his hand. He then stooped down and quickly stabbed the needle several times into the large man's head. The large man trembled as a result and turned completely lax. Han Li formed a hand incantation, and he softly muttered an incantation before striking the man's body with several spell seals. The frost immediately disappeared from the man's body, and he sat up with blank eyes and stiffly crossed his legs, then waiting motionlessly like a puppet. With azure light covering his face, Han Li waved his sleeve, releasing several various-colored spell flags around him. They surrounded the two, creating a chi-concealing spell formation. After activating the formation, his body blurred and reappeared behind the large man. He raised his hand and pressed it against the top of the large man's head. At that moment, light brightly glowed from Han Li's body and enveloped the large man. "What is your name and what is your position in the Kong clan?" Han Li's cold and emotionless voice echoed from the light. The large man listlessly replied, "I am Kong Do. I am the chief of external affairs." "Since when did the Kong clan occupy Falcon Cloud Village? Where did the original residents go?" 7 years ago, the original residences were all relocated to a town by the name of Snow River. What is the purpose of the Kong clan's Grand Assembly? That is... After a string of questions, Han Li extracted most of the information he wanted. At the end, he released his grip on the large man and the man immediately fell to the ground. Han Li then took out a medicine pill and forced him to swallow it before striking all the acupoints on the man's body with a silver needle. A while later, Han Li stood up and muttered, "With the worry-free needle, his recent memories should be sealed. He won't immediately stir any trouble. It is a pity I can't make use of the dream tier technique because of my lacking cultivation and save myself all this trouble." Han Li shook his hand and then withdrew the spell flags before walking out of the building. Afterwards, he directly made his way to the village's exit, having completely lost his interest in further participating in the Grand Assembly. There were quite a few cultivators that were already leaving. As a result, Han Li hadn't attracted any attention from guards at the entrance. In a streak of azure light, Han Li made his way to the small town that the large man had mentioned. The small town wasn't very far away from the Snowmound Mountains. Soon, he faintly saw Snow River Town over the horizon. Snow River Town was about 4 times larger than Falcon Cloud Village, but it still barely qualified as a town. When Han Li entered, it was already late and the sky was dark, leaving scarcely few people wandering on the streets. As a result, Han Li's arrival hadn't stirred up any attention. As Han Li walked through the streets, he slowly released his spiritual sense, in case there were any nascent soul cultivators hidden nearby. As he expected, there were cultivators in the town, but a majority of them were low-grade cultivators. The highest of these cultivators was a core formation cultivator that was hidden in a courtyard in the southwest corner of the town. As Han Li stealthily swept his spiritual sense through the town, none of the cultivators detected him in the slightest. After confirming that there were no threats to him present in the town, he concealed his aura and walked down the street, occasionally sweeping his eyes to either side as if he were looking for something. Soon, he arrived at a wide intersection, what seemed to be the center of the town. Han Li glanced at the sign for an inn and narrowed his eyes before coming to a stop. The signboard was a meter long and was written with the silver words, "Pleasant Arrival." It was a common name for inns in the Great Jin. There were surely several hundreds at the very least, if not thousands. Han Li was staring at the teapot mark at the corner of the sign in particular and his eyes wandered. After examining it for a short moment, he took a deep breath and looked up at the small inn. Seeing that there was no one around, his figure blurred and in a flicker of faint yellow light, he phased through the inn's door as if it weren't there. The main hall of the inn was pitch black and completely quiet. It was unknown if there were any guests or if they were all sleeping. After some consideration, Han Li closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, immersing his mind with the image of the inn. He then silently turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the darkness. The owner of the Pleasant Arrival Inn was a shriveled old man in his 50s and was among the wealthiest people in the village. After a busy day, he had drawn himself into deep slumber, embracing a young concubine that he had married earlier in the year. But suddenly, he felt an icy bone-chilling wind blow past him, rousing him wide awake. He suddenly opened his eyes and broke out into a cold sweat. In the pitch blackness, there was someone standing at his bedside, staring at him with cold, shiny eyes. "You?" Just as he was about to yell, a silver line flashed and his throat turned numb. His voice coming to an immediate stop. "Don't be loud. Although there are no cultivators in the inn, I don't wish to alarm anyone. I only want to speak to you about this item." The silhouette raised his hand and a key shining with silver light appeared in front of the old man. When the old man saw this key, his body trembled and his body relaxed. Instead, a trace of delight appeared on his face. The person holding the key was Han Li, of course. The old man hastily jumped up from the bed and gestured with his hands, attempting to speak, but no sound came out from his mouth. Han Li smiled and raised his hand, taking out a silver needle from the man's throat. The old man coughed several times and eventually regained his voice, then asking, "Could you allow me to examine the silver key?" After a moment's pause, Han Li handed it over. The old man took the silver key and examined it for a long while before handing it back to Han Li with both his hands. With a respectful expression, He deeply bowed to Han Li and said, "Are you the great young master? You already saw the key." Han Li said, "Is there a problem?" "None. Since the young master sought me out and he has the genuine key, your identity is certain, but—" The old man then turned his gaze to the young woman sleeping behind him. Han Li blinked and calmly said, "Don't worry, I already put her under a spell before I woke you up. No matter how loudly you shout, she will hear none of it." "That is good," the old man sincerely said. "The clan master hasn't contacted me after several years. I am only a mortal, so I didn't know what was happening. I didn't dare to make any inquiries, fearing that I would attract the attention of other cultivators. Now that the young master has brought the silver key, I can finally relax. Were if not for the clan head mentioning that you had changed your appearance, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. Something had truly happened to the Feng clan. As such, I will need to open the secret reserves and take a few items out. Apart from the clan head, none knows of its location. He should have left behind a backup map with you. Give it to me." Han Li spoke bluntly and with a commanding tone. "Yes. Since you have the key to the reserve, you have the qualifications to open it." "Just a moment, young master." The old man then covered himself in several articles of clothing and led Han Li to the inn's rear courtyard. As a result, the old man grabbed an iron hoe and began to dig at an unremarkable corner of the courtyard. Afterwards, he used his hands to carefully search the soil, eventually finding a stone brick with a common appearance. At that point, he was already covered in sweat. The old man handed over the brick to Han Li and said, "The location of the secret reserve is sealed in here. There is a restriction on it, and I am incapable of opening it, but young master should be able to." "Of course I do." Han Li gave the brick a few appraising glances and nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a stern expression, he commanded, "Now that I have this item, you shouldn't stay here any longer. Travel far away and hide your identity." The old man's expression turned dim when he heard this. Then something must have truly happened to the Feng clan. "Don't worry, young master. I will immediately depart in a few days. I won't have the information of young master leak out." Han Li put away the stone brick and took another glance at the old man's dim expression. With a moved heart, he flipped his hand and gave a small azure bottle to the old man. "You should know how things stand now. Since you've always remained loyal to the Feng clan, take this bottle of medicine pills. Although you are only a mortal, the pills will strengthen your body and allow you to live a longer life." The old man was stunned for a moment before happily replying, "Many thanks for your generosity, young master." Han Li waved his hand and expressionlessly said, "All right, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourself." Then, in an azure flash, he disappeared from the inn without a trace. The old man glanced around him in shock, and after a long while, he confirmed that Han Li had left. Then, he lowered his head and blankly looked at the medicine bottle before letting out a sigh. When Han Li left the inn, he immediately flew out of the town and went to find a desolate mountain. After dropping down, he summoned an azure brick with a flip of his palm. With the brick in hand, Han Li took a closer look at it and swept his other hand past it. With fingertips glowing in azure light, they brushed past the brick's surface and caused it to ripple in white light. He curled his lips into a smile and nodded. The brick was consistent with what Feng Yu told him. It was actually a storage pouch in disguise, but it needed to be opened with a specific incantation. If it were opened by force, the items it contained would be turned into ash. Han Li acquired the incantation from Feng Yu before his death and now uttered it, spitting out a ball of azure light with talisman characters roaming across it. It struck the brick and enveloped it within. Soon, he formed an incantation gesture with a single hand and quickly pressed against each corner of the brick with his finger. With a light bang, a pitch-black hole appeared on its surface. He didn't take the risk of sticking his hand into it. Instead, he slapped the bottom of the brick and it trembled with light, causing 2 items to fly out from the hole. There was a jade slip that was several inches large and a pile of tightly bundled documents. He easily caught them in the air with a single hand. After putting away the brick, Han Li paid no attention to the documents and immediately immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip. Not long after, his expression warped and turned sullen. Monarch's soul divergence saw his reaction and asked, "What is it? Could it be it doesn't contain the location of the Feng clan's secret cave? It's there, and it even details its exact location." After letting out a long sigh, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and frowned. "Then why are you so gloomy? Could it be the cave is in a dangerous place?" As expected of an eccentric nearing the age of 10,000 years, Monarch's soul divergence guessed correctly. Han Li sighed and wore a helpless expression, saying, "It is possible I'll run into trouble. The secret cave is located deep into the Snowmound Mountains. Why did the Feng clan establish it there? Could it be they didn't know there was something strange about the mountains and that cultivators often disappeared?" Monarch's soul divergence spoke with a flabbergasted tone. "Who knows?" Han Li said with a wry smile. Perhaps the Feng clan ancestor felt that the more dangerous the area, the safer it would be. Monarch's soul divergence lazily said, "Since they had always used this secret cave, it shouldn't be too dangerous. There's no point in being too worried." "I hope so. Now that I've acquired the map, I can't let this go by because of some unknown danger. If this goes smoothly, I'll arrive there in a day." Afterwards, Han Li put away the jade slip and then picked up one of the documents, flipping through it before yelping in surprise. He then said, "These are the deeds for the Feng clan properties in the mortal world. They can be said to own the most land in the region. Is this anything strange?" Monarch's soul divergence asked. "The noble clans of the Great Gene and the immortal clans of the Heavenly South have quite a few differences. Interfering with the mortal world can be considered quite ordinary, and it isn't a disgrace to interact with high-ranking government officials and the wealthy. Even vagrant cultivators take the initiative to reach out to them for help. Not only does the Great Gene span across a great amount of land, but the mortals living there exist in far greater density than the Heavenly South. As a result, there are fewer desolate areas, and spirit medicines and spirit stones often found themselves in the hands of mortals. This is different in the Heavenly South, where mortals occupy far less land and there is much more wilderness. As such, the Heavenly South cultivators don't interact much with them." Han Li doubtfully said, "You mean to say the many sects allow the royal powers of the Great Gene to control their cultivation resources?" Monarch's soul divergence chuckled and said, "It isn't that they allow it. The Great Gene isn't like the Heavenly South where there are many different countries and clans, but rather, a single powerful imperial court has ruled over the Great Jin's mortal world since ancient times. No matter how powerful a cultivator may be, they won't dare to harm mortal affairs, or else other sects and powers will use this opportunity as a pretext to move against them. As a result, the Great Gene Court had reached a compromise with many of the great powers in the cultivation world. If I remember correctly, the agreement would dictate that the powers or sects wouldn't pressure or interfere with the mortal imperial court, and would even allow the imperial court to directly hire a few vagrant cultivators in order to preserve the prestige of the court. Of course, the Great Gene imperial family can also nurture a certain number of their own cultivators, but the great sects keep a close eye on them to make sure they don't get carried away. Monarch's soul divergence continued. For all of these great powers to acquire cultivation resources and manpower, they had made agreements in secret with the royal family and imperial court. A few particularly powerful officials will likely have been backed by various sects in order to prevent other powers from holding the advantage. Under these circumstances, noble clans began to appear from sects, and as a result, noble clans gradually accumulated many mortal properties and became accustomed to interacting with the mortal world. However, these lands should have cultivation resources on them since they've been so carefully stored away. These are crucial for the survival of any noble clan. When Han Li heard this, he stroked his chin in utter amazement. Since these documents are so important, why were they placed here? Han Li pondered. Did the Feng clan master sense something was about to happen and put them here as a contingency measure? That's possible, but this has nothing to do with us, Monarch's soul divergence stated. Let's not waste our time thinking about this and instead head straight to the Feng clan's hidden storage. Perhaps there could be a Buddhist technique to dissolve your baleful qi. It is as you say, senior. Han Li smiled and then put the documents away in a jade box. After making certain of his direction, he flew off on a magic tool towards the Snowmound Mountains. At that moment, in a tomb underneath the Snowmound Mountains, there were two silhouettes enveloped in green chi. They were kneeling in front of the 3 stone coffins and remained motionless. Suddenly, 2 streaks of green light flew out from one of the coffins, and they each entered into the silhouettes' foreheads. "Go! Kill him and retrieve the treasure." A man spoke from the middle coffin with an imposing tone. The 2 silhouettes blurred into streaks of green light and circled the room before flying off. "All right, I've acquired the appearance of the person who took away the Vajra barrier and gave it to the incarnations. The prince's remnant chi should also remain in the Vajra barrier for a short amount of time. So long as this person doesn't immediately leave the Guaning province, it will be impossible for him to escape. Many thanks, Lord Father." A happy stutter came out from the other coffin. The man from the center coffin snorted and said, "I will leave it be this time, but there had better not be more trouble. Yes, next time. This will not happen." The stutter now had a fearful tone. No further words were spoken from any of the coffins. But after the time it took to finish a meal, a loud bang sounded out. The lid of the middle coffin flew 10 meters in the air, and a thin silhouette wearing a crown sat up from it. "My king, why are you?" A sweet woman's voice sounded out from the other coffin. With glowing red eyes, the man said, "The veins of Yin Qi in the earth will soon erupt, and a temporary leave from the tomb room won't cause me a large loss in cultivation. It is a good opportunity to lend General Gu some aid and dispose of some troublesome characters outside of the noble clans. After I head out, I'll activate all the restrictions in the tomb to prevent any outsiders from entering." After a moment of hesitation, the woman replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Please be careful. Don't worry, my beloved concubine. I will return to the tomb after 2 days. I won't be leaving much after that." The man nodded, and then he stood up from the coffin. His body blurred several times, and then his body became indistinct, turning into a cloud of gray mist and disappearing from sight. It was unknown where he went. Soon, silence filled the tomb room, only to be interrupted by a woman's deep sigh. When Han Li caught sight of Snowmound Mountain, it was already dawn. Without another thought, he rushed into the mountains on his flying magic tool. Fearing that he would provoke trouble, Han Li concealed his aura and flew at a low altitude, releasing his spiritual sense to only cover a couple of kilometers and carefully watching everything that happened nearby. The location of the Feng clan's hidden storage was near the heart of the mountain and in a well-concealed area. After flying around for the day, Han Li looked down at the mountains from the air before dropping down on an unremarkable peak, discovering a huge waterfall that was a kilometer tall. The scene was completely the same as the jade slip described, much to Han Li's relief. After looking at the surging mists of white water, Han Li floated down and formed an incantation gesture. Then he raised his hands and released 2 streaks of azure light into the waterfall. A series of muffled rumblings sounded out, followed by the appearance of a 3-meter-wide hole in the waterfall. Han Li flew in without hesitation, and soon after, the hole disappeared. Of course, Han Li didn't know that in the instant he entered the cave, 2 green silhouettes were pursuing him from 500 kilometers away. They snarled with rage and bared their pitch-black fangs, occasionally releasing out series of low roars reminiscent of a dreadful 2-headed beast. However, these 2 silhouettes couldn't have known that a few kilometers behind them, there were 2 hidden figures coldly watching them. They were whispering to each other with lowered heads. "How about it? Do you have any certainty of restraining Devil Glorious Blaze's incarnations? If they manage to escape, we'll end up scaring them all away." One of the 2 figures sent a voice transmission to the other, speaking with a sharp voice. The other figure snorted and gloomily said, "King Glorious Blaze's so-called incarnations are created from soul-mending techniques, forcefully refining them until they are obedient puppets. Their intelligence is greatly reduced as a result. Although they possess nascent soul cultivation, they are easily handled by cultivators of equivalent strength. It won't be difficult to take them on together. But now that the old devil is releasing his own incarnations by themselves, it will benefit us greatly. Killing them would be the same as cutting off his arms. The voice was deep and low. Brother Heavenwind's words are very sensible, the sharp voice said. However, I am quite curious about the person those incarnations are chasing. It was enough to make the old devil send men away from the tomb at a crucial moment and lose sight of his objective. Who knows? Regardless of who it is, they have no influence over our plans. King Glorious Blaze's cultivation will greatly decrease when he leaves his tomb. This is an extremely rare opportunity. That old devil is extremely sly and never leaves his tomb for more than a moment at a time. If it wasn't for the trap I set, I fear we wouldn't have any opportunities in the slightest. After all, his abilities are no lesser than a late nascent soul cultivator while he is in his tomb. The sharp voice sinisterly chuckled and said, If old devil Glorious Blaze knew that we have already leaked this plan to the other two noble clans, I wonder what expression he would make. The clans have already invited their sect backers and are waiting for him to take the bait. Besides, even if he manages to escape them through a fluke, we'll be waiting outside his tomb. It will be impossible for him to escape. That's right. Us brothers schemed over 10 years for this plot. Furthermore, ever since we laid out the trap, we've always been outside, keeping an eye on his actions and allowing us to move at an opportune time. With him gone, his beloved concubine and his child won't be able to stand against us three. Then, the treasures he's accumulated for countless years and the thousands of corpse soldiers inside the tomb will be ours. And I've heard that his heavenly corpse body will soon be completed. From his cautious nature, the heavenly corpse pearl for the body should be hidden somewhere in the tomb. So long as we can find it and rid it of his soul, we can also make use of the body to cultivate body hardening and strengthening techniques. It is the ideal treasure for that type of cultivation. The deep voice of Brother Heaven Wind spoke with a greedy tone. The sharp voice said, Hee, my cultivation technique doesn't emphasize cultivating body strengthening techniques, so I have no interest in the heavenly corpse pearl. I only want the thousands of corpse soldiers his tomb contains. With those soldiers, I could become a faction of power without leaving seclusion. When Brother Heaven Wind heard this, he spoke with excitement. But I know what fellow Taoist Een would say. He'd only want the corpse spirit arts so that he will be able to control the corpse soldiers with ease. Otherwise, he would have to go and ask us for help to use them. That sounds right. The owner of the sharp voice then examined the green silhouettes from a distance and proposed, Now should be time to act. Since Brother Wildsand is closely following after the old devil, there should be no problems. We should take action before something unexpected occurs. Let's quickly get rid of the old devil's incarnations and then returning to the tomb to lie in ambush. If we let the old devil make it back, things will turn for the worse. Yes, it is nearly time. The old devil should have left the Snowmound Mountains. Let's set off. Heaven Wind paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, the two green incarnations were violently howling, but soon, they suddenly felt astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations from behind them. They couldn't help but to turn around to look. As a result, they saw a large black mist and an astonishing storm of wind chasing after them. It filled up the entire sky and appeared almost as if it aimed to envelop the two. Han Li was currently standing in front of a stone door behind the waterfall, completely ignorant of the great problem that another party had unintentionally resolved. Although he would have been able to easily dispatch of the two incarnations, it would consume the last opportunity for him to lift the soul lock seal. His eyes were focused on a corner of the stone door, and there was a slight protrusion there with an inch-large hole on top of it. He reached for his storage pouch and took a sparkling silver key into his hand. He flicked his finger and shot it into the hole in a silver streak. The key smoothly entered, leaving the outer half outside of the hole. He smiled when he saw this and pointed his finger at the key, shooting out a streak of azure light towards it. Then, the key slowly turned a half circle and the stone-white gate began to glow in a layer of white light. With a faint tremble, the stone doors slowly opened, leaving a small opening for someone to walk through. Han Li glanced at the opening before calmly heading in. After walking over 30 meters inside, there was a 3-meter-large transportation formation in front of him. There were 8 grooves around the spell formation that were completely empty. When he saw this, he let out a faint smile. If one didn't have deep knowledge of formations, they would put their spirit stones on all the grooves, resulting in the formation's spatial power to completely disintegrate them. Whoever designed this hidden storage was quite shrewd. He walked up to the spell formation and his eyes flickered several times. His sleeve trembled and 5 low-grade spirit stones shot into 5 separate grooves. Then, he struck the spell formation with a spell seal and the transportation formation began to hum. With Han Li's attainments in spell formations, he could see if there was anything amiss with the formation. He was able to quickly tell that it was safe and then walked into the center of the formation. White light then wrapped around him and he disappeared from sight. The distance he was teleported was quite short. As expected, he didn't feel much of a headache from the teleportation due to his strong spiritual sense. Then, in a flash of white light, he appeared in a large hall. He swept his gaze across it and took the entire scene in. It only spanned about 60 meters long and was made completely out of cleanly cut warmstone. There weren't many things in the hall. 2 rows of green shelves and 3-meter-long silver chests. To Han Li's surprise, the Feng clan's secret cave was quite small. The wooden shelves were made of precious wood. Its color hadn't changed despite its vast age, and it still possessed some sort of fragrance. An arrangement of over 30 magic tools were placed in one of the shelves, all of them at mid-grade quality or higher. There were several unknown magic treasures mixed amongst them, and they appeared exceptionally eye-catching. On the other shelf, there were over 100 various jade slips that were densely arranged. He didn't take another look at the magic tools and treasures, nor did he pay any attention to the silver chests. Instead, he walked over to the jade slips. He swept his gaze past them and casually took one into his hand before quickly sweeping his spiritual sense through it. His powerful spiritual sense allowed him to look through the jade slips in the time it took to finish a meal. To his surprise, none of them contained anything that was related to Buddhist techniques. Could it be that Feng Yu had lied? Han Li shook his head and tossed the thought to the back of his mind. He had used the Dream Tier technique to make sure that Feng Yu had been telling the truth. It was impossible for him to deceive him. After some further thought, his eyes dropped down to 3 silver chests. Pondering to himself for a moment, he walked over and opened each of them with a wave of his sleeve. One of the chests were filled with several hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. Another one was filled with jade boxes of varying size. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them and discovered that they contained rare materials and pills. At a first glance, it was about as valuable as the chest of spirit stones. After looking through these 2 chests and failing to find what he wanted, he unconsciously wore a gloomy expression. After he looked into the final chest, he found various talismans sparkling with light. He immediately expressed disappointment after seeing this, but regardless, he carefully swept his spiritual sense through the chest. Then, his expression stirred and he reached his hand out towards it. In a gust of wind, an object underneath the talismans flew into his grasp. It was a scarlet wooden box that was a half-foot long. It had a faint yellow talisman sealing it, and the surface of the box was engraved with Buddhist talisman characters. He glanced at the talisman on the box and saw that it was a common chi concealing talisman. He tore it off without hesitation and opened the box. As a result, he saw 7-colored light shoot out from the box. The source of the light was a milky white thumb-sized pearl. A crystal relic! Han Li yelped in joy. The crystal relic wasn't the only thing inside of the box. There was also 2 Buddhist sect magic tools and a yellow jade slip. The magic tools were a dharma wheel and a bracelet of golden prayer beads. They both glowed with faith spiritual light. As for the jade slip, it appeared unremarkable, but Han Li's interest was completely captured by it. With a sweep of his hand, he took the jade slip and impatiently sank his spiritual sense into it. Righteous prevalence technique, reincarnation cycle arts, bright jade arts. Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense through the jade slip and muttered the name of the techniques it contained. These names alone suggested they were Buddhist techniques. When Monarch Soul Divergence heard the name of the latter, he shouted out in amazement. I heard of that name before. The bright jade arts is a very rare technique passed down by Vajra protectors in Buddhist sections. It is also exceptionally difficult to cultivate. How was the Feng clan ancestor able to acquire it? Give me the jade slip and let me see whether it can be used to dissolve baleful qi. Han Li was overjoyed to hear this and promptly handed the jade slip over to the bamboo tube on his back. After that, Monarch's soul divergence was absorbed in comprehending the contents of the jade slip. As Han Li waited, he began to look for the most valuable items in the Feng clan's secret cave. He would have wanted to loot the entirety of these items for himself, but it was a pity that he had limited space in his storage pouch. Apart from the spirit stones, he would have to carefully choose what he would bring along. Han Li took away the several magic treasures and a few of the materials and talismans that were useful to him. As for the magic tools, he took 3 of exceptional quality and left the rest behind. With that done, he turned his attention to the large pile of jade slips. When he was looking through them with his spiritual sense, he found a technique that interested him. After he had seen all of them, he sat down cross-legged and began to silently meditate the technique that caught his attention. As time slowly passed by, Monarch's soul divergence eventually broke the silence in the room, immediately attracting Han Li's attention. He slowly said, "The bright jade arts is quite a bit heretical. It is said to be a Buddhist technique, but the cultivation method is overbearing to the point where it can be considered a partial devilish art." A devilish art? Han Li's heart sank and he asked, "What do you mean? Is the technique able to dissolve the baleful qi in my body?" There is no need to be impatient. The technique will truly be able to resolve your problem. However, the method to dissolve the baleful qi is somewhat similar to the method of the devil Dao. You will not be expelling the baleful qi but refining it for your own uses. This method of cultivation is clearly dangerous as this qi isn't something that is easily controlled. You should consider the advantages of finding another Buddhist technique. Monarch's soul divergence muttered for a moment and tossed the jade slip out from the storage pouch. Han Li caught the jade slip and his heart trembled. He then vigilantly asked, "Refine the baleful qi for my own uses? After I cultivate this technique, won't I be set on the path of the elder devils?" There is no worry of that. The bright jade arts is truly a Buddhist protector technique and will not set you on the path of the devil Dao. Although its methods are somewhat extreme and share a few similarities with devil Dao techniques, it will only have the baleful qi to assist in your cultivation. It won't have you directly use the baleful qi to attack others. This way, you will be able to eliminate a majority of its harmful effects despite its overbearing nature. TCH. Buddhist sects have truly capable individuals and are even able to fold devilish techniques into Buddhist ones. I reckon they had someone on my level to accomplish this. This is a grand technique that rivals the abilities of even my great development technique. Monarch's soul divergence said with admiration. When Han Li heard Monarch's soul divergence, he felt a wave of doubt and promptly sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip, examining the contents for the bright jade arts. After a moment, he shouted in surprise, This technique seems quite familiar. Where have I seen this before?" "You've seen this before?" Monarch's soul divergence asked in amazement. "That's right. I remember now. This technique is similar to the demon race cultivation art." Han Li then touched his storage pouch and took out a palm-sized copper plate into his hand. It was the sacred provenance plate he acquired from the scattered star seas. Without another word, Han Li began to compare the scripts on the plate and the jade slip. After a moment, he discovered that the techniques were different, but they clearly stemmed from the same source. Of the 2 techniques, the bright jade arts was far more shallow, but the 2 gave the same indistinct feeling that something was missing, causing him to feel confused over the matter. When Monarch's soul divergence saw Han Li shifting his attention between the jade slip and copper plate, he felt that something was odd and couldn't help but ask, "What is that copper plate?" After a moment of hesitation, Han Li sighed and tossed the copper plate into the bamboo tube. "Senior, have a look. My aptitude is too poor, so I am unable to see how they relate. Perhaps, Senior will be able to clear my confusion." Monarch's soul divergence began to examine the technique on the copper plate. "These are demon characters. This should be a technique that came from an exceptional demon clan. Let me look." About a quarter of an hour later, Monarch's soul divergence came to a clear conclusion. With a decisive tone, he stated, I have a general idea of what is similar. The Buddhist Bright Jade Arts is an altered version of the Demon Clan technique. Furthermore, it is based on the portion of the copper plate that is missing. At that moment, Hanli finished his thoughts as well and said, "So it was like that." However, the last portion of the Bright Jade Arts isn't capable of being joined together with the copper plate. It should still be lacking an addition section. I didn't think that youngster Han would be able to see that too. That's right, the set of Demon Clan Cultivation Arts could be divided into 3 sections. The Bright Jade Arts are using the most basic body refinement portion of the Demon Clan technique. As for the copper plate, it details the incantations for the final ability and is missing the middle portion that details the bodily transformations. These techniques are quite extraordinary. How interesting! 3 heads and 6 arms, isn't that the same technique the Elder Devil used? I've heard that the Demon Clan were those most in touch with the Elder Devil realm. It seems the rumors were true. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled with great amusement. After hearing that, Hanli added on, "Then the technique should have been something the Elder Devils passed on to the Beast Clans. Later, a Buddhist sect acquired a portion of the technique's foundations and changed it into the current Bright Jade Arts. For the devils, demons, and Buddhists to hold this technique with such importance, it seems to have come from a single great origin." Hanli then sank into thought for a long while before sighing and saying, "But regardless of the might of the technique, the pestilence demons in my body may soon fail to contain the baleful qi, and I don't have much more time. I will have to cultivate the Bright Jade Arts to resolve this crisis as soon as possible." Monarch Soul Divergence pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, it is as you say. Spending more time to find another technique will prove far too dangerous. Furthermore, the technique might prove difficult for others, but with the vast amount of baleful qi at your disposal, it should be much easier to cultivate. I hope that is the case, but it seems it requires a Vajra relic in order to cultivate. Will there be any problems if I attempt to cultivate it? Didn't you just acquire a Vajra relic? This is an opportunity. I might have not suggested you to cultivate the technique otherwise. Although you would barely be able to use the Feng Clan Ancestor's crystal relic to cultivate it, it would be far less effective than not using a Vajra relic. Once your spirit beast finishes consuming the corpse flames in the Vajra barrier, you will be able to finish refining it. I will impart another set of techniques to you for do so, allowing you to cultivate the Bright Jade Arts without a problem. When I journeyed in the past, I became very interested in crystal relics and such. I even infiltrated one of the 10 great Buddhist sects for over 10 years. There is no need to worry too much over the matter, given how much I researched into it. Even if you didn't cultivate the Bright Jade Arts, you would need a crystal relic to cultivate other Buddhist techniques for dissolving baleful qi. And given how widespread Buddhist sects are in the Great Gene, it shouldn't be too difficult to find one." Monarch Soul Divergence seemed to have already given the matter much thought. After some careful consideration, Hanli felt that there was no problem in cultivating the technique and said, "If that's the case, I can be at ease. Since the technique is suitable, I may as well hurry and leave. Ever since I entered these mountains, I felt that something was amiss. This is not a good omen. I better look for a spirit vein to cultivate with." Afterwards, he swept his gaze through the hall one last time before walking back into the transportation formation and disappearing in a flash of white light. In the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li was directly flying out from the Snowmound Mountains in a streak of azure light. As he flew, he was discussing with Monarch Soul Divergence about where he could find a spirit vein and secretly cultivate. After flying over 100 kilometers, a large world-shaking boom echoed from the air, and an entire group of mountains collapsed. Han Li was caught off guard from the boom and lost balance as he felt a ring buzzing in his ear. With a vastly changed expression, he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then, he flew off in the opposite direction with greater speed. As he flew a dozen kilometers away, he felt astonishing spiritual qi fluctuations from behind him. Then, a cloud of gray qi, a cloud of black qi, and a white windstorm began to tear through the sky, pursuing one another as they headed in Han Li's direction. With his current cultivation, they quickly closed the distance to only 2 kilometers away. "Not good," Han Li shouted in his mind as his heart suddenly dropped. He had intended to avoid the ongoing quarrel, but now trouble had come to find him. From the pressure the three parties emitted, it was clear they were all nascent soul cultivators. However, the strength of the gray chi was fluctuating as if its owner was injured. It appeared the other two parties were moving in for the kill. Unable to completely avoid them, Han Li steeled his heart and flew to the side. He wanted to see whether or not the three would fly past and ignore an insignificant Foundation establishment cultivator like him. After Han Li flew for another 40 meters, he came to a sudden stop and looked all around him with a bewildered expression. The cloud of gray chi soon took the lead and brushed past him. Concealed inside the gray chi was a pale cultivator wearing a tall crown. When he coldly glanced at Han Li in passing, an odd expression appeared on his face before he continued shooting over 100 meters away. Following that, a series of world-shaking tremors erupted around him and a 3-meter-wide yellow gourd flew over from 300 meters away. The mouth of the gourd trembled and a cloud of yellow sand burst out, rushing in the direction of the fleeing gray chi. Soulful sand. When the figure in the gray chi saw the incoming sand, he abruptly sped up with a fearful expression in an attempt to avoid it. Hee. Brother Glorious Blaze, you're too slow. Accompanied by a wild howl of laughter, a large yellow-robed man with a thick beard emerged from the gourd. The large man then formed an incantation gesture before a huge bang sounded out, as the sky was suddenly covered in a deep yellow cloud of sand, inside of which formation flags could occasionally be seen. King Glorious Blaze, the cultivator within the gray chi, was alarmed by the sudden development and hastily shot downward only to be met with the sight of yellow sand. The incoming cloud of sand had already enveloped an area of over a kilometer around him. King Glorious Blaze came to a stop and gave a menacing glare at the yellow-robed man standing on top of the huge gourd. Their standoff only lasted for a moment before the white windstorm and the black devilish cloud quickly arrived beside him, leaving King Glorious Blaze completely surrounded. The large yellow-robed man calmly said, "Brother Glorious Blaze, when you fought the Grand Yang Sex Mr. Song, you were struck by the sun-thrust ruler and your incomplete heavenly corpse body was heavily injured. And now you find yourself surrounded. So long as you spit out your heavenly corpse pearl and let us place you under a restriction, we'll let you live. After all, you've associated with us for a while now, and I would find it somewhat cruel to just scatter your soul." King Glorious Blaze appeared exceptionally calm after hearing this and coldly said, "Master Wild Sand, I knew it was you. Ever since I left that ancient tomb, I had felt a faint sense of unease. It seems you were watching me this entire time. From how you lured me out into this trap, it appears you've been planning this for a long time. But aren't you a bit too patient, though? You were watching me for 10 years while you were scheming. As such, it can't be considered a surprise that I fell prey to you. But do you really think that a trifling yellow sand formation will be enough to stop me?" After hearing this, the yellow-robed man replied, "It seems my words fell on deaf ears and now we definitely can't allow you to escape. Brother Glorious Blaze, don't blame me for being ruthless. We hadn't expected that you would carry something as important as the heavenly corpse pearl on your person. Also, don't forget that, in order to make sure this plan was perfect, I filled my gourd with the blue crystal heavens and that Madame Heavenstone spent over 100 years refining. If fellow Taoist truly thinks that you can escape with earth movement techniques, then you're delusional." King Glorious Blaze's expression revealed shock, but after a moment of doubt, he smirked in disbelief and said, "Blue crystal heavens, and? As if Madame Heavenstone would allow you to borrow something as precious to her as her own life. You sure know how to bluff." Hee. Master Wild Sand coldly laughed when he heard this and didn't bother to refute it, causing King Glorious Blaze's heart to tremble. Despite the obvious advantage the three devils had, they now found themselves at a standstill. It seemed like they either feared what would happen if he fought with his life on the line or were planning something else. When King Glorious Blaze saw this, he rejoiced. Before he had fled, he sent a voice transmission for reinforcements, and it shouldn't be long before they arrived. Silence filled the air as the four maintained their standoff. Apart from these four old eccentrics, there was a fifth person trapped in the yellow sand. That person was Han Li, who had been caught off guard and was trapped in the large sand formation alongside them. Han Li felt particularly gloomy and had remained silent this entire time, hoping he wouldn't attract any attention. He was currently waiting for an opportunity to slip away when their fight began. But before he could make his escape, a sharp voice from the cloud of black devilish chi said, "That junior over there is in the way. Before we finish our business, let's get rid of him first." The large yellow-robed man glanced at Han Li and dully said, "Right, let's kill the pest before it can become a hindrance." When Han Li heard this, his heart was set ablaze with anger. It appeared he would have to utilize his last opportunity to lift the soul lock seal or die. Without any further hesitation, he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and softly muttered an incantation, causing his face to quickly cycle through the images of 5 glowing green ghost faces. Then, 5 egg-sized green balls of light flew out from his body and disappeared without a trace. While this was all happened, the old devil in the black cloud had already attacked. A portion of the black cloud condensed into a huge black python, which fiercely pounced towards Han Li with a gaping maw displaying its incisive fangs. When the yellow-robed man and the cultivator within the white windstorm saw this, they didn't bother to launch their own attacks against a meager Foundation establishment cultivator. But when King Glorious Blaze saw what was happening, his brow faintly stirred and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The huge black python quickly arrived above Han Li with its mouth wide open, but then Han Li raised his hand and released a bolt of golden lightning. It struck the huge python whose body trembled before scattering into dust. Soon after, Han Li began to circulate the magic power in his body and released an astonishing aura, covering his body in sparkling azure light and abundant spiritual chi. After easily striking down the python, he looked at the old devils in front of him and calmly said, "You 4 can have your fight, but there is no need to involve me. I'm only passing through." The old devils around him simultaneously looked at Han Li in shock. At that moment, they realized the cultivator had coincidentally trapped in the spell formation was an existence on par with their own. He was simply concealing himself through some unknown technique. Did this person harbor any malicious intentions, or was he truly only here by coincidence? The 3 devils began to ponder about the situation and remained silent as they were absorbed in their thoughts. King Glorious Blaze felt his heart tremble. Although he knew that Han Li was the cultivator who took the Vajra barrier and should be somewhat capable, he didn't expect that he would possess such an impressive cultivation. King Glorious Blaze's expression wavered upon this discovery. Han Li hastily spread his spiritual sense past the yellow sand restrictions and faintly frowned. There truly was some heavens and inside of it and would need to spend quite a bit of effort to break through it. After some thought, Han Li calmly spoke to the man standing on top of the large gourd. "Fellow Taoist, you should have heard me. I don't plan on meddling in your affairs, so you should allow me to leave." After a moment of hesitation, the yellow-robed man slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, could you tell us your surname and why you were in the Snowmound Mountains?" "My surname is Han, and the mountains were merely along the way." "That answer should be to your satisfaction," Han Li answered with a cold and impatient tone. There was only a limited amount of time before the soul lock seal would come back into effect, so Han Li couldn't remain stuck in this situation for long. "Release the restrictions and allow you to leave?" The yellow-robed man's expression turned unsightly. He blinked several times and then said, "I fear that won't do. The sand formation isn't easy to release. If we were to relax the restrictions, we would be giving him an opportunity to escape. How about fellow Taoist bear with it for the time being, and we release you after we exterminate this old devil?" King Glorious Blaze chuckled and said, "If fellow Taoist Han believes those 3, then you are truly bringing about your own death. After these 3 kill me, they will certainly deal with you too in order to keep this ugly affair quiet. If you are wise, you will join together with me in order to break the barrier. My cave residence is near here, and so long as you help me break the spell formation, you will have nothing to fear from them once we arrive there. If it is to your liking, I can even make a devil heart oath and will compensate you heavily when we leave." Han Li raised his brow when he heard this, as the yellow-robed man's words had left his heart particularly sullen. It would be best for fellow Taoists to clearly understand what there is to gain before he takes action. If you help him, don't blame us if we act ruthlessly afterwards. You should understand the might of both parties, not to mention that it will be extremely difficult to escape from our sand formation. Surely you don't want to die here with him? My conditions are quite simple. You only need to wait here for a little while, and when the time comes, we will release you. I'm also willing to swear a devil-heart oath on this. King Glorious Blaze looked at Han Li and addressed the yellow-robed man's threats by saying, "Fellow Taoist, do not be coerced by them. Soon my reinforcements will arrive. So long as you protect me for a short while, you will have nothing to worry about." Han Li's appearance was the surprise factor that could tip the scales in the favor of either side. At the moment, Han Li had his arms crossed with a pensive expression. When Master Wild Sand heard King Glorious Blaze, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes, but he forced himself to remain still. Although this youth hadn't fully displayed his abilities, Master Wild Sand didn't dare to underestimate after the golden lightning he displayed earlier. Under these circumstances, he could no longer continue to hide his plan and spoke bluntly, "Brother Glorious Blaze, could it be you haven't discovered the 7 devil wind seeds and 3 yellow earth fiends? In the instant you left your tomb, fellow Taoist Heaven Wind and I placed a spell formation outside of it. Your reinforcements should still be trapped in the tomb. Although it's possible they'll be able to break through it, they're going to be stalled for at least half a day. Besides, hee." With that said, he began to let out a cold laugh. Besides what? King Glorious Blaze's heart grew sullen, and he glared at the large man while clenching his fists. Master Wild Sand looked up at the sky and sneered. Besides, it's currently almost noon and the eruption of Yin Qi in the earth veins will soon arrive. Brother Glorious Blaze, your heavenly corpse arts will suffer a great loss in power as a result. King Glorious Blaze's expression froze and a faint layer of black qi appeared around him. With a fierce smile on his face, he furiously said, "Good, very good. I didn't think that you knew about both my heavenly corpse arts and the earth veins in qi. However, these are mere superficial details. I'll have you personally witness the might of my heavenly corpse arts." With no hope of reinforcements, he flew into a fury and began to unleash his strength, unresigned to just sit there and wait for death. Of course, unless he did this much, he wouldn't be able to win over Han Li. King Glorious Blaze promptly spat out a ball of black blood that formed a fist-sized black talisman character before shooting onto his forehead and leaving a distinct mark behind. The talisman character released a black demonic light, causing the old man's body to release roiling gray corpse chi while he began to savagely roar. Although Master Wild Sand didn't know what ability he was trying to use, he wouldn't allow him to easily finish. He immediately shouted, "Attack! We don't need to hold this off any longer." After shouting, he stomped on the giant gourd beneath him. The gourd faintly trembled and spouted yellow sand, condensing into a 10-meter-tall flood dragon in the blink of an eye that fiercely pounced towards King Glorious Blaze. When the other two saw this, they took action as well. A white gale suddenly roared and released over 100-foot-long wind blades. Each blade shone with dazzling white light and let out astonishing shrieks. As for the cloud of devilish chi, it released over 10 flying sabers. Each of them glowed profusely with jet-black light, and quickly grew from only an inch in size to 3 meters as they streaked through the air. Under the concealment of the wind blades, the sabers were nearly undetectable. Just as these attacks were about to strike King Glorious Blaze, he finished casting his technique. He howled in rage and his crown flew into the air, hair wildly blowing in the wind as it instantly grew several times longer and turned black-purple. In addition, he crossed his arms as he grew a meter taller, as a thick 3-inch-long layer of green fur appeared on his body and viciously sharp, purple-black claws extended from his fingertips. His face quickly turned shriveled and he revealed inch-long fangs, completing his frightful transformation. King Glorious Blaze had fully revealed his appearance as a 10,000-year-old corpse monarch. At the same time he finished his transformation, the sand flood dragon, wind blades, and black streaks had arrived. King Glorious Blaze's face warped into a fierce expression upon seeing them appear before him, and he spat out a fist-sized golden pearl. The pearl spun in the air before turning into a large golden hand that grabbed the sand flood dragon. He then held out his claws in violent opposition to the other attacks. The wind blades and black streaks directly struck the claws, and King Glorious Blaze was enveloped in overflowing black and white light from the impact. A huge explosion sounded out and green light surged around King Glorious Blaze, repelling the wind blades and black streaks with great force. King Glorious Blaze brandished claws that had strength far beyond steel, displaying a hardness superior to magic treasures. In a single blow, he was able to blow away the combined attacks of the wind blades and flying sabers. Meanwhile, the large golden hand was grabbing onto the neck of the struggling flood dragon, restraining it for the time being. As Han Li calmly watched all of this, his expression stirred in surprise. He hadn't expected that King Glorious Blaze would still be able to muster this much strength despite being so heavily injured. But when Master Wild Sand saw that the sand flood dragon was being restrained, he smiled and pointed at it. The sand flood dragon began to glow with yellow light and suddenly grew still before escaping from the golden hand as scattered sand. The scattered sand then condensed into a ball, trapping the large golden hand at its center. He didn't stop there and coldly glanced at King Glorious Blaze and Han Li before silently forming two incantation gestures. The yellow sand in the distance began to stir and rush towards both of them in waves of sand that were over 30 meters tall. The waves of sand would occasionally release echoing ghostly wails as they surged onward. He had activated the grand formation around them, drawing assistance from its restrictions to kill King Glorious Blaze and Han Li. In the instant Han Li saw Master Wildsand looking at him, he immediately came to the conclusion that Master Wilds and planned on dealing with them both in the same move. If he continued to hesitate, he would be killed alongside King Glorious Blaze once the spell formation closed in. Cursing in furious alarm, Han Li no longer remained idle and took action as well. With a wave of his sleeve, several tens of golden flying swords flew out and circled around him before transforming into a huge mass of sword streaks and striking at the nearest wave of sand. Then with his other hand, he summoned an ancient purple mirror and began to pour magic power into it, releasing a beam of purple light to strike the sand. Then a strange scene occurred. The purple light was particularly effective against mist-type creations, but it completely went through the sand without a trace. Han Li frowned and wore a vigilant expression. The giant sword streak condensed from his flying swords chopped through the huge wave of sand, leaving a giant hole in it. As King Glorious Blaze was being attacked by several magic treasures, he saw Han Li move to break the formation and rejoiced. But then he hurriedly shouted a warning. "Be careful, Soulfall Sand is specialized in corrupting magic treasures." Corrupting magic treasures? Han Li was stunned when he heard this. Just as the sword streak cut open a hole through the sand, a keen wind blew out from it, carrying specks of black sand all around the huge sword streak. Then, strands of black chi shot out from each of the grains of sand, wrapping around each and every one of his flying swords. As soon as the black strands touched the swords, Han Li felt his connection to the flying swords grow dim as his spiritual sense strands were being forcefully pushed out from them, causing him to gradually lose control. Han Li's complexion turned cold and he pointed at his flying swords, uttering, "Burst!" Pangs of thunder repeatedly rang out and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the swords. They ripped the black threads apart and even opened a large empty space in the cloud of sand. Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared deeply into the cloud before wearing an unsightly expression. At the center of the cloud, there was a dense mass of sand floating in the air. It appeared to be unremarkable, but it was immensely large and wasn't something that could be destroyed in a short amount of time. During his hesitation, his expression grew sullen and a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. As thunder rang out around him, he suddenly disappeared and blurred over 30 meters away. A scarlet halberd then swept past where he originally stood. Although he was now a safe distance away, Han Li still sensed its scorching heat and was enraged by the attack. After missing its attack, the halberd began return to the devilish cloud in spin. Han Li raised his head to coldly look at the devilish cloud, and his eyes flickered with blue light. Although the devilish cloud was extremely dense, his bright sight spirit eyes were able to clearly see through it. The azure-robed old man inside of the cloud returned Han Li's gaze with an alarmed expression. He was greatly surprised by Han Li's use of lightning movement. Without another word, Han Li flapped his wings and disappeared in a ring of thunder. The old azure-robed old man was yet again stunned by the sight of this, but as someone who had experienced many battles, he slapped his storage pouch out of reflex and released an azure shield from it. In the instant the shield moved to protect him, silver light flashed from the side of the devilish cloud, followed by Han Li's appearance. His hands were held in a fist and golden lightning flickered all around him. In a series of thunderous explosions, a layer of golden lightning condensed on his body. Then with a blur, Han Li once again disappeared from view. This time, the old man felt his heart drop and instantly opened his mouth, spitting out a sparkling green sword. As soon as it appeared, it flew circles around him in a green streak to protect him. Still feeling ill at ease, the old man thought to release several more magic treasures, but he suddenly heard thunder ring from his side. Arcs of golden lightning violently leaped about 10 meters around Han Li, brilliantly setting him ablaze with golden light as if he were a lightning god that had descended upon the world. The cloud of devilish chi nearby was cleanly wiped away to leave an empty area over 30 meters wide, revealing the azure-robed old man that was previously hidden within it. Ah! The old man couldn't help but shout as he realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. His body promptly flashed with light as he hurriedly streaked away. But since Han Li had taken the risk of approaching the old man with lightning movement, he wasn't about to allow him to easily leave. Han Li turned into a blur as he left a string of afterimages in his wake and raised his hands into the air, releasing a ball of purple flame and a streak of golden light. When the old man saw Han Li move so quickly, he was greatly frightened. Unable to do anything else, he hastily erected a wall of azure light from his shield, and the purple fireball burst as it struck the wall of light. With a crackle, the purple flames rapidly spread across the wall of light, quickly covering the wall in a layer of thick ice and sealing the old man's azure shield within it. The old man couldn't help but shout in terror. "What is this tyrannical technique?" Then the golden streak of light arrived. With a crack, the golden streak disappeared the instant it struck the wall, only for it to suddenly arrive in front of the old man. The old man quivered and unconsciously attempted to lean to the side with all his might. Suddenly, he felt a shock run through his shoulder, followed by unbearable pain. He quickly glanced at his side in terror and found that his arm had been torn off by the golden streak. If he hadn't reacted as he did, he feared it would have been his head instead. After slicing off the old man's arm, the golden streak circled in the air before shooting into the sky, revealing its true form as an inch-long golden sword. The old man then turned around and saw a tiny hole in the wall of ice. He found it hard to believe that the golden sword was sharp enough to pierce through both the wall of light and the ice covering it without the slightest resistance. The old man let out a gasp of surprise from what had happened, and his heart was filled with furious alarm. He quickly slapped a talisman onto his body and sealed the wound from his missing arm. Then he gritted his teeth as he glared at Han Li, wanting to repay him 1,000-fold for cutting off his limb. But just as the old man looked at him, Han Li suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not good. When the old man saw this, he felt his heart drop into an icy abyss. He looked around, only to catch no trace of Han Li, and quickly reached for his storage pouch to release a protective treasure. However, he was too late. The old man heard a nearly indiscernible sound from behind him, and the light protecting his body was completely broken, followed by a palm covered in purple flames bursting out of his chest. Purple ice condensed around his body and completely sealed him within. The old man felt sharp pain stab through his body, but he wasn't able to move in the slightest, filling him with complete terror. Afterwards, Han Li withdrew his hand from the old man's body and enveloped the frozen body in a net of lightning with a casual flick of his sleeve. The lightning ruptured and inch-large chunks of purple ice rained from the sky. Then, a nascent soul wrapped in black light suddenly flew out from the scattered ice, attempting to flusteredly escape with instant movement. However, Han Li was already prepared for this and spat out a bolt of lightning. In an instant, The nascent soul was trapped by a net of lightning before it could activate its instant movement. Han Li smirked with icy intent and formed an incantation gesture with both his hands, ordering the golden net to contract and rupture. Then, in the resulting flashes of golden light, the old man's nascent soul had turned into nothing. The old man had launched a sneak attack on Han Li with the scorching halberd, but Han Li responded ruthlessly and exterminated him in only a moment, leaving no opportunity for the other two to rescue him. When the others saw how Han Li easily deal with a fellow mid-nascent soul-grade cultivator, they blanched with shock. Master Wild Sand sent out a few voice transmissions after seeing this. Then, he and Lord Heaven Wind withdrew their magic treasures and completely abandoned the battle. After entering the cloud of sand behind them, they disappeared without a trace. King Glorious Blaze was at a large disadvantage due to his heavy injuries, but with the tenacity of his heavenly corpse body, he was able to receive the attack of the magic treasures without the slightest injury. But when he looked in Han Li's direction, he wore an odd expression and felt ill at ease as a result. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not he would be able to deal with a similar grade cultivator with such ease even if he were in his peak condition inside his tomb, or if he would be able to cleanly deal with their nascent soul as well. Be it Han Li's abilities or his use of them, they both caused King Glorious Blaze to view them with trepidation. King Glorious Blaze thought to ask if Han Li was a late nascent soul cultivator, but after taking another look at him, he reaffirmed that Han Li was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator. This youth possessed grand abilities that exceeded what his cultivation would suggest. When King Glorious Blaze thought this, he felt his blood run cold. Fortunately, he had only sent his incarnations to find this person. Otherwise, he might have found himself slain in the exact same manner as that azure-robed old man. Since he wasn't able to sense his two incarnations after returning to the mountain range, he came to the conclusion that Han Li had killed them and grew even more unconsciously wary of him. In a moment of hesitation, he thought to have a few words with Han Li when he felt an astonishing change in the sand spell formation surrounding them. The faint waves of yellow sand had completely disappeared in the distance. Instead, nearly indiscernible grains of black sand had replaced them, similar to the ones that had earlier attacked Han Li's flying swords. The black sand wasn't as densely gathered together as the yellow sand, but they shined with an icy black light and were arranged in the sand cloud with a strange appearance. Following the appearance of the black grains of sand, ghostly wails sounded out and the black sand rushed towards Han Li and King Glorious Blaze at their center with overbearing momentum. King Glorious Blaze's expression trembled, and he hastily called out to Han Li, "Not good!" That old ghost Wild Sand released the entirety of his soulfall sand into the formation. "Fellow Taoist, this isn't something that common magic tools can block. We'll only be able to block the sand with our own cultivation. However, his magic power will certainly be strained from controlling this much soulfall sand and can't keep this up for long. So long as we endure these several attacks, nothing else will come of it." Both he and Han Li were now in the same boat, and he had no wish for such a powerful ally to encounter mishap. Although Han Li had managed to scatter the black sand the first time with his golden lightning, he wasn't sure that Han Li would be able to block an attack of this intensity. As Han Li floated in the air, he muttered expressionlessly, "Soulfall sand? From the dense yin qi the sand possessed, it seems to be a magic treasure refined with souls. It is no wonder why they possess such might." When King Glorious Blaze saw that Han Li hadn't made the slightest move to protect himself, he found it odd, but he couldn't afford to pay any more attention to Han Li as the black sand was approaching. He opened his mouth and spat out fist-sized balls of light gray corpse flames. The flames condensed together into a huge fireball and protected him from the incoming sand. He could only rely on the corpse flames he had cultivated for countless years to block the oncoming storm of soulfall sand. Shortly after, a cloud of black sand covered him. Shining black sand and gray corpse flames flickered with light upon collision and occasionally released explosions of great intensity. As King Glorious Blaze prepared himself, Han Li was slowly withdrawing from the center of the formation. A moment later, he found that he couldn't move any further away and slapped one of the pouches on his waist with a raised brow, releasing a black streak of light. The black streak circled in the air before landing in front of him to reveal a black monkey that was several inches tall and wore an expression of dissatisfaction. It was the weeping soul beast that Han Li had forcibly called out. It was in a poor mood from having its cultivation interrupted while it was still absorbing the corpse flames inside the Vajra barrier. But after the weeping soul beast sniffed at the air and swept its gaze all around, it revealed sudden delight. Without the need for a command from Han Li, it beat its chest and let out a low-pitch whistle. Blinding black light shined from its body, and it massively grew in size, transforming into an enormous ape over 30 meters tall. The image of the ghost face could be clearly seen on its back, and it moved around the weeping soul beast's body as if it were alive. Be it King Glorious Blaze, who was striving his hardest to block the sand, or the other two that were waiting for an opportunity in the distant cloud of sand, they were all shocked upon seeing the astonishing appearance of the weeping soul beast. Just as they wondered why Han Li had summoned this mysterious spirit beast, the huge ape snorted and released a cloud of yellow light from its nose. The cloud circled in the air and spread out, enveloping both Han Li and the ape inside of it. The cloud of black sand eventually arrived beside them in overbearing fashion and completely surrounded them. Then, the sand immediately released a mass of dense black chi around the cloud of yellow light. As soon as the black chi was released, the previously hidden shining black grains of sand were completely revealed from the cloud of sand. When the huge ape saw this, it couldn't help but grin as it puffed out a beam of golden light from its nose. The beam of light swept past the cloud and absorbed the grains of black sand without the slightest resistance before shooting back into the large ape's nose. Then, in the blink of an eye, beams of golden light swept past the cloud of black sand several times and completely scattered it. The cloud's yin chi was absorbed by the yellow cloud of light and wasn't capable of approaching Han Li in the slightest. The large quantities of black sand and yin chi ended up being gradually replaced with yellow light. Hidden in the cloud of sand nearby, Master Wild Sand and Lord Heaven Wind watched all of this unfold with dumbfounded shock. Soulfall Sand truly wasn't an ordinary treasure. Master Wild Sand had to secretly kill many low-grade cultivators, using their primal souls, large quantities of materials, and over 100 years of strenuous effort in order to refine it so that it could corrupt other magic treasures. Whenever he encountered an enemy in the past, he would simply release the Soulfall Sand and caused his opponent's treasures to suffer a great loss in power. This was effective in many occasions, eventually earning him the grand title of Master Wild Sand. He was considered amongst the most illustrious figures of the heretical Taoists. One of the main reasons of why he dared to provoke the illustrious evil cultivator King Glorious Blaze was his confidence in the Soulfall Sand. But now, this unknown cultivator entered the formation and was able to easily dissolve it without the slightest harm to himself or his spirit beast. As a result, Master Wild Sand no longer dared to use the Soulfall Sand to attack them and hastily withdrew it with an incantation gesture. Then, he began to hesitate on what he should do next. At that moment, Lord Heaven Wind revealed his original appearance with a shriveled black face and small eyes, saying, "Brother Wild Sand, don't you have the blue crystal heavens and use it to deal with that person? Although we don't know what that huge ape is, it seems to only be capable of restraining yin chi and soul ghosts. It shouldn't have any power over a pure Taoist treasure like the blue crystal heavens, and so long as we manage to kill this person, we will be able to advance our original plan." For this plan, the two had spent a great amount of effort in order for this to succeed. They were unwilling for their plan to fail at the very last stage. Master Wild Sand strongly shook his head and said, "The blue crystal heavens and was something I spent quite some effort acquiring. Because of my deep relationship with Madame Heavenstone, she allowed me to borrow it, but I had to repeatedly swear I would only use the treasure to protect myself. If anything happened to even a single grain of it, it would be difficult to explain. But the cultivator before us has incisive techniques and treasures," Lord Heaven Wind said anxiously. "If we don't use it, we won't be able to block him. All of our previous efforts will be for nothing. Let alone the other treasures. We absolutely must acquire the old devil's heavenly corpse pearl. It is a rare body cultivation treasure, and is crucial for us to break through to the next layer of cultivation." Master Wild Sand snorted and said, The heavenly corpse pearl is important, but so is the blue crystal heavens. This sand isn't something that can be repeatedly used. After a single use, I will have nothing left. Madam Heavenstone might be close to me, but I won't be able to acquire heavens and a second time. Additionally, this person's abilities are deep and immeasurable. It might not be able to defeat him. If he manages to endure the attack, then matters will become even worse. But, although Lord Heavenwind felt that his words made sense, he was still unwilling to give up. Just as he thought to further persuade him, a fiery light suddenly streaked across the sky and flew a circle above the cloud before flying into Master Wildsand's hands. This is Master Wilds, and looked at the sound transmission talisman with surprise and sank his spiritual sense into it without any further hesitation. Soon, his face turned sullen and he waved his hand, extinguishing the talisman. "Let's go!" Master Wildsand coldly shouted. "Even the blue crystal heavens and won't be able to do anything now." Those useless earth fiends and devil wind seeds were broken through by the corpse soldiers under control of that concubine Jadeflower, and she sent large numbers of high-grade spirit corpses in this direction. It will be dangerous if we stay here any longer. Lord Heavenwind's plans were completely stifled and could only helplessly follow. The two hastily cast incantation gestures and flew alongside the cloud of black sand as it gathered together in the sky before taking off into the distance. During that entire time, neither Lord Heavenwind and Master Wildsand had made another appearance. As Hanli stood on the shoulders of the huge ape, he stared in the distance with a cold expression. As his time was limited, he would have released the Heaven Void Cauldron if the battle showed no signs of coming to an end. Given how the cauldron sealed the endless sky Sanctus Spirit sand, dealing with this cloud of sand shouldn't have been a problem, but the main cause for concern was that the Heaven Void Cauldron was a divine spirit treasure. Although few cultivators outside of the scattered star seas should recognize it, he was unwilling to reveal it to others. Else if someone were to realize what it was, there would be no end to the trouble ahead of him. When King Glorious Blaze saw that Master Wildsand and Lord Heavenwind make a complete retreat, he felt great relief. However, the corpse flames on his body remained ablaze as he saluted Hanli, saying, "Fellow Taoists' abilities are vast. You were actually able to break through the soulfall sand. It was an eye-opening experience. I must thank you for the kindness of saving my life." When Hanli heard this, he shot an appraising glance on the 10,000-year-old corpse monarch and wore an expression of indifference. The mist of sand had quickly retreated, but the corpse monarch's condition was far from good. The spiritual chi released from his body was less than half of his original state. It appeared that spitting out his corpse flames to block the soulfall sand while he was heavily injured came at the great cost of vitality. Although King Glorious Blaze was an unordinary cultivator, with his heavy injuries and Hanli's recent display of power, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he grew more wary, fearing that Hanli would turn to attack him while he was weakened. As for the huge ape underneath Hanli, it stood in place with half-closed eyes ever since the mist of sand left, as if it were savoring the feeling of the large quantities of black sand in its stomach. At that moment, Hanli immediately sensed King Glorious Blaze's hostile gaze and met his stare. Then the weeping soul beast opened its mouth and clicked its tongue at King Glorious Blaze, looking at him as if he were something tasty. King Glorious Blaze felt his blood run cold at the sight of this. After seeing the ape easily swept away the soulfall sand and realizing how fearsome it was, he felt a faint sense of dread. He guessed that the beast was a natural nemesis of his nature and inwardly cursed as a result. When Hanli had examined him, he sensed a corpse chi that was present in the Vajra barrier, and from his name, King Glorious Blaze, Hanli managed to piece together his identity. The refined corpse that Jin Yuan had mentioned was actually the corpse monarch before him. But after forcefully using the Great Development technique to clear his mind, Hanli pondered about how time he had left until the Soul Lock seal took effect once more, the possible secret techniques that King Glorious Blaze still possessed, and the abilities he revealed in his recent display of strength. He would no longer be able to catch him off guard, and even with the assistance of the Weeping Soul Beast, his odds of slaying him in the short time he had left wasn't very high. After a moment of deliberation, Han Li forcefully stifled his killing intent. But since he ended up saving him in passing, he wasn't about to allow this opportunity to pass him by. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Han Li's expression relaxed and he slowly said, "Although my show of force was a result of their own actions, I did end up saving your life. Didn't you say you were going to compensate me? I am quite interested in how you're going to do that." Han Li didn't believe himself to be an upright man of honor, and with the baleful Qi backlash coming closer each day, he wasn't about to spare this gravely injured corpse monarch. King Glorious Blaze relaxed upon hearing this and chuckled. "I don't have much on me, only a few spirit stones and other materials. If it is to your liking, we can return to my cave residence and I'll be sure to pay you in full." After staring at him for a while, Han Li calmly said, "There is no need to trouble you so much. However, I have taken a liking to your golden pearl. Would you be able to gift it to me?" King Glorious Blaze's expression grew sullen, but after he looked at the huge ape, he forced a smile and said, "Do you mean this item?" Then he opened his mouth and spat out the golden pearl. Han Li indifferently nodded upon seeing it. "This item is called a heavenly corpse pearl. It is a treasure that is formed after a corpse monarch refines the heavenly corpse arts. This isn't something that can be easily revealed to others. If I guess correctly, the two demons of Fangjian Mountain were most likely going after this item." King Glorious Blaze blinked and then smiled before pointing at the golden pearl in front of him, saying, "However, the pearl is no longer useful to me, so you can go ahead and take it." To Han Li's surprise, the pearl shot towards him and he reached out towards it, catching it in midair with the sudden appearance of a large azure hand. The old devil had simply given him the pearl. Han Li wrapped in the pearl in azure light and examined it with narrow eyes, finding there to be nothing wrong with it. When he mentioned this item, he intended only to haggle and see what King Glorious Blaze could give him. This sudden turn of events left him bewildered. Han Li felt as if lightning struck through his mind and wore a doubtful expression. When King Glorious Blaze saw this, he hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to explain. "Please don't feel this is strange, fellow Taoist. Although this is a heavenly corpse pearl, it isn't the one that I cultivated. When I first acquired the heavenly corpse arts, I obtained this corpse pearl as well. As my own heavenly corpse pearl is extremely important, I conceal it in my tomb instead of carrying it on me. So it was like that. In that case, I'll be taking this." Han Li nodded his head in realization, but just as he thought to ask something else, his expression stirred and he raised his head to look into the distance, then saying, "It seems your men have arrived. I will be taking my leave." Before King Glorious Blaze could say anything, Han Li's body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. The old devil glanced at Han Li's departing figure with a wavering expression, skeptical of Han Li's words. But soon, he heard ghost whales screaming in the distance and a green cloud that surged across the horizon. King Glorious Blaze was delighted to see them. Now that Master Wilds and Lord Heavenwind have retreated, he had nothing to fear. He then turned into a streak of gray light and flew off to welcome them. At that moment, Han Li was streaking through the sky at the speed of lightning. He didn't dare to waste the remaining time he had left before the Solok seal went back into effect. He needed to shake off King Glorious Blaze and the other two heretical cultivators, or else he would face them with his cultivation sealed. With Han Li's magic power temporarily restored to full strength, he was able to fly with incredible speed. By the time his magic power was sealed once more, he had arrived at a mountain range thousands of kilometers away, having changed direction several times along the way. Han Li sighed with relief. Having recognized his location, he then calmly took off on his flying magic tool. 2 days later, Han Li dropped down on a small desolate mountain. Soon after, he released several magic tools and easily carved out a cave residence. As a finishing touch, he placed down a concealment spell formation at the entrance. Han Li walked into the cave residence's sealed room and sat down cross-legged. "You plan on comprehending the bright jade arts here?" Monarch's soul divergence suddenly broke the silence. "What? This place won't do?" Han Li asked. Monarch's soul divergence snorted and said with an annoyed tone, "There isn't a spirit vein here. By the time you finish cultivating at this speed, my soul will have already scattered. Hee hee. Senior, please don't be angry, I was only joking. I've already comprehended a portion of the bright jade arts along the way. Fortunately, the first layer of the technique doesn't have large requirements for spiritual qi. I reckon I'll be able to cultivate it in a year, but the second layer will be much harder to cultivate and requires a large quantity of spiritual power. I will find a spirit vein when the time comes, or it will take unbearably long. And to eliminate the possibility of a baleful qi backlash, I will have to cultivate the first 2 layers of the bright jade arts. Han Li then continued. Although there are many spirit veins in the Great Gene, they will all be taken, even the inferior ones. And since I plan on quickly recovering my magic power, I will require a spirit vein of appropriate quality. It would be best to sneak into a large sect and quietly cultivate the technique there. From your tone, it seems you already have a plan, Monarch Soul Divergence said with a curious tone. That's right. I already have a target, and I won't even have to forge an identity. Oh, that's quite good. How about you tell me about it? Monarch Soul Divergence asked with surprise. It's quite simple, Han Li explained. Among the deeds inside of the Feng clan's secret cave, there were a few documents mixed together, detailing a few secret affairs of the Feng clan. It just so happened that the Feng clan master had prepared an escape route for the clan's disciples many years prior, creating a completely unrelated background as a rich merchant clan in the Nan province. This wealthy merchant clan has over a dozen successful businesses, but it was actually something the Feng clan had nurtured in secret. The clan is simply a front while all power and control belongs to the Feng clan. Now that the Feng clan is extinct, I'll be able to use this wealthy clan as cover and enter a large sect in the region. In only 3 years, I should be able to free a majority of my strength from the baleful qi, and I'll be able to safely search for your materials. So it was like that. That seems like a good idea, but why have you stopped here? You plan on cultivating the first layer of the incantation. I do plan on completing the first layer of the bright jade arts. I want to see if there are any problems with cultivating it. And I also want to take advantage of this desolate area to make that Vajra barrier recognize me as its master and turn that crystallized demon core into a flying needle. But more importantly, I will have to deal with these items first. Han Li sighed, and with a flip of his hand, he summoned a white and a golden pearl into his palms. They were the heavenly corpse pearl he had just acquired from King Glorious Blaze and the snow crystal pearl he acquired from the 9 Immortals Palace disciple. Needless to say, the snow crystal pearl is a rarely seen ice-attribute treasure, and it has yet to recognize a master. If I manage to refine it and nurture it, it will certainly benefit the purple apex flames. And since the heavenly corpse pearl is so heavily desired that even mid-nascent soul cultivators wouldn't hesitate to kill for the treasure, it must be valuable. Does Senior know how to use it? After some thought, Monarch Soul Divergence said, This item involves demon and ghost Dao cultivators, so I don't know too much of it, but I do know a bit about corpse pearls as a result of their large reputation. Items of these nature are something only corpse monarchs can produce from cultivation. Cultivators that rely on body refinement techniques will see this as a miraculous body purification medicine. After it is swallowed, it will slowly nurture a cultivator's constitution and have their tempered body surge in strength. Once the pearl is completely refined, one's body will be as durable as a corpse monarch. Given that the name of this corpse pearl is the heavenly corpse pearl, its effects should be unordinary. That King Glorious Blaze most likely cultivated a body cultivation technique. Han Li lowered his head to look at the golden pearl and hesitantly asked, Swallow it? To refine this magic treasure, I'll have to refine it inside of my body. Of course, it isn't so simple that you can directly refine it. Corpse pearls are extremely poisonous. You will need to first prepare a kind of spirit liquid to remove the poison from it. Although the materials to create spirit milk is rare, I recall that you should already have the materials on hand. It is possible that the pearl could greatly benefit the cultivation of the bright jade arts. I'll duplicate the liquid on a jade slip for you. Take a look. So it was like that. Many thanks for the trouble, Senior, Han Li said with a smile. A jade slip shot out from the bamboo tube on his back and Han Li caught it, then immersing his spiritual sense into it. A short moment later, Monarch's soul divergence then asked in a strange tone, "Youngster Han, haven't you forgotten about something important ever since you escaped from the Mulan Plains?" Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and asked with a confused tone, "Something important? What does senior mean?" Monarch's soul divergence sighed and said, "Could it be you've forgotten? Your divine spirit treasure, that small cauldron, has something sealed inside of it. You means to say the incarnation of the holy endless sky beast?" Han Li replied with a smile. Monarch's soul divergence chuckled and said, "That's right. Ever since you put away the beast, haven't you left it alone? Could it be that you're overlooking it?" "Overlooking it? Of course not. In fact, I've attempted to deal with. However, I will only be able to bring out the cauldron once my magic power has recovered. It is natural that you don't know of it." "What did you do?" Monarch's soul divergence curiously asked. Han Li responded with a wry smile. "What could I do? The cauldron isn't something that I can easily take out, and the beast's capture was far beyond what I could have anticipated. I was only able to use my spiritual sense to communicate with the beast." "What was the result?" Monarch's soul divergence asked with great anticipation. Han Li let out a gloomy snort and said, "The beast hasn't been in this world for long, and it doesn't possess much intelligence. I cannot communicate with it." Monarch's soul divergence indifferently said, "That is normal. However, since the beast was formed from the spiritual sense of a creature from a greater realm, I reckon that its intelligence will fully develop in several years. It won't be too late to deal with the creature later. Then all I can do is wait. It is a pity that the endless sky saintess cauldron is also sealed inside of it. The might of its spirit sand makes it an extremely powerful treasure. It seems that her cauldron was an imitation of the heaven void cauldron." Han Li said with a pitiful expression. "The saintess cauldron doesn't seem to be a magic treasure specialized in combat. Unlike the seven flame fan, if you are able to collect enough materials to form the imitation that I devised, the fan will certainly be above that of the endless sky saintess's cauldron." "I can't wait to see it," Monarch's soul divergence said with a cold smile. "Perhaps." Han Li had no objections over the claimed power of the altered seven flame fan. Regardless of their shape or form, fire attribute treasures were most likely specialized in attacks. After all, fire attribute spiritual power was unrivaled in destructive power amongst the elements. After Monarch's soul divergence finished speaking, Han Li said nothing else and lightly waved his sleeve, tossing the two pearls into the air and striking them both with a spell seal. Gold and white light began to glow from the two pearls as they floated motionlessly in the air. Han Li blinked and proceeded to slap his storage pouch, suddenly taking out an assortment of bottles and boxes and suspending a small cauldron in the air as well. With his hands in an incantation gesture, he pointed at the cauldron, causing it to tremble as its lid shot up into the air. The lid then flew a circle before suspending itself midair. Meanwhile, one of the jade boxes opened itself, revealing a pile of overflowing green dust. Han Li blew a mist of azure light onto it, and in a flicker of light, about half of the powder was brushed into the air by the light and flew in a circle before entering the small cauldron. Then, with a soft shout, a slim thread of azure flame shot out from his mouth. Despite the meager size of the flame, the small cauldron was immediately ignited upon contact, wrapping its bottom half in roiling fire. But after Han Li released this flame, his complexion paled as his strength had weakened. Han Li couldn't help but wryly smile. He didn't think that forcibly extracting a thread of nascent flames while his magic power was still sealed would prove so challenging. Of course, this was also in part due to the grave injuries he received in the Mulan Plains that he had yet to fully recover from. Then, he pointed at a slender jade bottle and had it slowly float over to the small cauldron. The lid of the bottle opened by itself and poured a stream of green liquid into the cauldron, instantly fusing with the green powder. Han Li uttered an incantation and struck the azure flames into the cauldron with a spell seal, causing it to surge in strength and cover the entire cauldron. After only a short moment, a faint medicinal scent emitted from the cauldron. Han Li's brow stirred and he waved his hand. A jade box then flew halfway into the air, and a stalk of fire-red spirit grass flew out from it and directly into the cauldron. Then as time passed by, Han Li added more materials into the cauldron at regular intervals with meticulous control. A day later, the refinement process was complete. Han Li swept his sleeve and caused the nascent flame lighting the cauldron to disappear. Then the cauldron slowly flew through the air and onto his hand. Han Li lowered his head and looked into the cauldron, seeing an extremely dense liquid that was several inches deep. It was translucent emerald green and had a strong fragrance. After looking at it for a moment, Han Li saw that it was exactly the same as the jade slip described. Then he cautiously asked, "Is this spirit liquid acceptable?" "That is it," Monarch Soul Divergence slowly said. "I didn't think that your pill refinement techniques have reached such a profound level. It appears to exceed even mine when I was at my peak. I originally believed that you would fail at least 2 times before you could refine the spirit liquid. After you immerse the heavenly corpse pearl in the liquid for an entire week, the corpse poison will be entirely extracted. Afterwards, you may consume the pearl as you wish." Han Li smiled when he heard this and pointed to the golden pearl that was floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the small cauldron and the lid soon followed it down, rigidly sealing it inside. Han Li placed the cauldron down at the corner of the room and paid no further attention to it. Refining the other pearl wouldn't take much more effort. He muttered an incantation and summoned a small ball of purple flames with a flip of his hand. He flung the fireball onto the snow crystal pearl. Then, the crystal brightly shined with white and purple light as the purple apex flames merged with the pearl. A trace of delight appeared on Han Li's face, and he breathed out a mist of azure light to completely cover the crystal. The crystal pearl suddenly shrank to the size of a medicine pill and was quickly swept down Han Li's throat. He then closed his eyes with a solemn expression, and his hands formed an incantation before he peered into his body. The snow crystal pearl was residing in his dantian, and the purple flames had wrapped around it in the form of a continuously revolving, inch-large lotus flower. Below the pearl, there was a nascent soul that was sincerely meditating with its hands held in an incantation gesture. The contrast of the purple flames with the nascent soul made for a mysterious appearance. Han Li felt relief when he saw this. With Han Li's foundation establishment Cultivation, it was impossible for him to directly cultivate the pearl, but fortunately the purple apex flames were overbearing to the point that he could use the flames to take in the pearl within his body. When he recovers his cultivation, the pearl will have already been partially refined, and in case of an emergency, he would be able to forcibly control it with the purple apex flames. With the matter of the 2 pearls dealt with, Han Li didn't immediately move on to the next matter at hand. Instead, he sat down cross-legged for half a day and recovered a portion of his magic power before he took out a spirit beast pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. A white mist of light flew out to reveal a golden bubble suspended in the air. Inside the half-finished Vajra barrier, the weeping soul beast was lying down and was soundly asleep. When Han Li saw this, his mouth curled, at a loss of whether he should laugh or cry. The weeping soul beast was truly too fond of sleeping. Most of the times he would summon it, it would already be asleep. He wryly chuckled and flicked his finger, striking the golden bubble with a small streak of azure light. The bubble trembled upon impact and began to bounce around, gently awakening the weeping soul beast inside. When it saw that it was outside the spirit beast pouch, it let out a series of cries before shooting out of the Vajra barrier in a streak of golden light. It flew a circle in the air before nimbly landing on Han Li's shoulder, then proceeding to rub its soft fur against Han Li's neck. After spending the past years with Han Li, it had begun to treat Han Li with great intimacy. Han Li smiled when he saw this and petted the monkey's head before turning his attention back the Vajra barrier floating in the air. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out a gust of azure light at it and engulfed it. Then as brilliant light flickered, the light repeatedly revolved around the treasure, but the golden bubble didn't react in the slightest. Han Li wore a pensive expression when he saw this and then quickly formed an incantation gesture and uttered an incantation. Streaks of spell seals followed, striking at the Vajra barrier, but apart from a few ripples from the bubble, nothing had changed. Han Li's expression changed when he saw this. With his current knowledge and abilities, those were the only two types of treasure possession methods that he knew of. After letting out a long breath, he repeatedly formed different hand incantations, and his voice fluctuated in intensity as he uttered more incantations. A series of rainbow spell seals then struck the Vajra barrier with flickers of his fingers, but the Vajra barrier still showed no sign of change. Senior Soul Divergence, what's going on? Although my current cultivation is only at foundation establishment stage, I should still be able to put this treasure under my ownership. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly said, Vajra barriers are a protective treasure refined by corpse flames using Buddhist crystal relics. It was a treasure that was originally rarely seen, as crystal relics and corpse flames would mutually oppose one another. It should come as no surprise that ordinary treasure possession techniques wouldn't work. How about you try and use the incantations I gave you for possession of the Vajra relic? All right, I'll give it a try. Hanli agreed without another thought. After half a day had passed, Hanli used his newly learned spell seals to force the Vajra barrier to shrink and fall into his hand, much to his relief. However, if he wished to finish the refinement process for the Vajra barrier, it would prove quite troublesome. Not even his nascent flames would be able to temper the Vajra barrier, and Monarch Soul Divergence didn't have any answers to this problem as well. According to Monarch Soul Divergence musings, the final step of the Vajra barrier's refinement process would require myriad-year corpse flames. When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and gloomily snort. Myriad-year corpse flames? Are you suggesting I go to the Snowmound Mountains and deliver myself to King Glorious Blaze? When Monarch Soul Divergence heard this, he snorted back in response but remained silent afterwards. Just as Hanli felt completely helpless over the matter despite having already acquired the Vajra barrier, the weeping soul beast sitting on Hanli's shoulder suddenly spat out a wisp of gray-white flames from its mouth out of boredom, striking at the Vajra barrier floating in the air. The originally still Vajra barrier then let out a series of groans as the flames engulfed it and began to fluctuate in shape within the gray flames. Hanli was greatly shocked by the sight of this. Myriad-year corpse flame, Monarch Soul Divergence muttered in amazement. At the border of the central and northern portions of the Jin Empire laid a region that was ranked among the smallest in land of the 36 regions of the empire but was also ranked the top 5 in terms of wealth. There were many fields and rivers amassing a great amount of wealth, and there were many large regions of spirit mountains as well. Mortals on those mountains would even commonly see immortals dressed in Taoist and Buddhist robes fly off into the horizon. Needless to say, Taoism and Buddhism were prevalent in the region, and their temples were profusely found throughout. Regardless of one's standing or wealth, they would always pay great respect to either of these schools. But in addition to these two prevalent schools, one could see the influence of many Confucian schools in the many cities and towns in the area. There were 39 of these Confucian schools, with one of the largest of these schools consisting of experts of Confucian teachings with many government officials in their ranks. On the other hand, the smallest of these schools only had ordinary Confucian instructors that could only explain the most basic aspects of Confucianism. If they felt that any of their disciples were outstanding, they would be recommended to a higher school, granting poorer disciples a good opportunity to advance. After all, Confucian scholars that graduate from a high-grade Confucian school were welcomed to the higher echelon of the Jin Empire. Confucian scholars that stem from the highest schools are even heavily recruited by nobility of all ranks. The Taichung Prefecture's capital city, Taichung City, was the location of one such of these prestigious Confucian academies. Although the city wasn't ranked amongst the best in the empire, it was one of the centers of commerce in the Nan province, and was where the rich and powerful took residence. There were 4 families titled as nobility that resided in the city, as well as countless people of every trade. In the Taichung city's west side resided the Gon clan, a clan of particularly wealthy merchants. They possessed over 20 restaurants in their prefecture cities. In smaller cities, they were hegemony of wealth, but in Taichung City, they were simply among the many elites that resided there. But even among the elite, the Gon clan did own a particularly large estate in the district where the wealthy resided and had over 40 servants in their employment. One day as the sun blazed at noon, a youth in Confucian robes slowly walked down a street. The young man appeared in his early 20s and wore a package on his back that was thickly wrapped in gray cloth and covered in dust. As he walked down the street, he repeatedly looked around and soon spotted the Gon clan's glossy gate. When he read the words Gon Estate, he unconsciously smiled. When he approached the gate, he examined it for a moment before pounding the iron door. Thud, thud. Hurried footsteps arrived from the other side of the gate. The gate cracked open to a middle-aged man wearing servant robes who had a respectful expression on his face. When the servant saw the youth, his respectful expression suddenly froze before quickly fading away. He stood up straight and asked with a doubtful tone, "Who is your esteemed self looking for?" He then examined the youth as if trying to make out his origins. The youth cupped his hands in a salute and smiled. "Is this Uncle Gon Chi's residence?" After examining the quality of the youth's clothes, his original display of contempt had disappeared. Instead, he was now greatly alarmed after hearing Han Li speak, and he respectfully said, "Uncle Gon Chi? Gon Chi is the esteemed name of my master. Then young sir must be. I am Han Li. Uncle Gon Chi is a distant relative of mine. I have made this trip to pay my respects to him." Han Li continued to smile as he spoke. It was now a year after he had cultivated in wholehearted seclusion. During this time, he'd drawn the aid of the heavenly corpse pearl and the Vajra relic to refine the first layer of the bright jade arts. With that done, the roiling baleful chi was mostly calmed, much to Han Li's delight, but it still remained a priority for him to deal with. As such, he had hurried over to the Gon clan for the next step in his plan to rid himself of the baleful chi. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged servant said, "So it was young Sir Han." Unfortunately, the master had left in the morning to meet with his colleagues. Currently, the eldest young master is in charge of the residence. "Shall I make a report to him?" "Please, I must thank you for the trouble," Han Li calmly replied. "Please wait a moment, young sir. I will immediately make the report." The middle-aged man bowed and closed the gate before heading back. Han Li idly stood in front of the gate and examined the surroundings of the huge estate, occasionally catching sight of a few carriages that passed by. Although he hadn't swept his spiritual sense past the city, it was clear there were a large number of cultivators in it. Furthermore, there were many areas that housed many high-grade cultivators. This was rather odd to him, as he couldn't fathom why these cultivators would have such a high interest in the mortal world. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the door creaked open to reveal an embroidered-robed youth with a refined appearance. Standing behind him was the servant from before. After the youth gave Han Li an appraising look, he courteously said, "You must be Sir Han. I am Gon Yu. I heard that you were a distant relative of the Gon clan. Although I've never heard of this before, I cannot forget my manners. If you'd like, will Sir Han like to follow me to the living room? So you're the son of Uncle Gon. Since you've given me the invitation, I will not refuse it." Without another thought, Han Li promptly agreed. With a faint smile, Gon Yu stepped to the side and welcomed Han Li inside. Then, the black gates silently closed. 2 hours later, the Gon clan master, a plump 50-year-old man wearing blue noble robes named Gon Chi, returned to the Gon estate by carriage. Gon Chi looked at the gatekeeper below the carriage and asked, "Has anything happened while I was away?" The middle-aged gatekeeper sincerely replied, "Lord, there is a young man surnamed Han that had arrived. He claims that he is your nephew and is waiting in the living room with the young lord." They seemed to be having an excited conversation. Just as Gon Chi stepped off the carriage and approached the estate gate, he paused and muttered, "A nephew? Surnamed Han." A trace of doubt could be heard from his voice. "What? Is this person a fraud?" In his alarm, the gatekeeper hastily suggested, "Shall I call for the guards? It's hard to say if he's truly a fraud. I do think I have such a relative, but it has been quite some time so my memory fails me. Continue to guard the gate. There is no need to involve yourself over the matter." Gon Chi recovered his calm and rebuked the gatekeeper before hurrying into the estate. Without even taking the time to change his clothes, he rushed into the main hall. Just as he entered the entrance of the main hall, he heard a cheerful and familiar voice speak. I admire Brother Han's deep understanding of the Confucian teachings. But with regards to those great words, my understanding is that the voice clearly belonged to his eldest son, and he seemed to be excitedly conversing with the guest. When the old man heard this, his expression grew somewhat sullen and a trace of unease was betrayed from his eyes. But a short moment later, he gritted his teeth and walked into the hall. "Lord Father, this is Sir Han." When Ganyu saw his father walked in, he immediately stood up and saluted him. "Yes, I've already heard from the gatekeeper." Ganqi waved his arm at his son and then stared at Han Li, asking, "Then your esteemed self must be the one who claims to be my distant relative. Do you have a letter or a keepsake perhaps?" At that moment, Han Li stood up and couldn't help but smile when he heard that question. Then, without another word, he handed over a sparkling white jade pendant. When Ganqi saw this jade pendant, his expression became moved. He solemnly took the jade pendant and closely examined it once through before saying, "So you must be the young descendant, Brother Han. Please follow me to my study. I wish to ask about a matter pertaining to my deceased aunt." Ganqi grabbed Han Li's wrist with great excitement and pulled him out from the hall. Remaining behind in the hall, Ganyu stood up in shock and muttered, "Your aunt? Was there such a relative in the Gan clan?" After they entered the study, Ganqi carefully closed the door of the study and deeply saluted, saying, "I pay my respects, Sir Han." "Stand up," Han Li said. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he shook Ganqi's body straight with a gust of blue light before continuing. "There is no need for you to ask about my origins. You only need to know from today on that I was sent here by the people in charge of you." Ganqi's doubts were washed away by Han Li's display of magic power, and he respectfully replied, "Yes, so you are close to the two sirs that were related to the Gan clan, but they disappeared since 20 years ago. Young Master Han couldn't have come at a better time." Han Li nodded and then said in a commanding tone, "I've only arrived at your Gan clan in passing. I have more important affairs to attend to, but I will require assistance from your connections to the mortal world." Outside of Taichung City, there were many unremarkable Confucian schools, one of which was a mid-grade school by the name of Pure Revelations Academy. If there was anything notable to say about it, it was that it was constructed on the renowned Jadefield Mountains. These mountains were a renowned spirit mountain range in the Taichung Prefecture with over 10 various peaks. Although it wasn't particularly steep or imposing, it had favorable weather throughout the year and beautiful flowers blooming all over. There were also many rare spirit trees and fruits that can only be found there, causing them to be ranked as the greatest of the 13 spirit mountains in the region. The Pure Revelations Academy was constructed on the Jadefield Mountains' illusory cloud peak. The academy, which could hold over 1,000 people, was constructed across the entire upper half of the mountain. It is said that this academy didn't have the qualifications to establish themselves on such a famous mountain, as the other mountains were filled with famous and renowned temples that were clearly superior existences compared to it. But strangely enough, when the Pure Revelations Academy was constructed over 1,000 years ago, the Taoist temples in the vicinity hadn't opposed them in the slightest. Rather, the priests and monks would treat the students of the academy with great courtesy ever since its establishment, much to the astonishment of the locals. Another odd thing about the academy was the disparity of the ages of the disciples they recruit, ranging anywhere from 6 years old to well over 20 years old. And each year, they would recruit disciples at 3 to 4 times at irregular intervals. There were times where they would go 4 or even 8 years without recruiting anyone. In addition, many of the people that are accepted are rarely seen walking out of the front gates, adding an air of mystery to the academy. Of course, these were only viewed as mysteries to the mortals that inhabited the bottom half of the mountain. Since they didn't know any better, they believed Pure Revelations Academy to be completely unremarkable as their name was hardly heard of throughout the region. One day, there were 2 people that were slowly climbing up Illusory Cloud Mountain. One of them was a middle-aged scholar with a dignified appearance, and the other was a scholar around the age of 20s who had somewhat tanned skin and a common appearance. He was Han Li, who had appeared at the Gan estate a month prior. The middle-aged scholar walked forward with fluttering sleeves, saying, "Esteemed nephew Han, the Pure Revelations Academy had finished recruiting disciples 2 months prior, But I heard from old fellow Gon that you've learned an assortment of Taoist techniques and know of the existence of cultivators. As such, I've brought you to this academy for a test. It will be up to destiny to see whether or not they will take you in. Since I share a friendship with the academy's senior teacher Liu, I've brought you over to see him. If he finds you acceptable, you may remain at the academy. Yes, I've heard of your arrangements, Hanli replied with a sincere tone. Uncle Gon have already spoken of them. Regardless of whether the academy takes me in, my uncle will take this favor to heart. At that moment, Han Li's body released the aura of the fourth layer of qi condensation. Ordinary cultivators would be unable to see through his true cultivation. A month ago, he had requested Gu Qi, the Feng clan's agent, to assist him in joining any large cultivation sect, regardless of their affiliation. The reason why he bluntly said this was because the Feng clan gave him past orders to particularly befriend cultivators that entered the mortal world for future use. As a result, Gon Qi was able to fulfill the request without much difficulty. But what worried Gon Qi was the possibility of Han Li holding malicious intentions and possibly implicating the Gon clan. However, all the Gon clan businesses secretly belonged to the Feng clan. So long as Han Li took out the deeds for their properties, he could eliminate the entirety of the Gon clan overnight. Additionally, Gon Qi felt that the origins of the Feng clan were particularly mysterious despite knowing a few matters about the cultivation world. But after Han Li pledged that he wouldn't cause any trouble for the Gon clan after entering the cultivation sect, Gon Qi could only summon the courage to follow his request. After several days of preparation, he eventually chose a middle-aged scholar surnamed Yen to act as a bridge to have Han Li enter the Pure Revelations Academy. The reason why he selected this person was that Confucian schools had a far more lax policy of accepting disciples. So long as he wasn't a disciple of a wicked or evil sect and had an innocent past, he would be taken in, even if he had a master in the past. Not to mention that Gon Qi had done the middle-aged man, Teacher Yen, a great favor. As someone who stemmed from a Confucian sect, he viewed matters of loyalty and debt with exceptional importance and would be certain to handle this matter with his greatest effort. And while there were other methods of entry to other sects, they also had a poor probability of success. After all, great cultivation sects weren't as difficult to enter as they were in the heavenly south, but any low-grade vagrant cultivator wouldn't be allowed to be a disciple. When Han Li heard the name of Pure Revelations Academy, he asked about its location and stealthily flew off on his flying magic tool to take a look at the Jadefield Mountains spirit vein. He was satisfied with what he found. Although the spirit vein couldn't compare to the spirit well objects in his cave residence in the heavenly south, it was far stronger than others' veins near Taichung City. As for the matter of spirit wells, if they were moved around too often without being placed on top of a spirit vein for a long period of time, they would gradually lose their spiritual nature. As such, he only carried 2 spirit wells on his body, but since he couldn't find even an unoccupied spirit vein in the Great Gene, he resorted to scheming to infiltrate into a large sect to cultivate. Under these conditions, Han Li assumed the identity of a distant relative of Gon Qi, a low-grade vagrant cultivator that only learned shallow magic techniques but also one that yearned for the path of cultivation. He then relied on his uncle to see if he could aid him in entering a large sect for continued cultivation. Following that, Gon Qi found a famed instructor of a large Confucian school, a scholar surnamed Yen. He agreed, wishing to repay Gon Qi's past favor towards him, and brought Han Li to Pure Revelations Academy as a result. The middle-aged scholar, Teacher Yen, sighed and said, "It seems Brother Gon values you quite greatly. But this is no surprise as those with spirit roots are only found 1 in 10,000 people. It is only a pity that I don't have spirit roots either, or I would have also entered the Pure Revelations Academy in pursuit of the path of cultivation." Han Li smiled and tacitly remained silent. Afterwards, Teacher Yen spoke no further and brought Han Li forward. As they traveled up the mountain, they were able to see a mountain peak in the sky. They also heard resonant and melodious bell rings that shook the spirit of those who heard it. Teacher Yen paused and turned to look the illusory cloud peak. He shook his head and muttered, "The Treasure Spirit Temple's clear hum bell is a truly rare treasure, but it seems the senior monk in charge of the temple is rather excessive to strike it 3 times in a single day." A bright glint flickered from Han Li's eyes when he heard that there was a Buddhist sect on the mountain, and then wore a pensive expression. He soon realized that this so-called treasure was actually a top-grade magic tool, nothing that was particularly rare. He wrapped up his long sleeves and held them behind his back and proceeded to follow after Teacher Yen. Soon, the two arrived at a platform at the center of the mountain, and then, the scenery suddenly opened before them. They saw a verdant, lush, emerald-green forest of bamboo in front of them, with sightings of red and white buildings in the distance. There were also several white stone paths that led directly into the bamboo forest. Teacher Yen glanced at the forest and said, "Let's go. The main entrance usually isn't open. Follow me to the side gate." He then brought Han Li to the side and walked down another road. After many turns, Han Li and Teacher Yen appeared at a pitch-black gate that was 3 meters tall. Teacher Yen sighed and lightly knocked on. The gate silently opened to reveal a young man in white Confucian robes. "Ah, so it was Teacher Yen. Have you come to find Senior Teacher Lu?" The youth had spiritual qi fluctuations at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, but he still spoke to Teacher Yen with great respect. Han Li couldn't help but look better of Teacher Yen when he saw this. In the heavenly south, such a situation would have never happened. Han Li thought with a cold chuckle. It seemed Confucians were quite strict with their rules, causing even cultivators to bow their heads to mortals. However, this would probably only occur with low-grade cultivators. This definitely wouldn't happen with a high-grade cultivator. "Yes, I've come to see Brother Lu. Is he present?" Teacher Yen calmly asked. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and said, "He is currently seeing an esteemed guest in his study. I will make report that you've come." "That is fine. Sorry to trouble you," Teacher Yen said with a smile. Although the white-robed youth knew that he was immortal, he also had a deep friendship with Senior Teacher Lu and didn't dare to slight him. After a polite word, he hastily took out a voice transmission talisman, uttered a few words into it, and sent it into the air as a streak of fiery light, soon to quickly fly off without a trace. Not long after, Han Li detected a powerful spiritual sense sweep past them before immediately disappearing. Han Li's heart stirred, knowing that this most likely belonged to Senior Teacher Lu. From the level of his spiritual sense, he appeared to be an early core formation cultivator. This had come as a surprise as he expected him to have late foundation establishment cultivation at most. In Han Li's point of view, the lower his cultivation, the better, as it would be less likely for him to see through his disguise. Soon, a spiritual qi trembled in the air above them and a man's voice indifferently sounded out. "Is it Brother Yen? I am currently seeing a guest, but Brother Yen may as well come in. Oh, and you may bring that young friend of yours as well." When this was said, the white-robed youth led Teacher Yen and Han Li inside. After walking through a pathway for a short while, they passed through several courtyards where Han Li heard sounds of paper and flipping pages, exactly as one would hear of an ordinary academy. Although it was named as such, why would low-grade cultivators waste their time studying instead of cultivating qi? When the white-robed youth saw Han Li's surprise, he smiled and explained, "These are our lower academy disciples undergoing their noon studies. To enter the upper academy, one would not only require spirit roots but the cultivation of the noble spirit. After all, most Confucian techniques draw on the aid of noble spirit. The greater and firmer one's noble spirit, the farther one will reach in their cultivation, greatly expanding their future prospects." Since Teacher Yen had brought along a young cultivator with seemingly similar cultivation to his own, the white-robed youth decided to take the initiative to befriend him. "So it was like that?" Han Li replied to this show of kindness with a smile. At that moment, the three were walking through an area filled with pavilions. After making several turns, they arrived at a small serene courtyard. The sounds of turning pages suddenly disappeared as soon as they walked inside, clearly a result of a soundproofing restriction. Teacher Yen didn't show the slightest difference when this occurred. He seemed to have been there before. As for the white-robed youth, he didn't dare to enter and had bid them farewell outside of the courtyard gate. When he saw the youth disappeared into a pavilion at the side, Teacher Yen tidied up his clothes and approached the largest room with slow steps. But just as he stepped forward, A light knock sounded from the door and it opened itself. Then, Senior Teacher Lu's voice sounded out from above. "Brother Yen, please enter. I was just keeping Royal Serenity Monastery's nun Hualien company. Allow me to introduce you to my brother Yen." "The Royal Serenity Monastery?" Teacher Yen revealed a trace of shock, but he walked in without any further hesitation. Han Li closely followed after him. Once they entered the reception room, they saw a man and a woman sitting inside. The man appeared over 40 years old and had a thin face with long facial hair. At a glance, one could tell he was an extremely shrewd and calm individual. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, wore yellow Taoist robes, and had fair skin and black hair. From her magnificent poise and grace, one could tell she was a Taoist nun. When Teacher Yen and Han Li entered, the two swept their eyes past them. Before Teacher Yen could even speak, the young Taoist nun smiled and called out to him. "So this is the famous teacher Yen Yao? Although this humble Taoist pay no attention to the mortal world, I have heard of the great fame of the Magnificent Harmony Academy's teacher Yen." Then she swept his gaze past Han Li and paid no further attention to him. The woman was only a late foundation establishment cultivator, but she was exceptionally calm and at ease in front of Senior Teacher Lu. It was clear she was someone of great background. Teacher Yen didn't dare to be negligent and hastily saluted her. "I don't dare to accept your praise. I've heard of your grand name long ago as well. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nun Hualien." Junior greets these two seniors. Han Li took half a step forward and saluted them as well. Senior Teacher Lu blinked and calmly asked, "Who is this young friend?" "This is my esteemed nephew Han," said Teacher Yen, "a distant blood relative of my good friend. Because he mentioned the reputation of the Pure Revelations Academy, I couldn't turn him down and brought his nephew here to see if he has the qualifications to be a disciple of the Academy." Senior Teacher Lu looked at Han Li, and after a moment of silence, he calmly said, "Oh, he's the nephew of Brother Yan's good friend. His spirit roots and aptitude seems ordinary. However, let's carefully examine his attributes. Young friend Han, come here." "Yes, Senior." When Han Li heard this, he walked over without the slightest hesitation and allowed his wrist to enter the middle-aged man's cold grasp. With Han Li's vast spiritual sense, he had no fear of being seen through. Regardless of his spiritual roots, attributes, or even his bones, Senior Teacher Lu would only see what Han Li wanted to. However, Han Li didn't wish to be too eye-catching so that he would be allowed to cultivate in the academy without notice. As such, he revealed his true aptitude and spirit roots, revealing the lowest acceptable aptitude to enter the cultivation world, his own 4 attribute spirit roots. As for his bones, he simply concealed their age so that there wasn't anything strange about them. After Senior Teacher Lu finished his examination, he let go of Han Li's wrist and calmly said, "For attribute spirit roots lacking metal, it will be quite difficult for him to enter the academy, but from the magic power on his body, it seems he's already cultivated a few low-grade magic techniques. Fortunately, he's cultivated a pure wood attribute cultivation art instead of a wicked devilish one. There will be no problems with this aspect. However, his age is rather large and the possibility of reaching foundation establishment stage is next to nothing. It will be likely that he will only reach to the 8th layer of chi condensation in this lifetime. In that case, you may as well be a loose cultivator and allow yourself more freedom." Han Li drooped his head in a display of helplessly and said in a sincere tone, "This junior have heard this evaluation before from other seniors, but I believe that my effort will be able to overcome my deficiencies. I wish to give the path of cultivation a try." Senior Teacher Lu's expression stirred and took a look at Teacher Yen. He then nodded and said, "I have nothing to say in front of your unwavering will to tread the path of cultivation, but since you're a loose cultivator entering the sect, have you cultivated any various techniques you are skilled in?" When Han Li heard this, he was stunned. He didn't think that he would ask a chi condensation cultivator this question. Could it be that he was testing him on behalf of Teacher Yen? Han Li's thoughts quickly stirred and he replied without the slightest hesitation, "This junior has touched upon the Tao of tool refinement. But with my cultivation and experience, I was only able to refine a few of the most basic tools. It can't be considered true tool refinement. Afterwards, Han Li displayed an embarrassed expression. Oh? You understand tool refinement? There are very few vagrant cultivators that have learned tool refinement techniques. After all, they consume much time to master. When the Taoist nun heard this, an odd expression appeared on her face. I acquired a tool refinement jade slip and casually practiced it. Han Li belittled his tool refinement techniques as much as he could. Simply mentioning this would greatly influence his odds of entering the sect, but showing true skill would just be asking for trouble. Also, there are far fewer people capable of pill refinement and spell formations compared to tool refinement. It would be far too eye-catching to mention the other two. Fellow Taoist Han, you understand tool refinement? That is great. Senior Lu, it seems I won't need to borrow any tool refinement disciples from your sect. Since this fellow Taoist Han has yet to be a disciple here, how about he enter the Royal Serenity Monastery? The Taoist nun's suggestion came as a great shock to both Han Li and Teacher Yen. Teacher Yen couldn't help but sternly say, Nun Hualien, this isn't very appropriate. Your monastery is for nuns. How can a man like Han Li enter? The Taoist nun pursed her lips in a smile and said, although the Royal Serenity Monastery is a female institution, there are a few fire attribute Taoist priests and men that have entered our sect, but they reside outside of the monastery, so there is no need for Teacher Yen to worry. So it was like that. I knew far too little of the Royal Serenity Monastery. However, esteemed nephew Han wishes to enter Pure Revelations Academy. It is still inappropriate for him to enter your sect. Teacher Yen seemed set on having Han Li enter the academy. Despite clearly knowing that he was facing an existence beyond his own, he still decided to raise a dispute. Unconcerned, Nun Hualien smiled and explained, with fellow Taoist Han's aptitude, even if he were to enter your academy, he would only be a common disciple with no future prospects. However, my sect is preparing to refine many treasures and we are currently lacking a low-grade disciple that understands tool refinement. So long as he is willing to enter my monastery, your tool refinement techniques will improve and I will even make sure that your cultivation will be looked after. I won't conceal this from you, Teacher Yen, but I've come to borrow a disciple from the academy that understands tool refinement. Now that one has appeared before me, I no longer have to trouble fellow Taoist Lu. Teacher Yen hesitated for a moment and then turned to Senior Teacher Lu, asking, Brother Lu, what do you think? With a calm expression, Senior Teacher Lu said with a deep voice, young friend Han had yet to be a disciple, so he is still free. It is naturally up to him if he wishes to enter the Royal Serenity Monastery or the Academy, but it is as Nun Hualien says. Even if he were to enter the Academy, I cannot offer him any assistance, and she has come to borrow a low-grade tool refinement disciple. Entering the monastery isn't a bad choice at all. With that said, the three in the room turned to look at Han Li with worry, curiosity, and even excitement. Royal Serenity Monastery? When Han Li heard this name, he recalled it to be a Taoist monastery on Jadefield Mountain. However, he hadn't known that was a female monastery and didn't know much about it. He found himself at a complete loss. The offer had thrown Han Li's plans into chaos. He didn't know anything about this sect, or if it would be as fitting for him as the Pure Revelations Academy. Additionally, if he refused such a good offer and entered Pure Revelations Academy regardless, he feared he would attract the suspicion of Senior Teacher Lu. As such, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes at Nun Hualien's offer and repeatedly cursed in his heart. Senior Hualien, I will be honest to you. I don't know much about the Royal Serenity Monastery. But since it is a female monastery, it shouldn't be very accommodating in terms of cultivation methods and techniques for male cultivators. As Han Li's thoughts quickly stirred, he found something wrong with the situation and was barely able to raise an objection. Nun Hualien smiled and calmly said, so it turned out Junior Han was worried over this matter, but there will be no problem. Our Royal Serenity Monastery is only a branch of the Three Royals Monastery. There is also our brother branch, the Royal Yang Monastery, which is our male counterpart. There will be no lack of male cultivation techniques for you. I've also noticed that your body is lacking noble spirit qi. You would have to cultivate this new chi after entering Pure Revelations Academy, so our cultivation techniques should be much easier for you to cultivate. Of course, if you manage to cultivate Confucian sects to completion, you will be able to employ abilities far beyond Taoist techniques, but this is too early to speak of for fellow Taoist Han. Could it be that you believe the Royal Serenity Monastery to be beneath you? Senior teacher Lu calmly added on, fellow Taoist Hualian's words are reasonable. Our Confucian techniques are slower than even Buddhist techniques at the beginning. Young friend Han, it seems more suitable for you to enter the Royal Serenity Monastery. Since fellow Taoist Hualian has agreed to look after you, you have a chance of achieving foundation establishment if you accept her offer. When Han Li heard this, he was completely speechless. It seems he had no choice but to deviate from his original plan. Fortunately, the Royal Serenity Monastery also shares the spirit veins of Jadefield Mountain. So long as he was careful, nothing strange should happen. With that thought, Han Li could only accept his bad luck. With feigned excitement, he said, since both senior had made this recommendation to me, this opportunity must be good. I will agree to it. After hearing this, Nun Hualian nodded and senior teacher Lu silently smiled. As for teacher Yen, he couldn't raise any opposition to his agreement despite his wishes for Han Li to enter the Confucian sect. With this matter settled, the four chatted in the room for a moment more, speaking not of the fantastical tales that occurred in the cultivation world, but rather the changes of the great Jin political court, much to Han Li's bewilderment. It wasn't too surprising with regards to the Confucian sects as their interests are tied to the mortal world. But he found it rather strange for a monastery nun to talk about politics with even moderate interest. Could it be that the Royal Serenity Monastery was also a cultivation sect that was involved with the mortal world? Han Li couldn't help but ponder about this. As conversation in the room was continued with vigor, footsteps sounded out from the outside and a young voice said, reporting to Martial Ancestor, as per your orders, I have brought the purple essence copper from the storehouse. Oh, bring it in, senior teacher Lu said without another thought. Purple essence copper. Han Li's heart stirred. This ore was an outstanding material for refining top-grade magic tools and treasures. It might not be particularly valuable to Han Li, but it was undoubtedly a rare item to those in front of him. As Han Li thought this, the room doors were pushed open to reveal a fair child that was 12 years old. He walked in with a large red tray covered with a bulging silver cloth. Then, he respectfully placed the tray on the table in front of Nun Hualian and senior teacher Lu. Senior teacher Lu glanced at the boy and calmly ordered, you may leave. There is no need for you to wait here. The child acknowledged the command and deeply bowed before heading out of the room. Afterwards, senior teacher Lu promptly handed the tray over to Nun Hualian. Then with a smile, he said, fellow Taoist Hualian, this is the purple essence copper we are lending to you. Your monastery has looked everywhere for this material. It appears you truly plan on refining a precious treasure. Could it be a top-grade magic tool or a magic treasure? Nun Hualian hesitated for a moment and then apologetically said, this isn't very clear to me. I am only following the orders of 4th Senior Nun. If Senior wishes to know more about this, it would be better for him to ask her. They should tell you the truth. When Senior Teacher Lu heard the mention of 4th Senior Nun, his expression changed for a moment and then he responded with a chuckle. There is no need to do that. It was only a passing question. Nun Hualian smiled and lifted the cloth off of the tray, revealing a pile of golden stones glowing with purple light. She grinned after she saw the tray full of purple essence copper and uttered a word of thanks before taking it into her storage pouch in a sweep of light. With her objective fulfilled, Nun Hualian uttered a few more words with Senior Teacher Lu before taking her leave. He didn't urge her to stay and promptly called for the child to lead Nun Hualian out of the academy. Han Li bid his farewell as well and followed after the woman. After Han Li and Nun Hualian left, silence filled the hall. Teacher Yen and Senior Teacher Lu didn't speak for some time and simply looked at each other in silence. Teacher Yen in particular had a troubled expression. Senior Teacher Lu eventually broke the silence and spoke with a sullen, emotionless tone. How are your preparations? In order to deal with that monster Nyotienda, I will have to rely on my essence-joined devouring arts. Now that we are at the final strand, Do you have any second thoughts on keeping your life? Teacher Yan's expression turned sullen and he snorted, saying, So long as I am able to take revenge for the extermination of my clan, what is the cost of a single life in comparison? My sole worry is that after you finish cultivating your ability, you would be unwilling to provoke the old devil out of fear for his fierce flames. Reminded of his family, he clasped his hands with force, deeply sinking his fingernails into his palm. Senior Teacher Lu wasn't angered by his words and calmly replied, Why does Brother Yen have such doubts towards me? Didn't I already say once you assist me in cultivating this ability, I will inherit your body's noble spirit qi which will contain traces of your resentment? If I don't eliminate this Nyotienda, there will come a day I will no longer be able to use this qi. In order to make sure that I can still make use of it, I must eliminate him. Besides, does Brother Yen feel that there is anyone else that will assist you in killing this wretch? And someone that has no fear of retaliation from the Black Yang sect? Teacher Yen pondered for a moment, then saying, You're right. Although I've strived to make friends with a few cultivators over the years, none of them have abilities or cultivation as vast as Brother Lu's, and only you are willing to assist me in getting revenge for the extermination of my family. It isn't that the others aren't capable, but that they're unwilling to provoke one of the 10 great devil Dao sects on the behalf of a mortal like me. Naturally, Senior Teacher Lu sighed, that Nyotienda is an external affairs enforcer of the Black Yang sect. How could a small sect dare to provoke them? Confucian sects like ours were always at odds with the devil Dao, so there is no fear of worsened relations. In a show of my sincerity, I have agreed to every one of your requests in the last 5 years. This clearly illustrates my kind intentions. Teacher Yan's expression turned icy, and he coldly stared at Senior Teacher Lu in silence. Seeing that Teacher Yan wouldn't yield, Senior Teacher Lu wryly smiled and helplessly said, Fine. In order to set Brother Yan's heart at ease, I am willing to face the portrait of our noble sage and swear a heartlock oath. In the future, if I do not fulfill my oath, my noble spirit qi won't progress in the slightest. Teacher Yen let out a long sigh and his brow twitched. Then, with a stiff expression, he said, Good, that will do. Then don't hesitate to use this body to assist in your cultivation. It isn't that I can't trust Brother Lu, but as the sole surviving member of the Yen clan, I cannot help but be more cautious. Senior Teacher Lu waved his hand and calmly said, I naturally understand why Brother Yen is being difficult. The cultivation arrangements will take place in 1 month. Please finish making your funeral arrangements before returning to the academy. Teacher Yen nodded and the room sank into silence once more. Then, he suddenly broke the silence and asked, That's right. Why did that Royal Serenity Monastery nun had to take away Han Li? Could it be that the academy didn't wish for another tool refinement disciple? Senior Teacher Lu casually smiled and said, I was merely using the situation for my own benefit. The treasure that the Royal Serenity Monastery is refining should be quite important. They are lacking even subordinates to refine materials. Although our academy can lend low-grade tool refinement disciples to Royal Serenity Monastery, we will find it difficult as we don't know what they will be subject to. With the appearance of young friend Han, we were able to fulfill their request without troubling the sect. When Scholar Yen heard this, he calmly let the matter drop. If he felt truly ill over the matter, he would have pressed his friend further. Meanwhile, Nun Hualien was bringing Han Li along on a scarf magic tool. They were flying toward a shorter point of Illusory Cloud Peak. Han Li and Nun Hualien were standing in a secret room filled with an assortment of materials. There was a red-faced early foundation establishment cultivator appraising Han Li with a tight frown. This is Elder Wei, one of the 2 great tool refinement masters of our 3 Royals Monastery. You will be assisting Elder Wei for the time being and will hone your tool refinement technique in passing. Rest assured, we won't truly have you become a tool refinement master since we're lacking in resources to do so. It is only because we will soon refine an important treasure that we require a bit more assistance. So long as you perform well in these 3 or so years, I will reward you with medicine pills and personally provide you cultivation guidance. Naturally, I will not go back on my promise. Han Li didn't say anything further and only nodded in response. Elder Wei then said in an annoyed voice, "Fellow Taoist Hualien, does this martial nephew truly understand tool refinement? Isn't his age and cultivation too low? Didn't you say you went to Pure Revelations Academy to find a suitable assistant?" Nun Hualien replied with a smile, "The refinement of this treasure is vastly important, so it would be better to not let other sects involve themselves. Martial nephew Han's cultivation and experience may be shallow, but with Elder Wei's directions, there should be no problem for him to perform material refinement." With no better alternative, Elder Wei unhappily said, "Even refining materials will require talent, or else it will result in destruction of the materials. But since fellow Taoist Hualien has mentioned it, let's have this youngster stay here for the time being. Don't worry, my judgment isn't that poor. His magic power is remarkably pure despite his low cultivation. At the very worst, his control of magic power and tool refinement techniques shouldn't be too poor." Elder Wei examined Han Li once more, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. So it was like that. He does have a bit of potential. It seems fellow Taoist Hualien hadn't brought any random person to me. Since I've already brought the person you need, the refinement process should take less time. Compared to the other two monasteries, our own monastery is lagging behind in progress. We mustn't delay this great affair by any means, or we'll be to blame. I will be taking my leave." Elder Wei saw her off and promised, "Be at ease, with the youngster, matters will definitely not be delayed." When Nun Hualien heard this, she departed with satisfaction, leaving Han Li and Elder Wei behind in the hidden room. With no trace of kindness in his voice, Elder Wei then sternly said, "You should have listened to what we were saying. Regardless if you are interested in tool refinement or if you have any talent, I will diligently instruct you on the Tao of tool refinement for a month, and then I will assign you to your tasks. So long as you complete my assignments at the end of every month, you may use the rest of your time as you wish. But if you don't finish your assignments, I will send you away and find someone more appropriate to take your place in the tool refinement hall. Yes, this disciple will strive his hardest." Han Li replied with a calm expression. Han Li's attitude was to Elder Wei's satisfaction. With a relaxed expression, he led Han Li out of the secret room and said, "Of course, being a disciple of our tool refinement hall isn't without its benefits. Not only does the hall have a few magic tools and earthfire reservoirs that can be used for free, but we also give our disciples more spirit stones at the end of the month than the other halls. Follow me and I'll introduce you to your fellow disciples. In the future, there will be a few materials that you will need to refine together with them." After Han Li was introduced to 3 other qi condensation cultivators, he was arranged a residence in passing. Then, Han Li's cultivation in the Royal Serenity Monastery had begun. The so-called Tool Refinement Hall was located at the middle portion below the monastery's peak, and was a courtyard completely separated from the main monastery. There weren't many buildings. Apart from the Earthfire Hall and several buildings for tool refinement, there wasn't much else to speak of. The hall's disciples are even required to live in nearby caves. Apart from the 4 lower-grade tool refinement disciples that included Han Li, there were 2 middle-aged cultivators at the 8th and 9th layer of qi condensation that acted as Elder Wei's assistants. Given that there were only 7 people in the entire tool refinement hall, the small space that it occupied was more than enough. Day to day, many male and female disciples of Royal Serenity Monastery would arrive to either rent a magic tool or directly request the hall to refine various magic tools. And since it was a female monastery, a vast majority of the disciples were female, but not all of them were nuns. There were quite a few young women that had gorgeous appearances that suggested they came from wealthy backgrounds. Under Han Li's calm observation, he discovered that the other 3 tool refinement hall disciples were completely captivated by the female cultivators that would pass through despite being worked to the bone every day. But since their cultivation had been struck at a standstill, they knew that they would only be able to curry favor by refining magic tools. The few male disciples that would stop by were much like the tool refinement disciples. They were disciples that lived outside the monastery and were responsible for researching spell formations, refining medicine pills, and other such tasks. As for the female disciples, they were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Han Li inwardly disapproved these circumstances, but he wasn't about to meddle in these affairs. Furthermore, the other 3 disciples were in charge of looking after the other disciples. As for Han Li, he was focused on learning how to refine and purify materials. Every day, Elder Wei would spend 2 hours imparting a few tool refinement basics and would even personally give Han Li a demonstration. With Han Li's original knowledge and cultivation, he didn't believe he had anything to learn from a foundation establishment tool refinement master. But in a few days, he was given quite the shock. Although Elder Wei's cultivation wasn't high, he had high attainments on the Tao of tool refinement. From purifying materials and tool refinement techniques, he seemed to have studied the secret tool refinement techniques of many sects. There were even tool refinement skills and knowledge that Han Li hadn't heard of before. In a short 10 days, he greatly benefited from this unexpected surprise. It seemed there was a reason why the Great Jin was lauded as the holy land of cultivation. The tool refinement master of an unremarkable Taoist monastery was able to grasp so many tool refinement methods ranging from those preserved since ancient times and new techniques researched from successive generations of tool refinement grandmasters. The simple tool refinement techniques of the heavenly south and scattered star seas couldn't be compared. It was a truly eye-opening experience. To tell the truth, Han Li's current tool refinement technique was rather ordinary. The techniques he had acquired from Xianxia were shallow in face of Han Li's current cultivation and knowledge. After his time in the scattered star seas and the drifting cloud sect, he saw many jade slips regarding tool refinement techniques, but there were very few that were actually useful. Now that he encountered such a rare opportunity, he wasn't about to easily relinquish it. Outside of his time cultivating the bright jade arts, he was earnestly taking Elder Wei's teachings to heart, showing a great effort that was to the old man's satisfaction. Han Li even asked a few questions that were somewhat difficult for the old man to answer, causing him to unintentionally give a more detailed explanation. As a result, the old man's attitude towards Han Li vastly changed over the month. His cold demeanor was replaced with a friendly expression, much to the shock of the other 3 disciples who were well aware of the old man's nature. Envious, they treated Han Li coldly, but given how Elder Wei favored him, the 3 couldn't rashly stir up any trouble for him. This behavior was welcomed by Han Li. He had always been a solitary person, and it would allow him for peaceful cultivation with no one to disturb him. A month later, in addition to the various methods of purifying materials, Elder Wei even taught him a few unique tricks for tool refinement and more, all of which Han Li kept in mind. Inspired by the knowledge he gained, he planned on immediately setting off to look for tool refinement techniques throughout the Great Jin as soon as he restored his magic power, later allowing for improvements to the 7-flame fan and Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet body and strengthening their power by an entire layer. At the end of the first month, Han Li was immediately given a set of assignments for material refinement as he was earlier informed, but he wasn't given tasks that were too difficult for his disguised cultivation. As a result, he was able to finish them with ease and spend the rest of his time cultivating the bright jade arts. For months passed uneventfully, and Han Li found that entering the Royal Serenity Monastery was the correct choice. At the moment, Elder Wei seemed to be extremely busy. Apart from the tool refinement tasks that he gave to the 4 disciples at the end of every month, he was sealed inside the secluded room in the Earthfire Hall. Nun Hualien did visit a few times during this period, but she would always hide away in the secret room to have a secret discussion with Elder Wei. The 2 were quite careful and would always release an alarm restriction for the duration. But since Han Li was set on diligently cultivating the bright jade arts, he ignored his curiosity over the matter and chose not to risk detection over an attempt to eavesdrop on them. One day, Han Li was sitting cross-legged in meditation with the upper half of his body twisted in a strange position with his 2 hands formed in an incantation gesture as they lied against the mat on the ground. His body was covered in a layer of faint golden light that faintly vibrated. Under close inspection, one would find that Han Li's skin was densely covered in threads of visible veins and arteries. There were even egg-sized bumps that roamed across his body as if they were alive. Each time his body trembled, his face twitched and he revealed an expression of agony. Beads of sweat would occasionally flow down from his forehead as if he were putting his body under immense strength, thoroughly drenching his clothes. But not long after, the golden light from Han Li's body gradually faded away. He let out a long breath and released the incantation gestures before returning to a regular meditative position. At that moment, the oddities on his body quickly disappeared and it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. As Hanli felt the intense scorching heat slowly fading away from his body, he opened his eyes and his face revealed a pensive expression. The bright jade arts was beyond overbearing. Despite having gone through the process of condensing a nascent soul and purifying his body, he was barely able to tolerate the agony of tempering his body, much to his bewilderment. "Senior, is there truly no problem with cultivating the bright jade arts?" Hanli asked Monarch Soul Divergence with a worried tone. "I'm cultivating only the second layer and it is incredibly painful. I can't believe those bald Buddhists all waited until they were at late nascent soul stage before they started cultivating this technique. Their lifespans would have reached their end if they cultivated this technique to completion. And how could core formation cultivators endure such anguish? The pain doesn't solely affect the body, but it can clearly be felt by their spiritual sense." Monarch Soul Divergence lazily replied, "Is there anything strange? Since the Buddhists had converted a demon clan technique into one of their own, they naturally researched methods to reduce pain as well. After all, Buddhist techniques were originally meant for those that adept in pain tolerance and perseverance. And with the additional willpower of a cultivator, it is possible to practice the bright jade arts. As for why this technique is so overbearing, it may only be that way for humans. This technique was originally meant for demons and elder devils, and given how strong their bodies are, the pain shouldn't be much to them." Hanli frowned and bitterly smiled. "That explains it. It is a pity I don't have the time to cultivate other Buddhist techniques and I'll have to forcefully cultivate through the pain. It is still tolerable at this point." Soon after, he raised his hand and pulled back his sleeve before examining his arm with blue light shining from his narrowed eyes. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he poked his arm and pulled his sleeve back down. He then muttered to himself, "Although I've suffered quite a bit, the bright jade arts tempered body is quite unique. This technique is far stronger than other body forging techniques that I know of. In a short amount of time, my body has undergone an astonishing change." Soon after, Hanli sat down quietly and emerged from the secluded room. A few days ago, when he was purifying his assigned materials, he combined the tool refinement techniques that Elder Wei had explained to him and came to comprehend a new tool refinement skill. As a result, he was able to finish the last step of the crafting process for the crystallized demon core, resulting in the completion of the flying needle. And during the past few days at noon, he also made use of the earthfire reservoir to further temper the flying needle and increase its might. Just as he was approaching the earthfire reservoir for another round of tempering, he suddenly heard the sounds of the march in the direction of the main gate. Hanli couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of 9 young cultivators with the other 3 tool refinement hall disciples showing them in. The one in charge of the group was a young woman in emerald palace robes. She had a beautiful appearance and an unordinary temperament, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Contrary to their age, these young cultivators possessed high cultivation for their age, at the 8th and 9th layers of chi condensation. The woman in palace robes possessed the highest cultivation of them, at the 10th layer of chi condensation. After Hanli swept his gaze past them, he recognized that their identities were sure to be high as each of them wore bulging storage pouches at their waist. There were even 3 of them with spirit beast pouches at their waist. As for the 3 tool refinement hall disciples that were guiding them, they all wore a smile on their faces and appeared to be carefully fawning over the group as if in fear that they would offend them. Hanli blinked and promptly turned around, pretending not to see them as he made his way to the Earthfire Hall. But as it so happened, the tallest of the 3 tool refinement hall disciples happened to see him and loudly shouted out, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, come over here and help us. County Lord Lucio wants a magic tool refined. There are a few materials that must be specially refined. This is a task that was personally brought by the 4th Monastery Lord herself. We cannot delay." "County Lord? 4th Monastery Lord." Hanli was greatly surprised to hear this and could only stop his tracks before turning around. Having stayed in the monastery for a while, Hanli had a general understanding of the high-grade cultivators of Royal Serenity Monastery. The monastery had 4 lords at core formation cultivation, and it was reportedly said that the sole nascent soul cultivator of the monastery resided in the monastery's clear heaven courtyard. Although the 4 monastery lords had reached core formation stage at a rather late age, it is said that their techniques were rather peculiar, and the abilities of the 4th monastery lord were the most famous of the 4, and she was known throughout the entire region. Senior teacher Lu of Pure Revelations Academy even had revealed shock at the mere mention of her name. But as each of these monastery lords were of high status, Han Li hadn't had the opportunity to see even one of them. Han Li walked over and gave the group of cultivators an appraising look before calmly saying, "Since it is the 4th monastery lord's orders, we must provide our assistance." When the group saw that Han Li's cultivation appeared to be only at the 4th layer of qi condensation, they looked at him with disdain. A blue-robed man from the group then bluntly said, "Are you able to refine the materials? Isn't your cultivation too lacking? The county lord requires a very rare material to be refinement, blood-vein silver. If the material is ruined, will you take responsibility?" County Lord Lucio pursed her lips in a smile, but her eyes flickered with a bit of doubt. Han Li was unflustered by his remark and replied with a smile, "Blood-vein silver is a truly rare material. I'm not confident in successfully refining it either, so it would be better for you to find someone more qualified." When the group heard this, they were at a loss of what to say. Eventually, a handsome man from the group recovered his wits and disdainfully snorted. "They said there was a formidable tool refinement master here. Why won't he come out and refine the materials for the county lord? Marshal Senior Wei is occupied with refining an important treasure and has already spent several days in sealed seclusion. I'm afraid that he will not be coming out." One of the 3 tool refinement hall disciples answered. "It will only take a moment to refine the materials," County Lord Lucio said in a soft voice. "Won't you senior marshal brothers assist me in asking Grandmaster Wei to come out? Even inside my estate, I've long heard of his grand name. I wish to see him with my own eyes." Her noble beauty seemed to melt the hearts of the several tool refinement hall disciples. Han Li unconsciously frowned when he heard this. The woman appeared to be polite, but a trace of cunning could clearly be seen from her eyes. He coldly laughed in his mind when he saw this, but he remained silent. The 3 men had lost their calm when they heard the woman's soft voice and were enticed into agreeing. Han Li inwardly sighed when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, Elder Wei clearly stated to them that unless the matter was important, he and his 2 assistants were not to be disturbed in their secluded room. And given that the matter was material refinement, whoever would go to mention this to Elder Wei was sure to suffer. As expected, the disciple that went into the Earthfire Hall ran out with a pale complexion a short moment later. When he returned, he forced a smile and said, "County Lord Marshal Senior Wei truly cannot attend to you. It would be better for Junior Marshal Brother Han to give it a try. Since the Royal Serenity Monastery's Tool Refinement Hall is so famous, why can't you 3 refine the materials for the County Lord?" This time, a different young woman from the group asked this with a smile. Her looks were above average, and she had a small beauty mark at the side of her mouth. The 3 disciples exchanged an embarrassed glance, and the tallest one then helplessly explained, "I won't conceal this from young Miss Mingzhu. If it were ordinary materials, we would be able to refine them. But for materials as special as blood-vein silver, only Junior Marshal Brother Han was taught the refinement process by Marshal Senior Wei. Our main knowledge is only to refine common magic tools." County Lord Lucio's bright eyes blinked, and she gave Han Li an understanding smile. "That will be a bit troublesome. We were brought here by Lady Yuzhu and can't stay for long. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to next find a tool refinement master capable of refining blood-vein silver. It seems I will have to trouble this senior marshal brother for assistance. All right, so long as the county lord is willing to take the risk, I will try my best," Han Li calmly said. She answered with a slight smile. "That is no matter. Please strive your hardest to refine it. If it fails, it won't be too bad. It'll just be a missed opportunity. I'll find some again later." Han Li nodded upon hearing this, but after glancing at the group of people in front of him, he frowned and said, "When I refine materials, I can't have a large number of people observing me or I will be distracted. The county lord casually replied, That's fine. When the time comes, only I will be with you. The others will wait outside or perhaps they'll have these 3 senior marshal brothers give them a tour of the area. Although her followers appeared unwilling, they raised no words of objections. Han Li then wasted no further words and led the way towards the Earthfire Hall. The girl then signaled her group to remain in place with her eyes. The Earthfire Hall was the most important structure of the Tool Refinement Hall. Although it only spanned a little over 300 meters wide, it was 3 stories tall. The top floor was the storage area for materials. The second floor was where one could directly use earthfire to refine materials and refine low-grade spirit stools. And the bottom floor was a 100 meters pit into the ground where high-grade magic tools were refined with the assistance of earthfire essence. Han Li often used a secluded room on the second floor to refine materials and brought County Lord Wuxia there to refine her blood-vein silver. It was slightly cluttered, so he set off on tidying it up when they arrived. This is where Senior Marshal Brother Han refined materials? County Lord Wuxia curiously looked around the room and particularly focused her attention at the large cauldron and the 8 gourd magic tools that were scattered around it. It appeared this was the first time she saw a tool refinement site. What? Has the County Lord never seen magic tools refined before? Han Li asked with a slight frown. She reached out to touch the handle of the cauldron and said, Ever since I was young, I've followed Aunt You in cultivation and haven't had the time to learn about tool refinement. I usually remain in the estate to cultivate. Han Li glanced at the ashes in the cauldron and casually asked, You cultivated in your estate? Could it be the Yu estate is located above a spirit vein? The woman yelped in surprise and then curled her lips in a smile. Could it be that Senior Marshal Brother didn't know who I was? You truly don't know the royal clan that I claim my status as a county lord. Han Li's heart stirred and he chuckled, saying, I am quite ignorant and am unsure of your identity. You're ignorant? That's great. There is no need for me to act as my position of county lord. To tell the truth, I only have distant relation to the Great Jin's royal family, but I've never seen the face of the Emperor of the Great Jin. I've always remained in cultivation with my master and have never visited the royal mansion. A trace of happiness flashed across the young woman's face, and her attitude quickly changed from the graceful poise of a noblewoman to a strangely spirited young woman. Your royalty? Han Li's expression changed in surprise. The young woman sat down in the lone chair in the room and tilted her head. Then with a smile, she asked, What? Are you surprised? My title of county lord is genuine, but it is only something that the emperor bestowed upon me. Were it not for the fact that my aunt said that I mustn't shame the face of the imperial family before I arrived, I wouldn't have dressed up in this fashion and wouldn't have that group of people bothering me. Their empty talk all day around is truly boring and tiresome. Currently, I am only able to relax around Senior Marshal Brother Han. You won't be so tactless and start uttering nonsense, right? Han Li let out a cough and said, In that case, I'll continue to talk as I am now, but it seems your esteemed ancestor is an unordinary person. Have you heard of the 4 great vagrant cultivators in the Great Jin? My grandfather is one of them. Wuxia raised her head when she said this as if in pride. When Han Li heard this, his expression vastly changed and he astonishedly said, The 4 great vagrant cultivators, despite my ignorance, even I've heard of their fame. So it turned out the county lord is even more of an important person. I've been truly disrespectful. That identity is no lesser than your title as county lord. Your future prospects are boundless. He had heard of the 4 great vagrant cultivators from Chao Mengrong. They were at late and mid-nascent soul stage, and each of them had abilities that far exceeded common nascent soul cultivators. Yes, that's right. Everyone knows of my ancestor's name. I believe that's the way others should think of me. Wuxia bluntly accepted Han Li's praise. Han Li stroked his nose and felt a bit of a headache. He paid no further attention to the woman and then struck the large cauldron with several spell seals. The cauldron began to roil and glow with light. The young woman didn't conceal her curiosity and glanced at the shining pitch-black stone with bright eyes, paying particular attention to Han Li's actions. Once the cauldron was fully activated, he turned to Lucio and said, "Take out the material." "Here." The young woman blinked and said with a smile, "I'll just tell you now that there is no need to speak politely in front of others. If Senior Marshal Brother truly fails and ruins this difficultly acquired material, you will have to compensate me." Afterwards, she took out a fist-sized rock and handed it over to Han Li. The rock was sparkling silver, but it was mixed with countless threads of crimson. He looked at the stone in his hand and inwardly rolled his eyes at the young woman's giggling words. Let alone a Qi condensation disciple, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be troubled to acquire a piece of this rare material. If he were a true Qi condensation cultivator, it would be strange if he were able to compensate her. Han Li refocused his attention on the cauldron and tossed the rock into it. Then, after he placed several supplementary materials inside of it, he sat down cross-legged onto the floor. He proceeded to slap a talisman on his body, and a layer of blue light appeared on his body. Following an incantation, the 8 gourd magic tools on the ground began to brightly shine with light and release 8 streams of scarlet flame onto the lower half of the cauldron. The temperature in the room began to suddenly rise. As Han Li was occupied with refining the blood-vein silver, an old Taoist nun and a middle-aged woman were having a discussion in a secluded building at the top of the mountain. With a grave expression, the Taoist nun said, "We don't have much more time. Our royal family has spent over 400 years preparing for this already. 8 generations of monarchs had spent a painstaking effort to keep this plan hidden. If this fails, not only will we not acquire those 2 treasures, but the entire royal family will suffer calamity. Our Yi clan may have amassed strength in secret, but if we were to truly clash with the Buddhists and other factions, we would collapse at the first strike. As for those rotten Confucians, they may say they loyally support the throne, but if we attract their attention, I fear they will be the first to act against our royal family. I have always felt our Yi clan have been playing with fire." The beautiful woman sighed and said, "Aunt, we all knew this. But this is a great opportunity for our clan to free ourselves from the other powers. And don't forget how our 7th great uncle and the others had died. When they saw our royal family increase slightly in power, the many great factions immediately joined hands in dispatching several nascent soul cultivators to deal with them. Afterwards, they found a reason in passing as justification for the killings. If we don't break away from this horrible situation, our royal Yi clan will only be the top noble clan only in name, when in truth we are only an expendable resource that the great factions have agreed upon. So long as the legends are true and we truly acquire these 2 treasures, our painful efforts over the years will pay off and will force those superpowers to recognize us through power alone. They won't dare to attack us then." A cold glint flickered from the Taoist nun's eyes and she snorted, then speaking with a fearful tone, "Although legends in the cultivation world proclaimed the inconceivable might of divine spirit treasures, I have difficulty believing that 2 of these treasures will be able to completely turn the world around and put us on equal footing as these superpowers. I fear we'll overreach ourselves and attract calamity by stirring the superpowers into wiping us out. If I remember correctly, those superpowers should have treasures of a similar level. Although I don't know how many they have, a single one will have the capability of eliminating our Yi clan." The beautiful woman frowned and solemnly replied, "Deity transformation cultivators are rivalous in this world. Even with the divine spirit treasures, our 3 great ancestors would barely be able to defend against such monsters. However, there is no need for you to be too worried about this. Our Yi clan had secretly investigated this matter over 100 years ago. After much analysis, assuming the lifespan of those monsters are 1,000 years greater than a nascent soul cultivator, there have only been a few cultivators capable of reaching deity transformation stage in the last 2,000 years. A small portion of them may have succeeded and most of them should have ascended to the spirit realm, leaving only 2 or 3 in the mortal realm at most. Furthermore, these people must be paying an enormous cost to remain in the mortal realm. Not only are their movements restricted and cannot easily take action, but their cultivation should be forcefully suppressed to the late nascent soul stage as well. Furthermore, those monsters most likely won't have any interest in taking action over the rise of a faction." The Taoist nun's expression turned particularly more gloomy when she heard this. "How can you know of this?" Don't tell me this is information that you've acquired from conjecture and a few questions. Over the years, countless cultivators attempted to find out about the secret information of cultivators remaining in the mortal realm after achieving deity transformation, but all of them failed. How can you clearly understand this knowledge after only 100 years? Is your confidence an attempt to trick me? Or is there something that you aren't mentioning? Seeing that her aunt was angry, the woman hurriedly explained, "We have no intention of fooling you. Although this information isn't something that our Yi clan had researched, it is something that we acquired from an elder we recently recruited. His information was a complete match for clues that we collected, so it is fair to say that our Yi clan had managed to properly investigate the matter." Elder? When has the Yi clan acquired another elder? Is he a vagrant cultivator or someone from a small sect? Won't there be a problem? The Taoist nun quickly asked several questions in her alarm. Don't worry, Aunt. This person isn't a cultivator from the Great Gene but a vagrant cultivator from the soaring sky plains. Their abilities are quite impressive, and we've already investigated this person's background and have found nothing wrong. They had offended the soaring sky temple and had to flee. Our clan had yet to reveal this matter to them. Oh, that's quite good. Although I disapprove of your follow-up plans, the elders have already set the plan into motion. Those 2 divine spirit treasures must be acquired. We can only worry about what will happen afterwards and play it by ear, but you'll have to be careful from now on. Those superpowers have spies everywhere and our large movements are bound to attract their attention. We mustn't leak any information, the Taoist nun warned. The beautiful woman bitterly smiled and helplessly said, "We fear we've already aroused the suspicion of a few perceptive individuals. Over the past few days, the superpowers have dispatched many additional cultivators to bolster their ranks at the capital city." The Taoist nun's expression sank and she asked, "Were there any nascent soul cultivators among them?" "No, but the cultivators they sent were all at core formation stage. There are the same number of nascent soul cultivators watching over the capital city." "That will be fine," the old Taoist nun slowly said. "It seems they are only somewhat suspicious and they haven't truly sensed anything. Ever since the 3 Royals Monastery released information that it wished to refine an important treasure, it attracted much attention that would have otherwise put pressure on your side." After some thought, the other woman said, "Your orders were the correct choice. But it stands to mention that although the treasure being refined by the 3 Royals Monastery is only bait if it is successfully refined, it will be a great increase of our power. If it is possible, we should strive our hardest to create it." "I am well aware," the Taoist nun said. "The mountain-crushing seal is a treasure capable of splitting the earth. Even an imitation of it will be an outstanding weapon. If we manage to successfully refine it, it will be the equivalent of having another late-nascent soul cultivator in our ranks. We must do our utmost to make sure that succeeds. On the other hand, I heard that your second uncle said that he wanted to recruit a few powerful vagrant cultivators. How is that going?" "He has set himself on recruiting vagrant cultivators for quite a while. 2 of the 4 great vagrant cultivators have already entered the service of the royal family. As for the other 2, they were too difficult to find, so they will be impossible to recruit. However, Luminous West Mountain's Ghost Monarch and the Myriad Demon Valley's Deputy Valley Lord Xiong are also willing to stand with us to escape the superpower's control. They should lend us a hand when the time comes. There are also small sects that have displayed goodwill to us as well." Afterwards, the old Taoist nun and the beautiful woman continued their detailed discussions as time slowly passed by. Inside the Earthfire Hall, County Lord Lucio was staring wide-eyed at an egg-sized piece of silver that was wrapped in interweaving silver and crimson light. She wore an expression of delight. The woman fiddled with the material in her hand and spoke to Han Li with a smile. "Senior Marshal Brother Han, I didn't expect you'd be able to truly refine the blood-vein silver and at such high purity. Elder Wei must be quite accomplished to have a disciple as skilled as yourself. I ran across to the tool refinement rooms of many market cities, but none of their tool refinement masters were confident in their ability to refine this material properly." Han Li replied with a faint smile. "Marshal Senior Wei's tool refinement techniques aren't comparable to those of common tool refinement masters. Furthermore, I am not Marshal Senior Wei's disciple. but a temporary helper for the tool refinement hall. When the time comes, I will want to wholeheartedly focus on cultivation. My current tool refinement techniques are something that I only simply learned in passing. When the young woman heard Han Li, a sad expression appeared on her face. Is that so? What a waste. You have so much talent for tool refinement since you were able to purify blood-vein silver. Since I've finished refining the County Lord's blood-vein silver, I now have other important matters to attend to and cannot continue to keep your company. Just as Han Li began to tidy up the tool refinement magic tools in the room, he suddenly heard Lucio say, "Please wait." She put away the blood-vein silver and beamingly smiled. Could it be that I am so ugly that my appearance is forcing you to leave? And who said I only had that to refine? I still have other materials that must be dealt with. I didn't know how skilled Senior Marshal Brother was, and I didn't dare to take them out. I now am completely confident in your skills. Afterwards, she took out a foot-long jade box and handed it over to Han Li. He then felt his head ache. He weighed the jade box in his hand but didn't open it. Then, with a bitter expression, he said, "There are still more materials? The County Lord overestimates me. At my current cultivation, I've already exhausted my strength refining just the blood-vein silver. I will not be able to refine any further materials." So it was like that. Your magic power is too shallow. However, this item doesn't need to be purified. I only want you to help me in dealing with the material and reduce the decay of its spiritual nature. I must tell you that you can't speak of it after I show it to you. It is something that I acquired with great difficulty, and I reckon there are few such of its kind in the world. What item can be so rare? In Han Li's astonishment, he glanced at the jade box in his hand and curiously opened it. As soon as he opened the lid, a blinding red light suddenly shined out from it, blinding him. In his alarm, blue light shined from his eyes as he unconsciously activated the bright sight spirit eyes. This is... Both Han Li and the young woman shouted out at the same time in astonishment. The box had a translucent plume feather that was a half-foot long. It sparked with red light as if it was made from flames. The plume of a vast young bird? But this is quite different, Han Li muttered to himself as he stared at the box's contents. What is a vast young bird? This is the plume of a black phoenix. When my grandfather brought me across the sea to visit a powerful senior, I took advantage of the moment his spirit bird was asleep to secretly pick its feather. That stupid bird was dead asleep and didn't notice in the slightest. That's right, what's with your eyes? They had glowed with blue light. It's very interesting. Is it a magic technique? She then stared at Han Li's eyes, hoping that she would recognize something. But Han Li felt that something was off and had already cancelled the bright sight spirit eyes, preventing her from making anything out. At that moment, he was staring at the plume feather and was having a discussion with Monarch Soul Divergence using his spiritual sense. The plume of a black phoenix? Isn't it a fire attribute spirit bird that was equivalent to the vast young bird? Could it serve as a replacement? Han Li solemnly asked. The black phoenix is only a divergence of the flame phoenix. The bird may have a bloodline that descended from antiquity and possesses amazing abilities. But it is unfortunate that the two materials are not interchangeable. With some modifications, we can add in this plume and raise the power of the simplified 7-flame fan by an entire level. However, the spiritual nature of this feather has been greatly decayed. It is no longer a suitable material, Monarch Soul Divergence said with disappointment. Then, with a baffled tone, he added, "But I find this quite impressive. When I toured the Great Gene in the past, I've never heard of any eccentrics raising this bird." So it was like that. When Han Li heard this, he felt greatly disappointed. At that moment, Lucio was looking at him with an impatient expression. She was greatly curious about the blue light that Han Li released from his eyes. When he saw her expression, he rubbed his nose and wryly smiled in his heart. With a calm expression, he then slowly replied, "The reason why my eyes shined with light is because I used spirit water to cleanse them. This method only grants my eyes slight spiritual sight. It is only a minor art for low-grade cultivators like me." Lucio's spirits were roused and eagerly asked, "What spirit water did you use to cleanse your eyes?" Do you have more? Can you give me some? The spirit water is only effective if it is used immediately after refinement. I've already used all that water I had. I fear I must disappoint you, he said with a regretful expression. The young woman blinked and pouted, displaying her doubt as she said, Senior Marshal Brother Han, are you telling the truth? Don't think that you can lie to me because I'm young. Han Li dryly laughed and then slowly said, All of my words are true. I don't dare to deceive you, County Lord. However, I do have something else that might interest you. The young woman was stunned when she heard Han Li's words and suddenly thought of something. With a crafty smile, she asked, What will you trade for it? Don't tell me that you have eyes on my black phoenix plume. Han Li closed the lid on the box and wryly smiled. County Lord Lucio must be joking. How could a mere chi condensation cultivator dare to covet such a treasure? I merely wish for you to confirm something. The woman smiled and waved her arm in a bold display. Confirm something? That's easy. There is no need to trade. If you help me deal with the black phoenix plume, I will answer your questions the best I can. After some thought, Han Li nodded and said, All right, let's do as you say. 2 hours later, Lucio emerged from the hall and was met by her entourage, who had been impatiently waiting outside the hall. The 3 tool refinement disciples were sincerely waiting at the side, not daring to neglect them as the young cultivators of the entourage came from exceptionally high backgrounds. When the county lord emerged from the hall, her young entourage immediately surrounded her. County Lord, how did it go? Did that person ruin your blood vein silver? Questions were asked with great fervor. The young woman brushed aside the hair from her face and let out a sweet smile, saying, Nothing went wrong. Many thanks for your concern. Senior Marshal Brother Han has already assisted me in refining the material and with great success. Her blatant demeanor from before was nowhere to be found. When Han Li walked out from the Earthfire Hall, the corner of his mouth unconsciously twitched at the sight. Hee, youngster Han, you are truly cunning to coax the location of Black Phoenix from the young girl. Do you plan on heading to visiting the Island Lord for a Black Phoenix plume? Of course, since it is a known method of reinforcing the Triflame fan, I must do my utmost. I don't want to waste so many rare materials and hard effort on something of lacking power. After all, common ancient treasures don't have much of an effect on late nascent soul cultivators. Let's go. They'll be staying at the Royal Serenity Monastery for the next few days. I'll be staying inside seclusion to avoid having my cultivation interrupted by them. Han Li spoke with an indifferent tone before heading back towards his residence. In the following 2 days, County Lord Lucio had quietly looked for Han Li, hoping that he would refine more materials for her. But Han Li had already placed a sign that he had already entered secluded cultivation and even placed a simple restriction in front of the door, causing Lucio to resentfully turn back with a pout. After 2 days passed, the county lord left the monastery and the entourage of young cultivators followed after her, leaving the tool refinement hall back to its usual affairs. As months slowly passed by, apart from occasionally refining a few materials, Han Li would wholeheartedly dedicate his time to cultivating the bright jade arts. The consistent completion of his refinement tasks earned him the increasing respect of Elder Wei, who found time to give Han Li further explanation on the finer points of material purification. Later on, he would give a few rarer materials to Han Li to refine. When Han Li noticed this, he punctually refined these rarer materials without the slightest delay, much to the astonishment of Elder Wei. Eventually, Elder Wei noticed Han Li's talent for tool refinement and assigned him even more tasks, occasionally finding more time to teach Han Li as well. During this time, Elder Wei was also occupied on the refinement of something and left a small portion of the materials over to Han Li to deal with. Not long after, Han Li astonishingly discovered that he was given rare Earth attribute materials to refine. He couldn't help but feel shocked. There were sparsely few treasures that were completely refined by Earth attribute materials, and most of them possessed astonishing strength. However, this had nothing to do with him. No matter the conditions, he would stick to his original plan and slowly cultivate to the second layer of the bright jade arts, faintly noticing astonishing changes to his body as time went on. One day, a few people from Pure Revelations Academy delivered a message to the Gon clan that Teacher Yen had suddenly passed away from a grave illness. Illness? When I last saw him, it didn't seem like he was ill. When Han Li found out about this, he found it to be quite unexpected. With his spiritual sense, he also sensed many foreign cultivators have recently appeared near the Royal Serenity Monastery and were secretly observing it. It appeared there was something on the verge of happening. Let's not stay here for too long, or I might be drawn into something very troublesome. Rich in experience, Han Li came to a firm decision. In his remaining time, he began to cultivate the bright jade arts with greater care. 1 year later, an event of moderate note occurred at the Royal Serenity Monastery. An external affairs Qi condensation disciple made a sudden disappearance and stirred the notice of many high-grade cultivators in the monastery. When the monastery's nascent soul stage nun heard this, even she involved herself in the investigation. Normally, the disappearance of a single low-grade disciple among several thousand wouldn't be cause for any concern, but it happened that this disciple was a capable and hard-working disciple of the Tool Refinement Hall. As he was of great use, this stirred quite the commotion amongst the higher echelon of the monastery. As this was ongoing, the old Taoist nun in the monastery was sitting in an armchair while 2 yellow-robed Taoist nuns stood at her side, one at the age of 40 and the other in her late 20s. What's going on? With the heavy restrictions of our Royal Serenity Monastery, how could a single disciple disappear without anyone's knowledge? Do you two have anything to say? The old Taoist nun coldly spoke with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged Taoist nun hesitated before answer with a respectful tone. Reporting to Marshal Senior, I've already examined the restrictions in the sect and found them to all be intact. There is no sign of an external force infiltrating our monastery. It seems that either a spell formation master was involved or the disciple left of his own accord. The old Taoist nun frowned and asked, "A spell formation master? Our monastery's protective grand formation isn't something that one of the few spell formation masters in the Great Gene is capable of breaking. But if he escaped from the inside, that isn't a particularly difficult task." What was that disciple's name and what were his origins? The younger Taoist nun hastily answered. The disciple was named Han Li. He was a vagrant cultivator that Marshal Nis Hualien picked up 2 years ago from Pure Revelations Academy. Han Li? His name is exactly the same as the elder that our Yi clan recruited recently. The old Taoist nun asked in shock. That's right. When I heard of the disciple's name, I was stunned, but it was most likely a coincidence. How could a nascent soul cultivator and Qi condensation cultivator possibly be related? A coincidence? Although there are many coincidences in this world, it just so happened that someone involved in that item's refinement had disappeared. Furthermore, this person had the same name as a newly acquired elder in our clan. Regardless if this is truly a coincidence, the matter must be thoroughly investigated. Send men to the capital and closely question this elder Han. See if he has any connection to this disciple Han Li. Also, call over that girl Hualien. I want to personally ask her about how she recruited this disciple. It seems we've fallen for a trap of Pure Revelations Academy. We also can't have the speed of the Tool Refinement Hall to decrease. We must finish refining that item in 3 years, or it will delay the great event. The old Taoist nun uttered these orders without the slightest change in expression. Yes, Marshal Ant. As you command. With repeated acknowledgments, the 2 yellow-robed nuns then bid their leave. When the old Taoist nun saw the 2 leave the building, she let out a long sigh before leaning back in her chair and slowly closing her eyes. 3 months later in the Yi province's largest market city, a youth bought an unknown or at an unremarkable shop for the high price of 30,000 spirit stones. 5 months later in the Fan Prefecture's Fan County Trade Fair, a masked cultivator purchased 3 pieces of fire grant wood for the price of 50,000 spirit stones. Half a year later at the Feng Province's Kailong Prefecture, a local mid-grade sect suddenly had an iron rhino horn disappear from them. They suspected that it had been stolen. 8 months later, the Chu region's top clan was suddenly paid a visit by a large mid-nascent soul cultivator with an ugly appearance. He wanted to trade a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and a grade 7 demon core for the rainbow lightwood in the clan's collection. As a result, the clan master had his two nascent soul elders meet this nascent soul cultivator to turn him away. But as a result, the mid-nascent soul cultivator used his vast abilities to easily turn the elders into two blocks of ice. The clan master was shocked, and with no better choice, he was forced to agree to the trade. As a result, the large, ugly man took the wood and tossed the spiritual herb and demon core onto the ground with howling laughter. The clan master then had to expend a great effort to free his two elders from the ice. Although their lives were still intact, they suffered a great loss in vitality. Over the short span of a year, a young man, masked cultivator, and a large ugly man began to appear all around the southern portion of the Jin Empire, collecting various rare materials. The youth would buy strange materials that few could recognize. The masked cultivator repeatedly won auctions in great displays of wealth as if he had an endless stream of spirit stones. And the large ugly man would imprudently visit the various noble clans in the area as well as a few smaller sects, forcefully exchanging rare materials in their collections for his spiritual herbs and demon cores. Of course, it also stood to mention that larger sects would often have a few of their materials mysteriously disappear overnight. The youth and the masked cultivator were hardly noticed apart from some particularly sharp individuals. As for the large ugly man's forceful exchanges and the frequent disappearance of materials, they had caused great tremors in the southern portion of the great Jin's cultivation world. The various cultivation sects were furious at the theft of their materials, and they dispatched disciples to find this mysterious thief. As for the large ugly man, the various sects backing the victimized clans had begun sending men to find the whereabouts of this imprudent mid-nascent soul cultivator. The Long Province was a large province located on the western portion of the Jin Empire. It has tall and expansive mountains, areas filled with toxic miasma, and venomous animals of all kinds. This province was different from other areas of the empire. Only the illustrious righteous Tao sect, the High Sun Palace, and one of the 10 great devilish sects, the Devilwood sect, ruled over this large area. No external powers were able to involve themselves with the province. As native cultivation factions only consisted of small sects and schools, they weren't able to pose the slightest threat to these two vast and powerful sects, and were forced to subject themselves under the control of either sect for protection. As a result, the region was split into the west and east. In the west was the Heaven Peak mountain range where the High Sun Palace ruled. The mountain range spanned over 100,000 kilometers of wilderness. The palace was located on a mountain named South Sky Mountain at the very center of the mountain range. Tens of thousands of the sect's disciples resided in the various mountains nearby. With the addition of the surrounding mountains acting as a natural fortress, no cultivators dared to attack the High Sun Palace. Even particularly reckless individuals were unable to break through the grand spell formation surrounding the mountain, which consisted of 13 layers of fearsome restrictions. But one day, when a group of High Sun Palace disciples flew out from the Heaven Peak mountain range, an azure streak suddenly flashed from the top of an unknown mountain nearby. There was an azure-robed youth that stood on a huge boulder with his hands held behind his back. He was silently staring at the group of disciples from behind. Monarch Soul Divergent's voice echoed through the youth's mind. "Youngster Han, do you truly plan on acting against the High Sun Palace? The sect is amongst the top sects of the 10 great righteous sects of the Jin Empire. It doesn't seem wise to provoke them." Han Li indifferently said, "I know, but we've already collected most of the materials we need for the Triflame fan. Now we are only missing the vast young bird's plume feather and the scarlet fire flood dragon scales. We already acquired information from the market city that many ferocious flood dragons have begun devouring cultivators on the eastern coast of the Jin Empire, and there seemed to be a red flood dragon amongst them. Even if it isn't the scarlet flame flood dragon, we may as well try our luck and see if it is another fire attribute flood dragon. As for the vast young bird, we've looked through all the markets in the south to find that only the High Sun Palace raised it. Where else would we get its plume feather? I have no choice but to risk provoking them. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't steal the plume, but why don't you deal with them out in the open instead? With your current mid-nascent soul cultivation and the rare treasures in your possession, they might be willing to sell it with consideration of your might." Monarch Soul Divergence said with a chuckle. Han Li let out a cold laugh and said, "Stop joking, senior. An exchange will require both sides to have nearly equivalent strength. I am only a mid-nascent soul cultivator and they have a late-nascent soul cultivator in their ranks. How could a junior like me catch their attention? Furthermore, the High Sun Palace's two vast young birds are considered a legacy of theirs. They wouldn't allow me to pluck its feather and cause a great decrease in its cultivation. If I brought out lowly treasures, they wouldn't be valuable enough to be worthy of their consideration, but if I brought out rare treasures instead, they would be tempted to kill me over it. Since I am a mere vagrant cultivator, they don't need to give me much consideration given the scope of their power. I am not willing to risk my safety over their whims. If I were a late nascent soul cultivator, I might be willing to give it a try. Monarch Soul Divergence pondered in silence for a spell and said, "Your words are reasonable. However, you've been wandering around the edge of the mountain range for over 10 days. Could it be you're waiting for a vast young bird to fly out? But from your actions, it also seems like you're looking for something. Just what are you planning?" Han Li's eyes wavered and he smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I'm only finding a suitable place to put down a trap." "Set up a trap? Since you dared to act against the High Sun Palace, it is right to be stealthy. Tell me about your plans." Han Li glanced at the heart of the mountain range and chuckled. "Wait until I find a suitable location, and I'll tell you about it in detail. They have a larger and a smaller vast young bird. I wonder which one is more suitable to trap." Monarch Soul Divergence lazily asked, "What's the point of talking about it? I hear the larger vast young bird is a grade 8 demon bird. Do you think you'll be able to capture it in a short amount of time?" Han Li pondered for a moment and then nodded. "That's right. The only reason why birds of antiquity would remain under the control of the High Sun Palace is because their intelligence is difficult to awaken and they are unable to take human form in the mortal realm. I hear the smaller of the two birds should be weaker by an entire grade, so it should be easier to deal with." With a regretful tone, Monarch Soul Divergence mentioned, "But if you use the plume of the grade 8 vast young bird to refine the triflame fan, its might would be even greater." Han Li shook his head. "Forget it. Nothing in this world is perfect. It is simply too dangerous to deal with the grade 8 vast young bird. In the extra time it would take, I fear I would alarm many High Sun Palace disciples. I don't want to repeat what happened in the soaring sky plains." Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled. "Yes, that sounds right. But regardless of their size, they will only occasionally fly out from the High Sun Palace. How do you plan on capturing one of the birds?" Han Li coldly smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already used the Dream Tier technique on one of their disciples. Fearing that the birds would become difficult to control in prolonged confinement, the sect releases the birds every month to stretch their wings. This will be our opportunity to act. Since you already know this, there is no use for any of my advice. However, you mustn't take too long and miss the trade fair at the Gene Empire's capital city. It should have many materials that I'm missing for my puppet body." Monarch Soul Divergence warned. The capital trade fair is one of the 3 great trade fairs in the Gene Empire and only occurs once every 10 years. I wouldn't want to miss it in any case. When this is done, I'll hurry over to the Empire capital and afterwards, we'll have to find those flood dragons on the Empire's east shore. Han Li said his future plans with a calm tone. "That will do. But nevertheless, your recent actions have earned my respect. I originally believed you would need at least 4 years in order to reach your current collection of materials. I didn't think that you'd be able to effectively tackle the problem from 2 angles. With your hidden and open methods, you were able to gather most of the items you needed in only a single year. TCH, your decisiveness to act are beyond my expectations." It was clear from Monarch Soul Divergence's voice that he was greatly satisfied with Han Li's methods. Han Li paused for a moment as his expression stirred. He then said, "I also wish to use a slower, more reliable method to look for materials, but time was limited. Although Senior's primal soul has the support of the soul-nurturing wood, its effects are clearly too weak. If I wish to create your nascent soul-grade puppet body, I'll need to be as quick as possible." After a wry chuckle, Monarch Soul Divergence helplessly said, "So you were being considerate. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I can only last 3 or 4 years at most. My primal soul is on the verge of scattering. But at the speed that you're collecting materials, I have high hopes my puppet body will be refined before I reincarnate. After letting out a long sigh, Hanli said with a serious tone, "Ever since I've met Senior, you've helped me many times. I'm not a heartless person and I've committed these acts of kindness to memory. I will do my utmost to fulfill your dreams." Deeply touched, Monarch Soul Divergence also let out a sigh and honestly said, "In truth, I was only helping you in self-preservation. After all, if I were to fall into someone else's hands, I feared that nothing good would come of it." Hanli smiled, and in a flash of azure light, his body disappeared in the wind. 2 days later, Hanli discovered a small valley filled with peach trees. The valley was stained pink from the blooming peach blossoms that littered it. Hanli floated above the valley and observed it in its entirety, then releasing his spiritual sense to cover a 50-kilometer area. With an expression of satisfaction, he flew to the center of the peach tree forest and muttered, "Not bad. This place is quite remote and there are no high sun palace cultivators stationed nearby. This valley is ideal to place down a spell formation." Then, without another word, Hanli began to set himself to work. In a single breath, 8 sets of various formation flags and plates were placed in the forest. 5 of these formations were meant to conceal auras and isolate chi from the outside, while 3 of them meant to restrain the spell formation. Additionally, he placed down an illusion formation, covering the true appearance of most of the forest. Monarch Soul Divergence viewed this with great curiosity, but barely managed to keep himself from asking any questions. With everything set up, Hanli went to the center of the peach tree forest and sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state. 3 days passed, and Hanli stirred awake from meditation. He raised his head toward the night sky and a moonlight stone appeared in his hand. He flung it into the air and sparkles of moonlight illuminated the nearby peach trees. Without the slightest noise, he then took out a meter chunk of red coral and tossed it down before planting rainbow skirt grass on top of it. "This is the method that you've prepared?" Although he had seen Hanli feed the gold-devouring beetles with the grass to miraculous effect, he was very baffled to see it used now. When Hanli heard this question, he smiled and said, "In truth, this grass has another name, the demon lure grass. Senior should know what I plan on using it for." Demon lure grass? Could it be? Monarch Soul Divergence suddenly dawned with realization. That's right. In 6 days, the smaller vast young bird will be released, and the grass will bloom as well, releasing its bewitching scent. When the time comes, Hanli coldly snickered. Feng Chu was mid-foundation establishment High Sun Palace cultivator. There were nearly 1,000 of his kind that could be found in the entirety of the sect. It was reasonable to say that he was an unremarkable character, but in truth this was quite the opposite. Let alone other foundation establishment cultivators, even core formation stage martial seniors had to treat him politely, and even when benefits arose in the palace, he would be the first foundation establishment disciple to be considered. Feng Chu's unusually high standing in the High Sun Palace was something he was rather proud of, though this was all due to his duties as the caretaker for the sect's smaller vast young bird. He possessed an innate special ability to communicate with birds, and were it not for this rare and irreplaceable talent, he wouldn't have been assigned this task. After all, as the bird's caretaker, he had a certain degree of control over it, something that was heavily valued by the sect. Although this was the weaker of the 2 sects' vast young birds, it was still able to easily defeat late core formation cultivators and directly pursue nascent soul cultivators. It was no wonder the bird was held with such reverence. Over the 30 years Feng Chu had cared for the bird, he would stay next to it at all times, even cut his cultivation time to follow after the spirit bird when it would liberate its wings, during which not a single problem arose. As this was only another routine flight, he didn't feel the need to be worried. With the surrounding 50,000 kilometers of the Heaven Peak mountain range were all under the control of the High Sun Palace, what could possibly happen? With those leisurely thoughts in mind, he distantly followed after the vast young bird on an early morning. The vast young bird was only about 3 meters long, but its long tail feathers made up over half of its length. From a distance, the bird appeared like a huge peacock, but there wasn't one with such beautiful fire-red feathers. The bird was ecstatic. After it was released from the restrictions of the High Sun Palace, it flapped its fire-red wings and continuously flew circles in the sky to ensure no one was following it. With ordinary methods, Feng Chu wouldn't have been able to conceal himself from the bird's spiritual sense, but he was using a qi concealment talisman that the sect had specially refined. As such, he was able to follow after the bird without any fear of being discovered in spite his shallow cultivation. When the bird let out a clear cry, Feng Chu wore a knowing smile. He had spent a long time with it and knew the vast young bird was extremely happy at the moment. After this trip, the bird would be docile for the next half-month. As a result, the bird calmly circled the sky above the High Sun Palace for a long while before flying away. Feng Chu didn't feel the slightest concern. As per its usual habits, the bird would fly a large circle around the sect before turning satisfied. As it was a leisurely flight, he could follow after it. But after 15 kilometers, there was a sudden change in course. The vast young bird suddenly stopped in its delighted flight with a harsh shriek. Feng Chu was stunned when he heard this. Before he realized what had happened, he saw the bird quickly spreading out its wings and its body combusted, surrounding itself in a meter layer of scarlet flames. Several blurs later, it was already over a kilometer away. Feng Chu was shocked to the core when he saw this. By the time he recollected himself, he hastily took out a jade tile and poured all of his spiritual sense into it. It promptly released a strange birdsong in an attempt to call the bird back. The vast young bird heard it and hesitated for a moment, only to noisily caw before disappearing off into the horizon. When Feng Chu saw this, his face turned bloodlessly pale and he simply floated in the air, bewildered at what to do. But soon, he thought of something and took out a sound transmission talisman from his storage pouch before he hastily shouted something. Then, he flung the charm into the air and it streaked back in fiery light towards the direction of the High Sun Palace. He gritted his teeth and set off in the direction that the vast young bird disappeared in. Despite knowing that it was useless for him to pursue it, if he was waiting idly when his martial ancestor found him, he would be severely punished. As Feng Chu hurriedly gave chase, the other spirit beasts in the Heaven Peak mountain range let out an uproar. In the northern part of the mountain range, many low-grade High Sun Palace disciples were strenuously attempting to hold down the huge vultures they were riding. The riders had suddenly lost control of these low-grade spirit birds as they attempted to take off in a different direction, and soon, all of them were drenched in their own sweat in their efforts to keep control of their mad steeds. In a hidden cave at the edge of the mountain range, there was a masked cultivator in yellow-green robes. He was holding down a black, foot-long spider with a large hand made of green light. He looked at the enraged, snarling spider with complete confusion. On South Heaven Peak, inside a concealed hall in the High Sun Palace, an old woman wearing purple robes was stroking the sect's other vast young bird, an exact copy of the other bird apart from its larger size. It had suddenly grown restless without warning. Were it not for her excessive use of spell seals to pacify the bird, it would have flown out from the hall. She couldn't help but wear an odd expression in response. Feng Chu used his magic power without reserve as he gave chase. The vast young bird had already disappeared without a trace, but the jade medallion in his hand was able to sense the bird's location so long as it was within the Heaven Peak mountain range. But just after he gave pursuit, he discovered something incredibly shocking. He saw a few low-grade demon beasts emerge from well-hidden burrows and flew off in the same direction as the vast young bird with reckless abandon. In a short amount of time, it formed a wave of demon beasts, some of which were rarely ever seen. However, Feng Chu had nothing to fear as the sect's high-grade cultivators had already eliminated all high-grade demon beasts from the mountain that could pose a threat to the vast young birds. Regardless, Feng Chu felt even more uneasy after seeing that the mountain beasts had also lost control. In a hidden valley, thousands of kilometers away, Han Li was sitting cross-legged on the ground. There was a chunk of coral in front of him along with rainbow skirt grass wrapped in red light. At that moment, Han Li's attention wasn't focused on the grass, but the situation outside of the peach tree forest inside the valley. Several tens of low-grade spirit beasts had already gathered near the valley's restrictions, attempting to break through with all their power for the six-leaved rainbow skirt grass inside. Han Li was truly surprised by the number of low-grade spirit beasts in the Heaven Peak mountain range. However, he didn't pay them much regard and instead closed his eyes, facing the direction of the High Sun Palace. He reckoned the potency of the rainbow skirt grass would be enough to lure that grade 7 bird over. Furthermore, its speed should be much faster than ordinary magic treasures. It shouldn't be long before it arrives. Shortly after, Han Li's calm expression stirred and he opened his eyes. With a hand gesture and a snort, he suddenly released several magic seals from his hands, activating the outermost illusion formation in the valley. A layer of white light promptly emerged from the ground and instantly concealed the forest from view. At that moment, the wild and savage roars could be heard along with the clear cry of a bird. A huge yellow ball of light and a scarlet fireball simultaneously arrived above the valley, clearly bewitched by the rainbow skirt grass. When Han Li saw this, he let out a yelp and revealed an astonished expression. Han Li found two overbearing presences appear in front of the valley. The fireball faintly contained the silhouette of a bird. As for the ball of yellow light, it appeared to be a demon beast rolled up in a ball. Its body was covered in a thick, tough yellow hide. It was wrinkled and folded as if it were a layer of armor. And from within its fat body poked out a sharp rat's head and a slender tail. It appeared to be a huge demon mouse variant. "What manner of strange demon beast is this?" Han Li asked. "An armored earth dragon. What an extremely rare spirit beast." Monarch Soul Divergence shouted with delight. "It's widely known for its defensive prowess and ability to find treasures. It is fortunate that it has appeared before you." "Oh, it's that beast? I had a feeling I recognized it." As soon as Han Li spoke, the two demon beasts charged into the valley's white mist one after another, aiming to acquire the rainbow skirt grass underneath within. In response, he summoned a green formation plate into his hand. With a slap, the plate glowed with bright light, raising the outermost layers of the valley's restrictions and trapping the vast young bird in the lead. The ball of yellow light hastily followed after it, but was blocked once the spell formation was activated. The armored earth dragon was furiously alarmed from the sudden obstruction, and its body shimmered with yellow light, expanding to the size of 24 meters. Layers upon layers of gray plate emerged from its body, and it rolled into a ball before fiercely knocking against the barrier. With a huge bang, the strike destroyed the two outermost layers of the restrictions. After a pause, the beast continued to strike away at the remaining restrictions. This short delay gave Han Li ample time to restrain the vast young bird. After the bird collided against the restrictions, it waved its wings and scattered scarlet fireballs all around it, dispersing most of the mist below it and revealing the forest filled with blooming peach trees. With a quick scan of its eyes, it quickly spotted Han Li and the source of its bewitchment, the rainbow skirt grass. Even without a fully developed intelligence, Han Li's unconcealed mid-nascent soul cultivation invoked fear in the bird. It circled above, not daring to stoop too low, but unable to escape the incredibly powerful enticement of the rainbow skirt grass. As the bird hesitated, Han Li expressionlessly raised his hand and a black talisman shot out. In a flicker of black light, the talisman turned into a black ghost claw and reached out to grab the vast young bird. The bird was deeply shocked, and without another thought, it released over 30 fist-sized fireballs with a flap of its wings. They ruptured against the ghost claw, covering the black light with raging inferno and disabling it for the time being. Astonished, Han Li soon formed an incantation gesture with his hands, and silver wings emerged from his back. With a ring of thunder, he disappeared without a trace, followed by his reappearance in a flash of silver light 10 meters above the bird's head. He then clapped his hands together with a gloomy expression before separating them to release two dense bolts of golden lightning from his palms, only for them to rupture midair and form a huge net of lightning. Devoting its attention on blocking the black ghost claw, the vast young bird was completely caught off guard and was trapped underneath the cackling net of lightning. In a panic, it shook its body to shed off a few of its feathers, turning into a dense fiery blaze that struck the net of lightning, followed by a chain of explosions. A cold glint appeared in Han Li's eyes when he saw this, and he shook his wrist, uttering, "Restrain." The large net of lightning wildly flashed and pushed against the flames as it closed in. In a brilliant display of golden light, the vast young bird was restrained by the thick, dense net of lightning. No matter how hard it attempted to escape, it couldn't make the slightest movement, causing it to let out a defeated cry. Han Li smiled in joy at the sight of this, but at that moment, he heard a huge explosion from above him. He raised his head in shock and saw that the armored earth dragon had finally broken through the layer of the restrictions he placed around the valley. He had to admit, his hastily placed spell formations were truly too weak to hold against a grade 7 demon beast. The dragon had uncurled itself from its armored ball state and charged into the valley, catching sight of Han Li and the vast young bird restricted in a prison of golden lightning. Its pair of small emerald eyes flickered about, and a clear expression of fear could be seen from its face. When Han Li saw this, his heart stirred. The armored earth dragon appeared quite intelligent. In spite of its fear, a trace of cunning was betrayed from its eyes when it saw the rainbow skirt grass on the ground. It shot towards the ground in a flicker of yellow light. "Stop it! It is capable of earth evasion techniques. You won't have a chance of capturing it once it reaches the ground," Monarch Soul Divergence warned. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements," Han Li replied with a calm smile. When the dragon arrived on the ground and saw that there was nothing protecting the rainbow skirt grass, it gleefully pounced towards it with a wide-open mouth. But in that instant, 12 streaks of sparkling icy chi suddenly shot out from the ground surrounding the grass. Well into the air, it was too slow to react and couldn't avoid being struck by the icy chi, sealing it in a layer of ice. White light flickered from the ground to reveal 12 half-foot-long snow-white centipedes. Icy chi trailed from their mouths. When Monarch Soul Divergence saw the frozen beast, he chuckled and said, "So you had your centipedes stationed around it. I had worried for nothing." The armored earth dragon was quite durable and hardy, but it wasn't enough to protect against the combined frost chi of 12 six-winged frost centipedes. It was no surprise the ambush was effective. Han Li indifferently said, "I set them there just in case. I hadn't expected that they would come across an armored earth dragon." With that said, he blurred and appeared behind the vast young bird. His eyes focused on the many of its tail feathers. He smiled at the bird and said, "I know you should be intelligent enough to understand a few of my words. I have no intention of harming you. So would you rather release your tail feathers, or have me rip them off?" The vast young bird clearly understood him. Its body trembled in response, and it fiercely screeched in a display of unwilling resentment. Han Li's expression turned sullen, and he coldly snorted. Without another word, he wrapped azure light around his hand and reached towards the bird's rear. A trace of fear appeared on the bird's eyes. Helpless, it could only shake all of its tail feathers off in a flicker of red light. These feathers were linked to its body's essence and blood vessels. If they were forcefully pulled out, its body would suffer quite a bit of damage. If it took the initiative to abandon them, it would still suffer a loss of strength, but it could avoid unnecessary injuries. Han Li was delighted to see this, and he caught all of the feathers in his hand. Then, he took out a jade box he had prepared and quickly placed them inside. With the lid of the box sealed with several talismans, he carefully put it away in his storage pouch. With that done, he placed his hand on top of the vast young bird's head and poured a bit of spiritual power into it, knocking it unconscious. He let out a smile and turned his attention to the frozen armored earth dragon. Although the demon beast was trapped in a thick layer of ice, it was still conscious. As such, its small eyes betrayed terror when it saw that Han Li had turned his attention toward him. Han Li then flew down in a streak of azure light. A quarter-hour later, a band of brilliant gold light arrived above the valley at the speed of lightning. It circled once in the air before fading away to reveal the old purple-robed woman that was previously in the High Sun Palace's secret hall. At her side stood an extremely solemn Feng Chu, who stifled his breath in an attempt to attract less attention. At that moment, the restrictions covering the blooming peach tree forest in the valley had completely disappeared. There was simply an unconscious vast young bird that had its tail feathers plucked lying beneath a tree. When the old woman saw this, she swept her spiritual sense across it in alarm. Although she found that the bird had suffered a loss in strength from its missing tail feathers, she grew relaxed. But after she took another look at the bird's rear, anger bloomed in her heart. "Take a look at the bird and see if you can awaken it," the old woman commanded with a serious tone. When Fang Chu heard this, he repeatedly nodded in a display of complete obedience and hurriedly flew down. If it weren't for the High Sun Palace's ancestor finding him along the way, he wouldn't have been able to reach this location at this speed. The old woman was looking around her, and with some thought, she closed her eyes and slowly released her spiritual sense to search for the impudent culprit of this act. A short moment later, her expression changed as if she suddenly found something. She hurriedly barked orders to Fang Chu down below and hurriedly flew off in a golden streak of light. Once she was over 100 kilometers away, she stopped a strange-looking cultivator that was about to leave the mountain range. Brimming with suspicion, the old woman coldly asked, "Look who I've found, it's fellow Taoist Ma of the Devilwood sect. Why aren't you peacefully cultivating at your sect? Why have you stealthily arrived at our Heaven Peak mountain range? Was the demon beast's uproar you're doing?" She was speaking to a masked, yellow-robed cultivator. His eyes had an inhuman golden glow. The masked cultivator let out a dry laugh and spoke with a fearful tone. "Fellow Taoist son, you've arrived quickly, but I'm afraid you found the wrong person. I was only chasing after a demon beast and had mistakenly entered your mountain range. I also witnessed the uproar of low-grade demon beasts and was trying to find the cause of it as well." As purple light covered the old woman's face, she snorted and spoke with an imposing voice. "You were chasing a demon beast? Does fellow Taoist Ma think that I've gone senile? You're a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator well known throughout the empire for your movement techniques. What beast would have you pursue it to our Heaven Peak mountain range? I've already searched the area of over 100 kilometers around us, and apart from you, I wasn't able to find any other cultivators that were capable of what had just happened." What happened? Could it be that the demon beast uproar damaged the High Sun Palace in some manner? I respect late nascent soul seniors such as yourself as shown from my politeness, but I can't help but think that you're framing me. Although I might not prove to be your opponent, I'm not helpless either. There are a few disciples in my sect that know I entered the Heaven Peak mountain range. It'd be better for you to give it another thought before you provoke a war between the righteous and devilish Tao. Although the masked cultivator appeared fearful at the idea of a fight, he was unyielding and golden light began to shine from his eyes. The old woman narrowed her eyes and after a long while, she coldly asked, "You truly didn't do it?" The masked man relaxed after hearing her and he assumed a submissive attitude. "If fellow Taoist son needs me to, I can swear a devil heart oath, but I still don't know what happened to your sect." The old woman's expression relaxed and said, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to swear an oath. You shouldn't be the one who did it. With your position in the Devilwood sect, you wouldn't have done something disgraceful of your rank. Besides, I've never heard that you have the abilities to attract demon beasts. But since your esteemed self came over to our Heaven Peak mountain range to find a demon beast, it must be quite rare. How about you tell me about it?" Knowing that he had to tell the truth to free himself of suspicion, he hastily explained, "The demon beast is truly rare, but I fear it isn't nearly on the same level as your sect's vast young bird. It was an armored earth dragon that had just ascended to grade 7. I discovered it in a mountain in the adjacent province, but it was extremely clever and was proficient in earth movement techniques. I've chased it for nearly a week before arriving here." "A grade 7 armored earth dragon?" the old woman shouted in astonishment. "That truly is a rare demon beast, especially one at such a high grade. It is no wonder why fellow Taoist Ma was so rash. Now that fellow Taoist had departed, does that mean you had captured it? I've long heard of the beast's fame, but I've never been able to see it with my own eyes. Could you give me a look? I fear I must disappoint you, fellow Taoist Sunday. In the demon beast uproar, my secret technique suddenly lost effect and I could no longer track the beast down. But, a glint appeared in the old woman's eyes. But just as I was looking for the beast, I saw a streak of azure light pierce through the sky. It was rather quick and didn't appear to belong to a cultivator from your palace. I reckon they had something to do with the strange uproar in the mountain range. I was thinking about pursuing them and figuring out what had happened, but it were too fast. I lost sight of it after a moment. Then, fellow Taoist son found me. The masked man let out a wry laugh. The old woman's expression stirred and she quickly asked, "An azure streak? And you said that they were just here? Which direction did they go?" The masked cultivator blinked and calmly answered, "They flew out of the mountain range. With your abilities, you might be able to pursue them." With a new trail acquired, she quickly uttered, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Ma. I will be taking a look for myself. And since that armored earth dragon disappeared, you should leave the mountain range as well. Our sects and allegiances are at odds and have their own territories. When I return, I don't want you see lingering here." Then she took off in a stream of golden light. When the masked man saw her fade into the horizon, he let out a sneer and muttered, "That old witch is as hard to deal with as the rumors said." After she acquired the information she wanted, she immediately turned hostile. "Our sects are at odds? Ha, you just want to take the armored earth dragon for yourself. If I sensed it correctly, that azure streak should have something to do with the disappearance of the armored earth dragon. And the speed was no less than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. It won't be easy to chase them down." She also appeared quite flustered when she arrived, as if that other cultivator had made the High Sun Palace suffer quite a bit. What a happy affair. He then lowered his head to look at the spirit beast pouch at his waist. With a smile, he muttered, "Although it's not the armored earth dragon, I did acquire a black blood spider, making the trip quite worth it. That dragon's appearance was rather convenient for that person. He drove it mad using some unknown method." The masked man suddenly raised his head and then muttered, "Actually, it must have been a method of attracting demon beasts. I'll have to quickly report this to Senior Marshal Brother Mu." After looking around him one last time, he surrounded himself in green light and tore through the skies. The old woman's surnamed son flew out for nearly half a day and continuously swept her spiritual sense past thousands of kilometers. But she hadn't discovered anything suspicious. Helpless, she could only return and quickly suppressed information of what had happened. If the other sects found out, the High Sun Palace would become a laughingstock. Fortunately, the person who acted against the vast young bird only took away its tail feathers instead of killing it. Given 30 years and many spirit medicines, it should fully recover its strength. As a result, she could only bottle up her grievances. But in private, she had dispatched a small group of elite disciples to investigate if there were nascent soul stage eccentrics that were looking to refine a treasure that used the vast young bird's feathers. In addition to gaining revenge for the spirit bird, she also wanted to find this person to acquire the method to attract demon beasts. If she could obtain it, taming demon beasts or acquiring their cores would be a simple and easy matter. Of course, she wasn't the only one with that in mind. The Devilwood sect had also sent out many of their own disciples to see if any unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators had recently appeared near the Long Province. The hidden actions of the province's two superpowers frightened a few of the shrewder clans and sects in the region. They all guessed that the balance of the region would soon collapse, and that war between the two great sects would occur. As various smaller powers were panicking, forming alliances, and withdrawing from the region, the atmosphere of the entire Long Province grew tense. Of course, Han Li had no idea that his actions would provoke such an outcome. At that moment, he had established a temporary stone room on top of a nameless mountain to examine the spoils he acquired, the 5 near-illusory flaming feathers. In a rather good mood, Monarch Soul Divergence idly said, "The woman who chased you at the end should have been the High Sun Palace's late nascent soul cultivator. While her cultivation was exceptional, her spiritual sense was rather ordinary, and she wasn't able to detect you after you restrained your chi. Else, it could have proven quite troublesome." Han Li chuckled and said, "At worst, I'd only have to use blood shadow evasion once. I don't believe there is another sacred beast incarnation in this world that I could run into. However, I did have no choice but to hide. That old woman cultivated a movement technique that was quite faster than mine. Of course, and it also appears the risks you took have paid off. Not only have you acquired this many flame feathers, but a rare armored earth dragon as well. If you can tame it, there will be a high chance to acquire other worldly treasures in the future. Monarch Soul Divergence said with satisfaction. That's right, but this demon beast is fully grown. How can it be easily tamed? I'll only be able to succeed due to luck. It is no matter. Taming a fully grown demon beast actually isn't as difficult as one would imagine. Highly intelligent ones are particularly easy to tame. Monarch Soul Divergence spoke with a calm tone filled with experience. Han Li raised his brow and revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, so it was like that? You'll find out. From how intelligent this armored earth dragon appears, it shouldn't be too difficult to tame. I hope so, Han Li chuckled. But I had better first wear down the beast's temper and then find a better time to tame it. First, I'll handle these flame feathers and then head to the Gene Capital's trade fair. It's time to see what the greatest city in the Gene Empire is like. I've visited the Gene Capital once in the past. Although it was a city of mortals, it was quite imposing and unordinary. Monarch Soul Divergence praised. I want to see the Gene Capital even more now. Fortunately, we're not too far away. Treating the feathers should only take a day. 3 months should be more than enough time for me to arrive. Han Li calmly said. Following a flash of azure light, all but one of the feathers disappeared without a trace. Han Li flung the remaining feather in the air, breathing a cloud of azure nascent flame upon it. Suddenly, the feather lit up in a gorgeous display of blue and red light. He then shut his eyes and sat down cross-legged as he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and sank into meditation. A day passed, and Han Li emerged from the stone room to depart from the mountain, heading to the eastern half of the Gene Empire, where the largest city of the mortal world was located, the Gene Capital. With quite a bit of time left before the trade fair started, Han Li leisurely flew at the speed of an ordinary core formation cultivator to avoid suspicion. Soon, he left the Long province and entered the neighboring territory without a problem. Then taking out the wind-riding chariot and flying off at immense speed in a streak of white light. As he flew, he faintly revealed the aura of his nascent soul cultivation, and the few low-grade cultivators he occasionally flew across respectfully kept their distance. A month later, Han Li entered the Xinjiang province adjacent to the Gene Capital. He put away the wind-riding chariot and once again flew with restricted speed and aura. After all, there were sure to be many high-grade cultivators in the heartland of the great Gene Empire. He didn't wish to attract unnecessary attention. 2 weeks later, Han Li was wearing azure Confucian robes as he rode on a worn cart pulled by a sickly old horse. At that moment, he was sitting at the front of the ragged cart and his body shook along with it. His eyes were half closed as if he were nodding off. In truth, he was secretly refining the soul snow pill he took from several days before. After he emerged from the spatial pocket in Devilfall Valley, he had already taken over a dozen of them. The pill was worthy of being from antiquity. He clearly sensed an enhanced purity in the celestial ice flames and six-winged frost centipede's glacial chi that he previously refined. Even the trace of impurities that remained in the purple apex flames began to slowly disappear, producing a significant increase in their potency. It was only quite unfortunate that the medicine pill wasn't easy to consume. Each one would take anywhere from 3 to 4 months to refine inside of him, much to Han Li's disappointment. If he was able to consume a pill every month, he reckoned that in 100 years' time, his purple apex flames could reach the legendary stage of sealing 1,000 kilometers of land and ice. That being said, the purple apex flames currently was no lesser than the peak techniques of the devil and righteous Tao. There didn't seem to be an ability that would able to truly restrain them. As for why Han Li was traveling across the land on this worn carriage, it was because the Gene Capital was the mortal capital of the empire. The great gene cultivation world had an unwritten rule that forbade combat and flying 500 kilometers within the Gene Capital, signifying a trace of respect towards the great Jin's imperial government, as cultivators and mortals had a certain degree of codependency in the great Gene. However, nascent soul and even core formation cultivators skilled in evasion techniques would turn a blind eye to this rule. After all, as the only ones patrolling the Jin capital were often vagrant cultivators hired by the Great Jin's imperial government, their cultivation usually wouldn't be very high. So long as they didn't discover anybody violating the rules or didn't brazenly fly at low altitudes in plain sight, they often wouldn't raise a problem. Han Li also viewed this rule with disregard, but because he had ample time and wished to finish refining a snow soul pill, he dropped to a small village 100 kilometers away and bought an old horse and cart before leisurely making his way to the capital. Han Li encountered a few low-grade cultivators along the way that were using horseback and carriages to head towards the capital. However, he didn't wish to be disturbed and completely restrained his magic power, making himself appear like an ordinary mortal. As a result, none of these low-grade cultivators had bothered Han Li in the slightest. And because his cart wasn't going particularly fast, he had been passed by at least 10 different caravans. Though Han Li simply minded his own business on the road as he refined a soul snow pill, he frowned when heard a storm of thunderous horse hooves in the distance. With an unchanged expression, he opened his eyes and pulled at the reins in his lap. The old horse obediently pulled over the cart to the side of the road. Han Li lazily turned his head over and saw a cloud of dust surging from behind him. There were banners fluttering within the dust as if in a display of might. As the dust cloud approached him, he could faintly see cavalrymen clad in silver armor within them, each of them with bows hanging on their backs and sabers on their waist. These soldiers appeared rough and weathered, and they were led by a middle-aged man wearing embroidered robes and a long sword at his waist. He carried a large banner at his back with the word, "King," boldly written on it. At the middle of the cavalrymen, there were several jade carriages faintly shining with spiritual light, being swiftly pulled by many fine steeds. The carriages didn't appear to be shaking despite the great speed they were traveling at. Magic tools! When Han Li saw the carriages, his eyes turned wide with astonishment. He swept his spiritual sense past them and found all carriages were filled with luggage apart from one that carried the faint aura of cultivators. Although the aura was quite weak, it was quite surprising for common cultivators to mingle amongst these soldiers. He then pulled at his reins and had his cart come to a complete stop, yielding to the group. The army of cavalrymen appeared to number about 400, but when they passed him by, they seemed to shake his cart in a storm of wind produced by their astonishing momentum. Han Li's eyes flickered and noticed that these cavalrymen all carried baleful qi on their body, from fighting presumably. These weren't ordinary city guards, but rather frontier vanguards that would often take part in bloody melees. He heard that the Great Jin were bordered by other unsavory civilizations in the southeast and northwest and that mortal natives would often wage war with them. Only true bloodied soldiers would appear in these chaotic areas. Just as Han Li thought this, the jade carriages passed him by. Someone within one of the carriages happened to catch sight of him from the window's narrow opening, and they let out a slight yelp. Han Li seemed surprised by this reaction, and he couldn't help but raise his head, catching sight of a pair of eyes that seemed familiar. Just as he wondered who that person was, they had already traveled into the distance. After observing the squad of soldiers that passed him, Han Li grew pensive and eventually shook his head, abandoning his thoughts of searching the carriage with his spiritual sense. The carriage had a few simple isolation restrictions placed on it, and he would be detected by whoever was inside if he attempted to pry. Additionally, they were cultivators only at the qi condensation cultivation. He didn't want to be bothered because of a few low-grade cultivators. After seeing the cavalrymen travel far into the distance, Han Li resumed his journey on the main road. He traveled for 5 kilometers before he arrived at an intersection in the road. A large verdant forest grew at the side of the road, and there were a few simple tea shops that were set up next to it. There were many carriages that had stopped here, whose owners entered these simple shops for tea and food. After all, this place was the sole stop before one would arrive inside the Jin capital. Most travelers would stop by for a moment of rest. Han Li's gaze swept around and saw that the silver-armored cavalrymen had dismounted from their horses and were resting at the side of the forest. The several jade carriages had stopped as well, but one of them was opened and empty. As for the silver-robed, middle-aged man in charge, he was also absent. Han Li frowned and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the many tea shops nearby. Soon after, he urged his horse to continue on the road. But at that moment, one of the soldiers saw his cart and walked towards him in stride, blocking the cart to Han Li's surprise. The cavalryman saluted him and asked with a neutral tone, "Young sir, are you surnamed Han?" "That's right. My surname is Han. Do you have any business with me?" "Since it truly is young Sir Han, my clan's young mistress would like to have a chat with you over some tea." Recalling the pair of bright eyes he saw earlier from the jade carriage and pondering for a moment, Han Li nodded. "Your clan's young mistress? Oh, all right, I'll go." "Young sir, my clan's young miss is in the tea shop over there. Please follow me." The soldier spoke in a deep voice and beckoned to the side of the forest. Then, two other soldiers came over and took care of Han Li's cart. A short moment later, Han Li entered the shop and came across two women and one man. The man was the embroidered-robed middle-aged man he saw from before. He had long facial hair and a calm, powerful demeanor. As for the other two young women, they were cultivators at the 7th and 5th layer of chi condensation. The man remained motionless at Han Li's entrance, but when the two women saw Han Li enter, they exchanged a glance. The woman with the lesser cultivation bit her lip and then spoke with some joy. "Brother Han, it has been many years since I've seen you. I didn't think I'd be able to meet you again. I will never forget the kindness you showed me with your cultivation guidance." Surprised, Han Li smiled and said, "So it was young Miss Chow. This is truly a coincidence. I hope you didn't take offense at my sudden departure." This woman was the county officer's daughter, Chow Mengrong, who he had met when he entered the Great Jin several years prior. "I'm sure Senior Han had urgent business at the time, so I could hardly blame you." "Ah, that's right, I should introduce you. This is Senior Martial Sister Wang. She had taken care of me when I was still in my sect. We are nearly as close as blood sisters. And this is Senior Martial Sister Wang's uncle, a general renowned as the illustrious pillar of the Southern Empire. He has received orders to pay audience to the Emperor." Han Li gave a respectful nod to Chow Mengrong's senior martial sister, but when he heard of the man's unordinary status, his expression stirred and he said, "The South Pillar General, so you were one of the 8 illustrious generals of the Great Jin. I've been too rude." Although he understood very little of the Great Jin's court, he was well aware of its famous officials. The 8 great generals controlled a majority of the military strength in the empire. Each of them commanded armies numbering in the millions, protecting the cities at the frontier with hardened elites. However, the reason why Han Li knew about these generals wasn't because of any concern for the mortal world, but that 3 of the great generals were relatives of the royal family. As for the rest, they were given assistance from the various superpowers of the cultivation world to acquire their positions. Even the Great Jin imperial family couldn't easily go against them. And since the South Pillar General wasn't related to the royal family, it was certain he had a relationship to one of these factions. The general smiled and cupped his hand towards Han Li. "I have heard from Mengrong that Sir Han is a cultivator. As I am but a mere mortal, how could I dare to act superior in front of you?" Of course, Han Li knew he was only being polite. With his identity, he wouldn't find it difficult to attract the service of core formation cultivators but not nascent soul cultivators. Han Li previously revealed to Chow Mengrong that he was only at chi condensation stage, but this person was quite unordinary to treat a minor cultivator like Han Li with such courtesy. And it was also quite brave of him to make his way to the capital without a high-grade cultivator protecting him. With that in mind, Han Li modestly replied, "I don't dare to be presumptuous. General Wang is being far too polite. Even vagrant cultivators like me have long heard of your military prowess." Young Miss Wang pursed her lips in a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I've heard you've given junior martial sister Chow cultivation guidance for a time. As a result, she managed to raise 2 layers in a few short years. When my master found this out, she repeatedly praised junior martial sister Chow's luck and suggested that Brother Han had likely concealed his true cultivation as ordinary cultivators absolutely wouldn't be able to produce such inconceivable results. Now that fellow Taoist Han's body is lacking spiritual qi, it clearly shows that you've mastered a qi restraining technique. It appears that my master had guessed correctly." Absorbed in the joy of seeing Han Li again, Chao Mengrong then woke up and examined him to find that his body completely lacked any spiritual chi fluctuations. With an astonished expression, she yelped, "So it was like that? Brother Han, your cultivation must be—" He smiled and calmly replied, "At the time, I had encountered mishap and received heavy injuries, greatly harming my cultivation as well. I've managed to now restore it to some degree, but I hadn't intended on hiding this from fellow Taoist Chao." It was clear he had no intention of revealing his true cultivation. Young Miss Wang blinked and she carefully examined Han Li. As a result, she wasn't able to sense anything from Han Li's body. Despite her amazement, she sweetly smiled and said, "In that case, it would be more appropriate to call fellow Taoist Han a senior. I hope senior won't take offense at how junior martial sister Chao treated you like an equal in the past." "Me, a senior?" Han Li shook his head. "I am only a vagrant cultivator in the Great Gene and I don't care for titles. As I am indebted to fellow Taoist Chao, it is fine for her to treat me as an equal." When Chao Mengrong heard this, her expression wavered and then she blushed as she silently accepted Han Li's words. The general heard their exchange and then calmly proposed. "So it turned out that Sir Han was actually an expert with profound magic power. Although I am only a mortal, I do enjoy associating with cultivators. Since it seems you wish to also head to the capital, would you like to head there together?" Han Li pondered for a moment before saying, "Travel together? I accept. Sorry for bothering you." He was just thinking about finding someone familiar with the gene capital and have them tell him about the trade meet. Now that this illustrious figure has appeared before him, he should know quite a few details despite being a mortal. Afterwards, Han Li and the two women had a quick conversation, and he found out that Chao Mengrong's father had successfully promoted from a mere county officer to a military official in the capital. Although his position wasn't higher in name, being transferred there from the outskirts of the empire was a significant rise in status. But when her father moved to the capital, she was cultivating in sealed seclusion and hadn't traveled together with him. When her senior martial sister Wang and her uncle traveled past her residence, Chao Mengrong happened to emerge from seclusion and soon after, she was traveling with them to the capital. As for Han Li, he only mentioned a few passing words about how he spent the past, mentioning that he was recuperating from his injuries and had only recently emerged from seclusion. Of course, he hadn't gone into detail. The two cultivators didn't ask for any further details. After all, Han Li was originally found sealed in ice and his injuries at the time were clearly heavy. They didn't appear to be something that could be healed in a few years' time. At that moment, a waiter from the tea shop brought over a pot of fine tea, and the three cultivators chattered for a moment before drinking it. With the tea finished, General Wang finally began to talk to Han Li and mentioned a few hidden ancient records that were stored in a few of his estates. He currently didn't appear to be a hardened veteran at all, but more like a studious scholar. His calm and cultured demeanor along with his friendly words gave Han Li a very favorable impression of him. He also managed to impress General Wang in turn. Although he couldn't say that he was interested in ancient histories, he discovered many secrets as he searched through many ancient records for pill formulas and secret techniques, and he was able to closely capture the general's interest when he mentioned them. After a few short words, they were absorbed in their conversation with another, completely tuning out the other two. When young Miss Wang saw this, she wryly smiled at Chao Mengrong, but she was feeling somewhat gloomy. She was well aware of her uncle's interest in the secrets of the far past, as he was often immersed in collecting ancient records and antiques during his spare time. Now that the knowledgeable senior Han had come along, it was only natural for her uncle to be absorbed in conversation with him. Chao Mengrong didn't have any complaints about this. She simply quietly sat at the side and listened to them talk. When her gaze occasionally swept past Han Li's face, she would quickly turn her eyes away as if trying to hide her actions. Young Miss Wang saw this with bright eyes and found her actions to be quite funny. When she spoke with her junior martial sister Chao on the way, she faintly realized that her junior martial sister had a feeling of affection for the person in front of her. Whenever she mentioned this person, she would faintly blush as if he was often on her mind. This gave young Miss Wang the impression that fellow Taoist Han was a handsome and confident youth, as her junior martial sister wouldn't treat her martial brothers with any particular emotion. But now that she saw Han Li in person, She couldn't help but shake her head. This vagrant cultivator was neither the handsome or confident youth that she had imagined. The only redeeming factor of his appearance was his taller-than-average height. Additionally, he was most likely a Foundation establishment cultivator and should have a far greater lifespan than her junior martial sister, who had little hope of cultivating past chi condensation stage. They truly weren't a good match. As young Miss Wang secretly thought this, she began to consider whether or not she should do anything to sabotage this potential relationship. From her point of view, Han Li's cultivation was only slightly high. As the niece of the South Pillar General, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to have Han Li change his mind. If he truly refused, she could simply make a request to the 2 core formation cultivators in her estate's hire and have him obediently go away. So it was like that. In the past, heaven and earth and yin and yang were undergoing vast changes and created unstable spatial tiers, allowing demons and devils to entering our world from others. This is the first time I've heard of such a theory. The 2 core formation cultivators under my estate have never mentioned this to me. Brother Han is truly knowledgeable and has expanded my perspective. However, there is still something I don't understand. Ancient legends spoke of an immortal mountain by the name Kunwu, where a celestial immortal resided. It is said, General Wang still spoke with excitement. After Han Li answered a question, General Wang was about to ask another when a dragon's cry sounded out from Han Li's body. Although it wasn't very loud, everyone in the room could clearly hear it, and they turned to look at him in surprise. Han Li's expression vastly changed and his body flickered with blue light before disappearing out of sight. The 2 women quickly looked around in surprise and discovered that Han Li had appeared outside, much to their shock. He was looking towards the sky with a grave expression. Has something happened, fellow Taoist Han? Could it be you have a magic treasure in your body? Are you a core formation cultivator? Young Miss Wang asked with an astonished expression. As for Chao Mengrong, she was firmly grabbing into a scarf and her complexion paled. As she silently looked at him, Han Li quickly regained his calm and then turned to the other 3. It's nothing. I merely sensed an old friend of mine fly past us. Unfortunately, he flew by too quickly and I can no longer chase him. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself in front of you. And yes, the sound was indeed caused by a flying sword I keep in my body. As my circumstances have changed, I can no longer travel together with you since I have urgent business to attend to. I will be taking my leave. He saluted them and spoke with a regretful tone. Then, without another word, he stomped down on his foot and launched himself into the air as a streak of azure light. When the other tea shop patrons nearby saw what had happened, they quickly knelt down on the ground in the panic and began to loudly shout. An immortal! A great immortal had flown past us. They had flown near us. For a time, an uproar spread throughout the tea shops nearby. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li arrived on top of a small mountain. He looked at the huge city in the distance and saw carriages and pedestrians busily making their way through the gate. As Han Li continued to watch with a gloomy expression, Monarch Soul Divergence's voice sounded from in his mind. Leave it be. You've already gained something now that you know the Elder Devil is in the Great Gene. You will eventually have a chance to reclaim your flying swords, but now is not the time. You still haven't fully recovered your cultivation and the Triflame fan still hasn't been refined. The Elder Devil may have been inflicted with grave wounds in the past, but it should have been able to also make a full recovery by absorbing the souls and cores of others. If you were to face it now, your odds of victory aren't very high. Senior is right. If I were to chase it now, I only have a 1 in 10 chance of defeating the Elder Devil. It is truly too powerful. Previously, I was a bit too hasty since I wanted to retrieve my swords so that I would regain the ability to use the Aureate sword formation. It seems I'll have to wait until you complete your puppet body and after I refine the Triflame fan. However, the devil appeared to have urgent business at hand since he was flying at such a great speed that he hadn't discovered me. As for the 2 bamboo cloudswarm swords in his possession, he wasn't able to subject them to his control and is reluctant to let them go despite this. Since the primary material of their creation is myriad-year golden lightning bamboo, and they were tempered with both refined crystal and auric essence, the 2 swords are incredibly valuable magic treasures. If he wished to destroy the swords, he would need to waste a great amount of strength and slowly destroy it with devil flame. There is no way the devil would do something wasteful and fruitless. Finished speaking, Han Li faintly smiled. That's also correct. But with that said, if you were to wholeheartedly hone your flying swords for another 400 years, the power of your sword formation would reach a fearsome stage. It may reach a level of power no lesser than a divine spirit treasure. Monarch's soul divergent sighed and spoke with a tone of admiration. During his peak, he never had the opportunity to create a magic treasure using such precious materials. Han Li wryly chuckled and said, "Perhaps, but I have no intention of spending nearly half of my lifespan to honing my magic treasures. Your shrewdness is comparable to mine. If I were half as careful as you were in the past, I might have been able to enter deity transformation stage. As for the reason the Elder Devil appeared in the gene capital, it most likely has to do with the trade meet. Youngster Han, you must be careful to avoid having the devil recognize you. Many thanks for your concern, Senior. I will be careful. I originally planned on drawing on the support of the South Pillar General's estate to understand the particulars of the trade meet, but it seems I'll have to investigate for myself. If I remember correctly, there is a restaurant in the gene capital that belonged to the Feng clan. I'll first take a look there and save myself the risk of being noticed by someone perceptive at an inn." After Han Li muttered those words, he stepped off the mountain and directly made his way to the huge city in the distance. Although the gene capital was said to be unrivaled in majesty and was incomparable in scope by mortals and low-grade cultivators, in Han Li's eyes, it was actually a few grades inferior compared to the scattered star sea's heavenly star city, the greatest city he had seen in his lifetime. However, the gene capital did have a few aspects that were unique. Apart from the outermost wall of the city, there were 15-meter-tall 6-layered walls constructed every half-kilometer interval away from the city. It was a miraculous feat for this to be constructed through the sole might of mortals. In addition to the many walls of the capital, the city was divided into 13 large districts. The northmost section was the Imperial City, taking up about 20 kilometers of land. The other districts were just as large, but they were densely filled with buildings and roads. To walk past 2 districts from the city gates, he had to spend nearly half a day. Han Li felt quite gloomy as he was unaccustomed to traveling for long periods of time at such a slow speed. Eventually, Han Li found himself standing in front of a 2-story restaurant. He calmly looked at it for a moment with both hands behind his back before walking in. The restaurant was doing quite well for itself, as seen from its mostly filled seats. Han Li casually swept his gaze past the first floor before making his way to the counter. A thin, middle-aged man who appeared to be the shopkeeper was standing behind it. When Han Li arrived in front of him, he didn't bother to say anything. He simply swept his sleeve and placed a jade pendant on the counter. It was inscribed with the words, "Feng of Ning." When the shopkeeper saw the pendant, his expression changed and he took a quick look at Han Li before calmly taking it into his hand and carefully examining it. Soon, he put the pendant away and whispered, "Follow me." The shopkeeper turned around, paying no notice of any other customers, and walked through the side door. Han Li followed after him. The shopkeeper led him into a secluded building, and then he offered the pendant back to Han Li with both his hands, respectfully saying, "So it was the young master who has arrived. This servant Feng Quan pays his respects." It appeared he had mistaken him for the deceased Feng Yu. "Help me find a residence where no one will trouble me," Han Li coldly commanded. "It can't be the restaurant. It'll be best to find a place that has no one else nearby, and you should also keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. Yes, I will find an appropriate residence for the young master. Please rest here. I'll be back in half a day." The shopkeeper spoke without hesitation. Han Li nodded. "Good, go quickly." Shopkeeper Feng left the room and carefully shut the door, then hurrying on his way. Now alone, Han Li casually pulled a chair to the side and sat down before sinking into meditation. Time slowly passed by, and Han Li's face stirred as he opened his eyes. Footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Then, shopkeeper Feng excitedly walked in. "Young master, I found a suitable place. The master of the residence is an old friend of mine and his family is out traveling. The building is entirely empty and he will not return for 2 years. I've made arrangements and you may immediately move in. Yes, that sounds good. Lead the way. I am honored, young master. Please follow me. Shopkeeper Feng walked out from the room with Han Li closely following after him. They left the restaurant from the rear entrance where a two-wheel cart was waiting for them. A hunchbacked old man was sitting at the front. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw the white-haired coachman and said, "You are quite accommodating to have prepared a cart. But didn't I say to keep this matter quiet? What's going on with this person?" "Young master, this is old man Wu," Shopkeeper Feng respectfully replied. "He is quite sensible, but he can hardly hear anything, so there is no fear of him spreading rumors. And since the residence I mentioned is far away, it would be better to take a horse." "So it was like that. That's fine." Han Li frowned and pondered for a moment before climbing on the cart. Shopkeeper Feng also climbed on, and the old coachman shook the horse's reins without the need for any orders. They then slowly set off. Han Li sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. As for Shopkeeper Feng, he sat in the corner of the cart and kept silent with a lowered head. They passed through many different roads and changed direction to head to another district. 2 hours later, the cart stopped at a remote courtyard. There were no other residences, causing the region to appear quite desolate. Han Li and Shopkeeper Feng then descended from the cart. With a smile, the shopkeeper led the way and pushed open the gate. "This is it, young master. I will go in first and tidy up one of the rooms for you." But at that moment, Han Li suddenly said, "You plan on heading in first to escape the restriction and then have the 3 inside capture me?" Shopkeeper Feng was greatly alarmed, and without another thought, he pushed open the gate and was about to run inside. But a strange red thread suddenly made an appearance behind his head. Then his body was set aflame and instantly turned to ash. When the hunchbacked old man on the cart saw this, he shouted, "Attack!" With a wave of his hand, the old man launched a green flying saber towards Han Li. At that same moment, a yellow mist suddenly filled the empty courtyard, and a black pitchfork and 2 scarlet halberds shot towards Han Li. Han Li sneered at the sight and waved his sleeve, releasing an azure mist. The saber flew into the mist only to be captured and drawn into his sleeve. As for the other 3 magic tools flying towards them, he casually waved his arm at them and another mist of light appeared from his hand, capturing them all at lightning speed. In a single moment, all of their weapons were completely restricted. Loud, frightened shouts came out from the yellow mist and the old man's complexion turned pale. They all realized what Han Li's vast display of strength had signified. Without another thought, the old man released a faint red talisman from his hand and bit down on his tongue to release blood essence onto it, dissolving into a cloud of sanguine around the old man before flying over 30 meters away in the blink of an eye. The cultivators in the mist weren't slow to react either. 3 streaks of varying colored light flew out and scattered in different directions. Han Li's expression sank when he saw their attempt to escape, and proceeded to flick his fingers at the 3 cultivators who had emerged from the yellow mist. They were only able to fly 10 meters away before being engulfed by sword chi. Miserable screams sounded out, followed by a shower of blood raining from the air. Terrified, the hunchbacked old man that escaped in the blood cloud immediately poured the entirety of his spiritual power into the cloud, hoping to reach the street 100 meters away. He didn't actually think he would be able to escape, but if he managed to escape in an area filled with morals and caused Han Li to hesitate, buying him precious time. However, Han Li simply stood in place with a sneer and pointed at the blood cloud. The red thread that had just killed Shopkeeper Feng a moment ago suddenly appeared behind the cloud and pierced through it in a flash of crimson light. An anguished wail sounded out and the blood cloud scattered. The hunchbacked old man then fell from the sky and was caught by a large hand of azure light. It had thrown away the 3 magic tools previously in its grasp, bringing only the old man back to Han Li. As for the red thread, it completely disappeared without a trace before making a reappearance at his side. Han Li held out his hand and the thread slowly fell into his palm to reveal its true form as an inch-long flying needle. It was translucent and crystalline with red light pulsing from its surface. He looked at the needle with a satisfied expression. Quite a bit of effort went in to refine the crystallized demon core into this flying needle. Its great might, speed, and stealth were all to his satisfaction. And with a bit more tempering, he could increase its power by another stage. With a flip of his hand, the needle was absorbed into his body. Emotionlessly, he raised his head to look at the hunchbacked old man grasped in the hand of light. The old man's complexion had now turned completely pale in part due to the new hole in his abdomen. When he saw Han Li looking at him, the old man forced a smile out of fear and spoke with a flattering tone. "This is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Since Senior possesses such vast abilities, we certainly found the wrong person. Yes, Senior must certainly be a magnanimous person and mustn't lower himself to this foolish junior's level. I am a mere member of the Guanings Kong clan. Please, if you have any questions, I will be sure to answer them all." Knowing that his situation was dire, he hastily rambled in hope of somehow persuading Han Li to spare him. However, Han Li stuck a talisman onto the old man's body, and he suddenly ceased begging for his life as his eyes became spiritless. "So troublesome. I only wish to know a few things so I didn't have to worry," he muttered softly, and then summoned all of the magic tools on the ground into his hand before heading inside the courtyard, followed by the large azure hand tightly grabbing the old man. The courtyard had a very simple smokescreen restriction placed down inside of it. Han Li paid it no regard, and with a wave of his hand, he struck it with magic seals and shattered it. Afterwards, he brought the old man into one of the rooms. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li struck the old man and turned him to ash, having him pass away from the world while he was unconscious. Then, he sat down in a wooden chair and began to mull over his thoughts as he held his chin in hand. Without having to worry about preserving the soul, he used the dream tier technique to scour everything the old man knew. He was a Foundation establishment attendant of the Kong clan that was in charge of their affairs in the Gene capital. This person was actually quite competent. He was able to find shopkeeper Feng 2 years ago and threatened him into paying allegiance to the Kong clan. After all, how could a mortal dare to oppose a cultivator? When Han Li used Jade Pendant to contact shopkeeper Feng, he had informed the Kong clan members in turn, hoping to acquire merit with them. As a result, the old man rejoiced at the appearance of the long-lost young master of the Feng clan and didn't dare to release this opportunity. He set up a trap and personally set off to deliver the supposed Feng Yu to an ambush. But when Han Li left the restaurant, he was able to see through the old man's poor concealment techniques at a glance and asked shopkeeper Feng a knowing question. Unfortunately, there were too many mortals nearby and he couldn't directly take action. As such, he decided to follow them and later investigate the matter. Eventually, he was led into an ambush of Foundation establishment cultivators, each of them posing as much of a threat to him as an ant. He had an idea this was going to happen. Even if core formation cultivators laid an ambush for him, it would still prove to be a laughable matter. As Han Li scoured through the old man's soul, he made an astonishing discovery. After the 3 noble clans of Guaning concluded their joint trade fair, it was discovered that the Kong clan ancestor had his soul devoured and that his corpse was possessed by a devil. As a result, the other 2 clans joined together to request assistance from the sects backing them, leading to the possessed ancestor being struck down. With this, the Kong clan suffered a massive drop in strength, turning from the strongest to the weakest clan in the region. This had also foiled the plan of King Glorious Blaze, who was hidden deep into the Snowmound mountain range. Furious, he directly raised his tomb and released several thousands of Foundation establishment-grade undead soldiers, brazenly forming an underworld ghost formation to destroy all human life in the mountains. The high-grade cultivators backing the 3 clans had a massive battle against the 3 corpses of the ancient tomb. Many of the refined corpses and low-grade disciples had perished, with the disciples' souls consumed by the ghost formation. As for the nascent soul-grade cultivators, they found themselves at a massive disadvantage as they fought against the tomb's 3 corpses inside of the underworld ghost formation, with one of these cultivators even suffering heavy injuries out of negligence. After the battle, cultivators of the 3 clans were trapped on the mountain where the grand auction had been held by the ghost formation, which spanned 50 kilometers around them. They could only rely on the grand formations that were previously established on the mountain to survive with much difficulty. In truth, these nascent soul cultivators had heavily injured King Glorious Blaze in their ambush and had underestimated him as a result. They had believed that since he had been crippled, he should have been easy to deal with. But they hadn't known that King Glorious Blaze had the strength equivalent to a late nascent soul cultivator with the support of his tomb, and with the addition to 2 other early nascent soul-grade corpses, the mortal cultivators became completely overwhelmed in terms of might. Had things continued, the cultivators would have been wiped out, but such bold movements over the span of the month had eventually alerted a late nascent soul cultivator of a nearby Taoist sect. In a display of amazing strength, this eccentric scared the 3 corpses back into the depths of the Snowmound Mountains. The late nascent soul cultivator showed no intention of pursuing the corpses after forcing them to retreat. And after the 3 clans were rescued, they didn't dare to remain in the vicinity and withdrew from the mountain range, giving the corpse monarch free reign over the land and an opportunity for him to rise again with greater strength. However, King Glorious Blaze and the other 2 corpses were also fearful towards the late nascent soul cultivator and didn't dare to rashly emerge from the depths of the mountain. Naturally, Han Li understood the old man only knew a portion of the truth, but he was able to draw a connection with the heavily injured King Glorious Blaze he had seen. After coming up with his own conclusions, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This King Glorious Blaze was a rather fearsome character. He was already heavily injured when he fought against Master Wilds but only needed a short while to recover before raising a large-scale assault against the nearby cultivators. But as someone who consumed countless medicines, Han Li clearly knew that it was impossible to fully recover one's vitality from such grave injuries so quickly no matter what medicine they took. Han Li had yet to fully recover his peak cultivation, for example, despite the number of medicines at his disposal. As such, the only possibility of King Glorious Blaze's sudden recovery in strength was that his techniques as a myriad-year corpse monarch were immensely powerful to begin with, or his techniques had a unique property allowing for a miraculous recovery. As Han Li pondered about the abilities of the corpse monarch, he recalled the heavenly corpse pearl he set aside within his body. He drew much support from the pearl's powerful effects to cultivate the bright jade arts. He was even unsure whether he would have been able to cultivate the technique to the 2nd layer solely with the Vajra relic. The effectiveness of the pearl was perhaps the reason why King Glorious Blaze was able to recover his strength at miraculous speed. Han Li calmly pondered the matter for a moment more before tossing it to the back of his mind, setting his thoughts on making future plans in the Gene capital. Needless to say, he wouldn't be able to stay at this courtyard for long. Someone would likely come to investigate the disappearance of shopkeeper Feng, which would be quite troublesome. It would be better for him to rent a room at a monastery or temple for a time, as it would be much quieter than an inn. Additionally, he would need to pay a visit to the cultivator markets in the Gene capital to investigate the details of the upcoming great auction. Having made certain of his plans, he departed from the residence, leaving no trace of him behind. After some time, Han Li found a small, unremarkable monastery inside the city. The Taoist priest at the monastery was a mortal that completely lacked magic power. Han Li was quite satisfied with the location and gave some silver as alms to the priest, having decided to reside there for the time being. Following the arrival of the next morning, he left the monastery and discovered an academy with the presence of a cultivator. Since the academy opened in the Gene capital, it couldn't be considered to be small and was certain to have some backing. It was likely associated with a Confucian sect. However, Han Li didn't seem to care about this. After he snuck inside, he approached an elderly Confucian scholar and released the immense aura of his nascent soul stage cultivation. When the old scholar sensed this, he felt the entirety of the magic power in his body freeze. Realizing Han Li's vast cultivation, he took a half-step forward with a calm expression and saluted him. "Your presence honors the Academy, Senior. Is there anything I may help you with?" Han Li smiled and leisurely said, "You are quite tactful. I've sought you out for a few minor matters. Could you tell me about the markets in the Gene capital and a few things about the upcoming auction? You should know quite a bit considering you're a native cultivator." When the old scholar heard this, he promptly replied, "The location of the markets won't be a problem. I will immediately make a map for you." However, I don't know much about the auction. Is there anything specific Senior would like to know? As he spoke, he took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and began to inscribe the locations of the nearby markets onto it. Han Li's smile faded away and he calmly said, I'd like to know about the date and location of the auction, as well as any particularly rare materials that will appear. With a sincere tone, the old scholar answered, the time and place won't be a problem. In 9 days, the auction will take place in the Western Market's Treasure Shine Pavilion. There will be 2 separate auctions for core formation and nascent soul cultivators held at different times. While nascent soul stage cultivators may participate in the core formation grade auction, core formation cultivators may not do the same. But I'm afraid I cannot answer what materials will be up for bid. The auction is far too great in scope as it is being hosted by many great clans. How could an outsider know what will be up for bid? But according to past auctions, there should be over 100 incredibly rare items. Additionally, a few seniors may also put up a few of their own rare items up for bid, extending the duration of the auction for up to a week. Han Li lowered his head and muttered, so it was like that? The Treasure Shine Pavilion. Senior, I've already finished making the jade slip. Please take care of it. The old scholar then offered the jade slip with both hands. Han Li took it without another word and gave a cursory sweep of it with his spiritual sense before nodding with satisfaction. Very good, and you'd better keep quiet about seeing me. Otherwise, after letting out a sinister chuckle, Han Li glowed with azure light before suddenly disappearing without a trace. The old scholar widened his eyes and fell into the chair as he sank into deep contemplation. After a long while, he swept his spiritual sense past the room and discovered that there was no one else there. He then let out a long sigh and wryly smiled. After Han Li left the academy, he looked through the white jade slip and made his way to the West Gene Market. This market was located in a remote street in the western portion of the Gene capital and was hidden by a superior concealment spell formation. When Han Li arrived at the entrance, he easily walked through the hidden restrictions and arrived at a desolate street. Of course, it was only perceived as a desolate street by mortals. As for Han Li, he saw several hundreds of cultivators at the very least that were enter and leaving a few stores on the street. Han Li didn't sweep his spiritual sense through the street. As the auction was close at hand, there were certain to be nascent soul stage cultivators overseeing the market. Organizing such a large auction wasn't a laid-back affair after all. With that in mind, he slowly walked down the street and swept his gaze to either side. The West Gene Market was clearly different from what he saw in the southern portion of the Gene capital. The buildings inside consisted of 2 or 3 stories, as if in a display of wealth. It seems like all the powerful businesses of the great gene cultivation world established a storefront in the capital to display themselves. In that case, Han Li had no need to carefully choose which ones to browse. He promptly brought out a list of materials and began to ask about them at each of the stores. Of course, all the materials that he had yet to acquire were all incredibly rare. In fact, Han Li didn't have high hopes of easily finding thesis materials and was only doing this in passing. He actually had different business to attend to in the market. Participating in the auction would certainly take up a large number of spirit stones. While Han Li originally possessed a great number of spirit stones, after he purchased a good number of materials as the masked cultivator, he had spent away most of them. Now that a large-scale auction appeared before him, he found himself short on spirit stones. Han Li had planned on finding a large shop to sell a few rare materials for spirit stones, as he would receive the most spirit stones from a wealthy store. At that moment, he arrived in front of a 3-story building and narrowed his eyes. The store was clearly much larger than its neighbors, and it was receiving quite a few visitors. Han Li then caught sight of the large sign that hung on its gates, writing the words Hidden Fortune Pavilion in large golden characters. It was the store that was known for its hidden fortunate rooms. He hesitated for a moment before walking inside. The first floor of the building was quite spacious and was over 100 meters wide. There were 60 handsome qi condensation servants that were welcoming guests and introducing a few of their wares to potential customers. When Han Li entered, a young servant walked up to him with a smile and was about to greet him. But then, a white-robed, middle-aged man sitting at a corner of the room had taken notice of Han Li's cultivation. He immediately placed down the cup of tea he was drinking and hastily shouted, "Step down. I will be taking care of this senior." Afterwards, the middle-aged man tidied his clothes and saluted Han Li, respectfully saying, "We are honored to have senior at our Hidden Fortune Pavilion. Since the first floor won't have anything that will interest you, would you like to follow me to the third floor?" Han Li's gaze flickered and he answered, "Yes. I came here to look for someone in charge in the first place." Then, he calmly followed the middle-aged man upstairs. When the customers on the first floor saw this, they raised an uproar, realizing Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator. "This is the first time I've seen a nascent soul stage senior, but why does he look so young? TCH. Looks like the Hidden Fortunate Pavilion is getting some big business." Shouts of praise and surprise continued to sound out below. The third floor of the pavilion was small, but it was quite elegantly arranged and had two beautiful female cultivators waiting. When they saw the middle-aged man bringing up a guest, they immediately prepared a pot of tea. The middle-aged man waited for Han Li to sit down and waved his hand at the table with a smile. "Senior, please have a taste. This is the Mist Rain Spirit Tea that our pavilion had acquired at a steep price. It had quite a unique flavor." Han Li ignored the tea and swept his sleeve past the table, placing a green jade slip on top of it. He calmly said, "There is no rush to taste the tea. Let's first see if you have any of the materials I wish to purchase. To tell the truth, I've already been to many stores and I wasn't able to find anything that I wanted. I'm not particularly hopeful that your Hidden Fortune Pavilion will have any of them either. Since Senior is in a hurry, I'll go ahead and have a look. Since you weren't able to find them elsewhere, they must be quite rare." The middle-aged man smiled and summoned the jade slip into his hand before he immersed his spiritual sense into it. Soon, his expression had changed with surprise, but Han Li's expression had remained unchanged. He had seen this reaction several times already when he showed the list to the other store owners. He wanted materials that were rarely ever seen in this world and were rarely heard of as well. The middle-aged man withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and wryly smiled. It is no wonder that Senior wasn't able to find these materials from the previous stores. They are beyond the grasp of ordinary stores. As for our pavilion, we only have a small thunder spirit crystal. Having expected more disappointment, Han Li wore an expression of delight when he heard this and said, "You have a thunder spirit crystal?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then explained, "That's right. Senior has come at a fortunate time. Our pavilion had just acquired the Thunder Spirit Crystal, but there will be a bit of trouble as it doesn't belong to us. Rather, a nascent soul cultivator with good relations to our pavilion has placed it in our care to exchange it for other materials. If the crystal isn't exchanged for other materials, it will be put up in the coming auction." When Han Li heard about the conditions to acquire the Thunder Spirit Crystal, he rubbed his chin and asked, "An exchange? I actually have a few materials on hand that could be traded for it." When the white-robed middle-aged man heard Han Li, he handed over a jade slip that was previously prepared. "The materials and medicine pills that the crystal's owner wants in exchange are in here. Although it might be more common than some of the materials that Senior wishes to collect, it's still difficult to find in this world. Otherwise, the Thunder Spirit Crystal would have already been exchanged, as it's an ideal material for creating lightning attribute magic treasures." Han Li took the jade slip and immersed his spiritual sense into it without another thought. The middle-aged man carefully examined Han Li's expression, hoping to see through some of his thoughts, but his expression hadn't betrayed the slightest change or emotion. Rather, his calm demeanor disappointed the shopkeeper and even caused him to feel apprehensive. Just where did this Senior Han come from? Not only is his appearance young, but the materials he's looking for are incredibly rare. Although there are many nascent soul cultivators with young appearances, most of them are female, and this man doesn't particularly appear to care about his clothes and appearance. Could he be a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator? Although the middle-aged shopkeeper could sense that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator, he wasn't able to determine his precise cultivation. He could only determine that his presence was stronger than that of other early nascent soul cultivators he met before. As a result, he was attending to Han Li personally with great care. With the powers backing the Hidden Fortune Pavilion, he didn't need to treat ordinary nascent soul cultivators with excessive effort. A moment later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and handed it back over. He then said, "I do have a few items that this fellow Taoist needs. However, I'll need to see the Thunder Spirit crystal before making the exchange. If the quality of the crystal is too lacking, I will not trade for it." With some thought, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "Of course, so how about this? Since this is a high-value trade, I will send a sound transmission talisman to Senior Fu, the owner of the Thunder Spirit crystal, and you will be able to conduct the trade in person. He is currently residing nearby this market." After pondering a bit as well, Han Li said, "All right, I also wish to meet this fellow Taoist Fu. The more of these crystals I can acquire, the better. I also want to see whether he has more on hand." He thought that since this old man Fu was able to acquire such a rare material, it was possible that he had other of these materials on hand. "In that case, I will go and send the message. Please wait for a moment, Senior Han. Senior Fu will arrive soon." The shopkeeper gave a salute and promptly left. Then, Han Li finally decided to turn his attention to the tea on the table. He took a sip and found that its taste was quite unordinary. Soon, the shopkeeper returned. Han Li then turned his attention to him and asked, "Does your store produce hidden fortune rooms in abundance? I've heard that your pavilion creates high-grade hidden fortune rooms, allowing one to carry miniaturized cave residences on one's palm, and that these rooms are attached with a few formidable restrictions. Is this true?" The shopkeeper chuckled and explained, "Hidden fortune rooms are indeed our specialty, but what Senior had described are the highest-grade hidden fortune rooms known as hidden fortune mansions. Since these mansions are refined from uncommon materials, few of them are ever produced. We have some in storage that aren't being sold, and all those we put on sale are all gone." Surprised by what he heard, Han Li asked, "Why aren't they being sold? Didn't your pavilion refine them for that purpose?" The middle-aged man explained with a trace of embarrassment, "I won't conceal this from Senior. The remaining hidden fortune mansions are of unrivaled quality. Be it their size or attached restrictions, they far exceed the ones that we had put for sale. As such, it was decided that they would be retained for the purpose of being traded for rare materials." With great interest, Han Li curled his lip and said, "That is quite surprising. If these hidden fortune mansions are as marvelous as you say, I might want to purchase one. Could you take them out and let me have a look?" With roused spirits, the shopkeeper hastily said, "Take them out? Senior must be joking. I am only a mere steward of this store, and I do not have the authority to use the treasure. It may only be taken out with Elder Wang's permission. Furthermore, we only keep one of them here at our main branch, and it is our pavilion's pride. The other mansions are located at our other branches. However, this hidden fortune mansion was personally created by our tool refinement grandmaster Hua Yunzi and should be ranked amongst the very best of its kind. Solely based on the restrictions attached to it, it is equivalent to a high-grade ancient treasure. If Senior is truly interested, I can immediately lead you to a hidden room and Senior Han can continue the discussion with Elder Wang there. The materials needed to exchange for the room are also something that only he will know." From Han Li's bold tone, it appeared that he was truly interested. If this deal went through, then the shopkeeper's position in the Hidden Fortune Pavilion would sharply rise. "So it's like that, but I'll have—" Just as Han Li spoke, his expression made a sudden change. The shopkeeper was shocked and hadn't realized what was going on. An old man's voice bellowed from below, "Youngster Zhao, is there truly someone that wishes to make a trade? I was in a crucial moment of my cultivation and cut it short to rush over here." Although his voice was aged, it was very clear and contained strength. Heavy thumping footsteps followed after he spoke. The shopkeeper hastily stood up and respectfully replied, "It is true, of course. I wouldn't dare to deceive you." A blur appeared at the third floor to reveal a towering and bulky silhouette. Han Li narrowed his eyes and looked at who had just arrived. He was a large black-robed old man with dark red skin. The astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations from his body revealed him to be a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. Han Li unconsciously frowned in surprise. When the red-faced old man heard the shopkeeper, he turned to look at Han Li with a trace of astonishment, noticing both cultivation and young appearance. He then walked forward with wide steps and heartily laughed. So this must be the fellow Taoist Han that you mentioned. Since he possessed something I wanted, he can't be an ordinary cultivator. Han Li stood up and saluted him with a smile. Not at all. Fellow Taoist Fu's cultivation has me in admiration of him. What is there to admire? I've only managed this far with age. The two cultivators then took a seat across from each other, and Old Man Fu eagerly said, I'll get to the point. Could you tell me the items that you have for me? Han Li smiled and calmly said, A scarlet essence mushroom. It is over 1,000 years of maturity. This wasn't the same 3,000-year mushroom he traded for in the heavenly south. He had used one of its spores to nurture a new mushroom to 1,000 years of maturity. A scarlet essence mushroom? Old Man Fu's expression lit up. If it is truly 1,000 years old, then I will exchange it for my Thunderspirit crystal. Can fellow Taoist let me take a look? Of course. I'll take it out right now. But can you let me look at the crystal as well? I've been too eager. Of course you can. Old Man Fu turned to the shopkeeper and commanded, Shopkeeper Zhao, take out the crystal for fellow Taoist Han. Yes, senior. The shopkeeper acknowledged the order and left the hall. The red-faced old man examined Han Li and curiously asked, Fellow Taoist Han, your appearance is quite unfamiliar, but your cultivation has already reached mid-nascent soul stage. Where have you come from? Have you always remained in bitter cultivation and rarely made contact with other cultivators? Why else would I have no impression of you despite your impressive spiritual power? Han Li smiled in response to the old man's curiosity and replied with a prepared answer. It is no surprise you wouldn't know of me. I've cultivated on a small island overseas. I rarely set foot on the great Jin mainland. Old Man Fu paused in surprise and understandingly said, So you were an overseas cultivator. I truly respect you. I've long heard of overseas cultivators possessing many wondrous abilities, and that they cultivate a school of techniques different from cultivators of the mainland. I hope to exchange cultivation experiences with you. However, it appears fellow Taoist has traveled a very long distance to the Jin capital for the auction that will soon take place. As there were countless lands beyond the seas, it was no surprise that there were nascent soul cultivators who weren't well known. The old man had mostly accepted it as truth. After they chatted for a moment more, footsteps came from outside the hall, and a bright voice said, Why haven't I been informed of Brother Fu's arrival at our hidden fortune pavilion? And we have our guest fellow Taoist Han as well. I should have been there to personally welcome you. With that, a pale silver-robed cultivator entered the hall.